Chapter 283, Luo Qingfeng's Fang. Chapter 283, Luo Qingfeng's Fang. Yi Yuan was in the eye of the storm, his clothes fluttering. Currently, the ferocity of the essence energy around him was practically suffocating. And Yi Yuan's breakthrough also entered the critical juncture at this time already. Such violent essence energy, ordinary people could not even refine it, let alone say breaking through realms. But the essence energy flowing within Yi Yuan's body outside of his body produced an intense contrast. Once the violent and condensed essence energy entered Yi Yuan's body, it immediately became unbelievably docile. In front of the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art, this level of essence energy was seriously not worth mentioning. However, the essence energy was overly abundant currently. Yi Yuan refined non-stop and reached the critical point of the 7th level spirit condensation realm very soon. About to break through. Just a little bit more. I hope that nothing happens to Yi Yuan. Why would something happen now? It's the most dangerous after breaking through. Breaching the bottleneck requires large amounts of essence energy, just like floodwater bursting open the water gate. But once this floodgate is opened, wanting to shut it would not be so easy. Yeah. Normally, when we break through, we would gather an essence energy storm matching our realm so that we can control it. But this essence energy storm has already greatly surpassed the limits that Yi Yuan can withstand. Once the floodgate opens, I'm afraid it will collapse. Seeing that Yi Yuan was on the verge of breaking through, the heavily injured Li Zhongyu said gloatingly, "A puny little spirit condensation realm actually dares to break through within such a violent essence energy tempest. You truly don't know how the word death is written. In a while, when they see you being blown to pieces, I wonder what kind of expression your tranquil cloud sect people will have." Hee hee. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's aura swelled abruptly and became much stronger than before. It was very clear that he burst past the 7th level spirit condensation realm bottleneck in one go. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Many people even involuntarily shut their eyes. They did not wish to see the scene of Yi Yuan exploding. At the same time, the essence energy around Yi Yuan that became even more tempestuous had already transformed into a bundle of mist-like state. From this, it could be seen just how thick the essence energy in the center of the storm was. The thick fog covered up Yi Yuan's figure. The outside could no longer see what was happening inside. But everyone knew that Yi Yuan was currently wrestling with the flood-like essence energy. Dead for sure. He's definitely dead. This brat is also a talent, to actually set up such an incredible Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. The essence energy in the eye of the formation practically became liquid state already. Even if I were the one breaking through in the eye of the formation, I probably would have exploded by now already, much less a 7th level spirit condensation realm. Li Zhongyu directly sentenced Yi Yuan to death. Sect Master, Yi Yuan, the disciple who received Li Zhongyu previously said anxiously. Luo Qingfeng sucked in a deep breath and sighed. At this time, only Yi Yuan alone can help himself. Pray that he can come out alive. These words sounded that bit and confident no matter how one heard it. Under such a situation, the possibility of escaping with his life was too minuscule. As time slowly ticked away, there was still no activity in the eye of the formation. Everyone's hope evaporated bit by bit. If Yi Yuan could leave, he would have left long ago. Now, under such circumstances, most likely it was more ominous than propitious. At present, Li Zhongyu consumed medicinal pills that controlled internal injuries and returned to Luo Qingfeng's side. Sect Master Luo, I think there's no need to wait anymore. There's no activity after such a long time. That boy most likely already exploded into a lump of meat by now, Li Zhongyu said delightedly. Hearing these words, Luo Qingfeng's entire person became icy. Li Zhongyu immediately felt a powerful pressure cruise. Hi plussing forth. I exercised forbearance in every way possible on accounts of your master's face. Do you think that my tranquil cloud sect can be needed as you like? If your master were here, I'd still have some fear. You, a crystal formation realm, reaching out for a yard after taking an inch, do you really take me to be made of clay? Luo Qingfeng carried the powerful awe of a half-step soul sea realm, cruise. Hi plussing Li Zhongyu until he could not breathe. Li Zhongyu's incessant provocation finally angered this master of a sect. To be able to become the master of a sect, Luo Qingfeng was absolutely not some goody two-shoes that could be sliced up anyhow. The reason why he accommodated for the general interest was only to hide one's capability and bid one's time, to strive for time to let the tranquil cloud sect's junior generation grow up. But now that Yi Yuan's life or death was uncertain and the sect's greatest hope about to be extinguished, this also made Luo Qingfeng lose his last trace of patience. Once a ferocious tiger bared its fangs, someone who summed the majesty of the tiger like Li Zhongyu did not have much living SPCE anymore. Luo Qingfeng released his aura fully. Li Zhongyu only felt like he was being crushed by a humongous mountain. Even his teeth were chattering. Li Zhongyu only understood at this moment that this seemingly weak and incompetent tranquil cloud sect's sect master actually had such formidable strength, such a powerful pressure. Li Zhongyu only felt this from his own master before. Could it be that Luo Qingfeng's strength was no longer beneath masters? How was this possible? You dare to touch me? I am the Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy. Aren't you scared of launching a sect war? Li Zhongyu gritted his teeth and said. Luo Qingfeng sneered coldly and said, "You'd best pray that Yi Yuan's fine. Otherwise, I'll use you as a sacrificial item today." Sect war? Do you think that you can trigger a sect war with the likes of you? You're overestimating yourself too much. If the Heavenly Sky Sect could eradicate my Tranquil Cloud Sect so easily, why would they wait until now? It dawned onto Li Zhongyu when he heard it, and the color of his face turned deathly white. He flopped weakly onto the ground. The 8 great sects each have their own forte, yet also restrain each other. My Tranquil Cloud Sect is not as powerful as your Heavenly Sky Sect, but a sect war will cause a domino effect. Isn't your sect master scared of the other 7 sects joining hands? After all, our today is their future. All of the sect masters are not dumb. How could they not understand this logic? Luo Qingfeng's words struck the core one by one, speaking until Li Zhongyu's complexion became increasingly paler. Heavenly Sky Sect disciples were used to being arrogant while the Tranquil Cloud Sect was always very low profile, resulting in Li Zhongyu thinking that the Tranquil Cloud Sect was only a rotten persimmon, able to knead the latter as he wished and had no respect even for Luo Qingfeng. Looking at it now, he was only a clown. He was not even a fart in front of Luo Qingfeng. With the strength of Sea Transformation Realm, one simply had no say in the interactions between sects. Who could have thought that the Luo Qingfeng who had always been famously weak would also have such a ferocious side? Looking at that SS of thick fog, Li Zhongyu suddenly discovered that he made a fatal error today. He touched Luo Qingfeng's reverse scale. And this brat called Yi Yuan was Luo Qingfeng's reverse scale. How could Li Zhongyu know what Luo Qingfeng was thinking? Luo Qingfeng was currently thinking of how to give an account to that mysterious master of Yi Yuan. Once that unimaginably powerful existence came to ask for him, what awaited his Tranquil Cloud Sect was also an utter calamity. If Yi Yuan really died, why would he still fear a sect war? Compared to that mysterious expert, the Heavenly Sky Sect was nothing. At that time, the ones getting destroyed was likely not just his Tranquil Cloud Sect alone. The Heavenly Sky Sect likewise could not escape responsibility. Chapter 284, Tsunghua Reborn. Chapter 284, Tsunghua Reborn. I'm also not afraid to tell you that Yi Yuan is a peerless genius that my Tranquil Cloud Sect discovered. He's my Tranquil Cloud Sect's future. If something happens to him today, you're dead for sure. Luo Qingfeng said fiercely with a stern expression. Li Zhongyu felt his scalp tingle. He could sense Luo Qingfeng's fury. These words were absolutely not just to scare him. Are you mad? To incite a sect war at all cost for such a genius that had yet to mature? Li Zhongyu felt that this world was too insane. Luo Qingfeng actually stopped at no expense to become enemies with the Heavenly Sky Sect for a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist. Although Li Zhongyu was not the most powerful among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sky Sect, he was someone with extremely huge potential. Kai Zhongtao doted on him very heavily. If he died, Kai Zhongtao would definitely not let it go at that. Although a sect war might affect the situation as a whole, it was possible to erupt because of this. Li Zhangyu involuntarily looked towards that mass of thick fog. Alarm suddenly showed on his face. Sect Master Luo, quickly look. Li Zhangyu pointed in the direction of the essence energy storm and shouted. Luo Qingfeng's heart jolted, and he looked over there, only to see that the essence energy storm was currently weakening at a visible rate. This kind of weakening was not dissipation, but converging towards the eye of the formation. It looked like it was sucked over by something. Luo Qingfeng's expression became intent. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Regardless of what situation occurred, at least it showed that Yi Yuan was still alive right now. Otherwise, the essence energy storm should be gradually dispersing and not being sucked over like this. As long as Yi Yuan did not die, anything was fine. The group of Tranquil Cloud Sect disciple clearly also noticed this chance. Although they were somewhat uncertain, didn't it meant that Yi Yuan was at least still alive? What happened? Yi Yuan, he did not die yet. Truly inconceivable. He actually lasted such a long time in the substantialized essence energy storm. What in the world did he do? The mystery should be unraveling very soon. You guys, look. That mass of thick fog is starting to dissipate. The speed which essence energy was being absorbed was very swift. That mass of thick fog gradually became thin and revealed a blurry silhouette. Everyone stared fixedly at the eye of the storm. That silhouette became clearer and clearer. Everybody could see that that was Yi Yuan. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not die, a wave of shouting and screaming came from the crowd. Unknowingly, they already took Yi Yuan as their own comrade and took him as the face of the Tranquil Cloud Sect. The Tranquil Cloud Sect was oppressed too heavily these few years. Every disciple felt as though they experienced this aspect themselves. Now that such a genius character appeared with such difficulty, it would really be too pitiful if he were to die like this. Just earlier, each one of them felt the Heavenly Sky Sect's humiliation, but they were helpless. Touching their own hearts, no matter which of them took Yi Yuan's place, they were also unable to perform like Yi Yuan. Even if the Tranquil Cloud Sect found a fourth-level Crystal Formation Realm disciple and placed him beside Li Zhangyu, the final outcome would probably be suffering a defeat when victory was within reach. Yi Yuan regained face on all of their behalf. Not only did Yi Yuan force Li Zhangyu until he had to withdraw with serious injuries with Spirit Condensation Realm cultivation, he even survived completely unscathed. In their hearts, Yi Yuan had already become the hero of the entire Tranquil Cloud Sect. Quickly look. What's Yi Yuan doing? Isn't that his spirit artifact? Those essence energies seemed to have been absorbed by this sword. It really looks like it. But how can a spirit artifact absorb so much essence energy? Hang on. Unless. The two people exchanged a glance and saw the shock in the other person's eyes. They said in unison, "Spirit artifact sanctification." Li Zhangyu similarly showed an astonished expression. He sucked in a cold breath and said, he actually made use of the spirit gathering formation to sanctify his spirit artifact. Is this boy really just a teenager? Luo Qingfeng was also incomparably shocked. He never imagined that Yi Yuan could actually utilize the spirit gathering formation to sanctify the Tsunghua sword. However, when he saw that gaping mouth look of Li Zhangyu, Luo Qingfeng felt pleased in his heart. Luo Qingfeng was feeling excellent, but his words were nonchalant as he said, through and through. Yi Yuan is still 2 months short of reaching 16. Congratulations to you. Your small life is secured. When he heard these words from Luo Qingfeng, Li Zhangyu had a feeling like a heavy load was lifted. His back was already drenched in sweat. Before long, the violent essence energy was already pretty much absorbed clean. Tsunghua sword suspended in front of Yi Yuan quietly, but it was currently missing some parts of sharp air and was dimmer than before. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Tsunghua sword gave off a crisp clang and shot straight for the horizon. Everybody only saw a streak of flowing light dancing in mid-air, akin to a canary which broke free. That sort of carefree feeling infected everyone. 32 restrictions spirit artifact. In a twinkle, an 8 restrictions spirit artifact became a 32 restrictions spirit artifact. Yi Yuan, he is really too amazing. Spirit artifact sanctification is an incredibly challenging matter. Every additional restriction would be exceedingly difficult. One has to ensure that adding new restrictions will not clash with previous ones and also ensure the increase in power. Ordinary array formation masters would not dare to easily increase restrictions for spirit artifact. Abnormal cultivation speed, grasped true intent, heard that his alchemy Dao attainments are also exceedingly high. Now, even his array formation Dao attainments are so strong. Is he still a human? Sensing the power of restrictions coming off from the reborn Tsunghua sword, everyone gasped in amazement. 8 restrictions to 32 restrictions. This was an extremely huge jump. If spirit artifact could cultivate, then 8 restrictions to 32 restrictions would be rising 2 major realms consecutively. This kind of enormous crossing would greatly increase the power of a spirit artifact. One could say that the Tsunghua sword had obtained a transformation that cast off its old self and be reborn again. It was no wonder that it was so excited. Seemingly bored of playing around, Tsunghua sword's Lus Tur was restrained, and it landed in Yi Yuan's hands obediently. Lightly caressing the sword body, Yi Yuan was also very pleased with his own work. At his current realm, this was already the limits of what he could accomplish. The 32 restrictions Tsunghua sword was enough to last him all the way to the sea transformation realm. Yi Yuan's array formation Dao attainments were incredible. Sanctifying a 32 restrictions spirit artifact was not much to him. It was just that it was quite taxing for him to do it due to limitations in realm. Li Zhongyu coincidentally came over to cause trouble. Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and laid down this spirit gather formation to sanctify the Tsunghua sword. Along with Yi Yuan's comprehension towards the azure dipper floating zero sword intent getting increasingly deeper, especially when using thousand flowing petals, the 8 restrictions Tsunghua sword was already gradually having difficulties coping. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Yuan successfully sanctified it in one go. Keeping the Tsunghua sword, Yi Yuan walked towards Li Zhongyu and greeted him. But he smiled at Li Zhongyu and said, "This senior apprentice brother doesn't seem to be someone from my tranquil cloud sect. But you were also of a huge assistance to me this time. Yi Yuan give thanks here." Looking at the grinning Yi Yuan, Li Zhongyu felt even worse than swallowing a fly. Chapter 285, Unknown Mystic Realm. Chapter 285, Unknown Mystic Realm. Although Yi Yuan's Tier 3 spirit gathering formation was strong, it was also unable to gather so much essence energy. The reason why it could cause such a huge commotion before was that Yi Yuan used a maneuver to lift something heavy using only a little force. Using the 2 persons' essence energy storms as the base, it magnified the pair's essence energy storms limitlessly. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. If he did not have the pair's essence energy storms as the base, how could he plunder the essence energies in a 10-mile radius clean? Li Zhongyu tasted blood again in his throat. The internal injuries that were just suppressed relapsed again and he nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he endured it. Li Zhongyu is an honored guest from the Heavenly Sky sect. He indeed has the grace of a great sect disciple, deriving pleasure from helping others. Luo Qingfeng supplemented another blow right after. Heavenly Sky sect. Yi Yuan looked perplexed. Clearly, he had not heard of this name before. Luo Qingfeng froze, and he could not help asking, "You don't know the Heavenly Sky sect?" Yi Yuan shook his head blankly and said, "This disciple came from a small place, and my knowledge is superficial. I really don't know the Heavenly Sky sect." Luo Qingfeng was speechless. He explained, Heavenly Sky sect is the Southern Domain's #1 great sect, the leader of the 8 great sects. Zhang Yu is a Heavenly Sky sect Grand Elder's favored disciple. "You're my sect's elder. Calling senior apprentice brother is acceptable." Li Zhongyu was secretly shocked. Yi Yuan was already a sect elder at this age. However, he had yet to be surprised by this when Yi Yuan was suddenly enlightened and said, "Ah, so that's how it is. The Heavenly Sky sect is as expected the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. Their Grand Elder's disciple actually sacrificed his own interests for the sake of others and would rather his own realm fall just to help others. Yi Yuan is eternally grateful, Pewalk." Li Zhongyu finally could not hold back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. It was already injuries on top of injuries. The two people sang and chimed together. Li Zhongyu was ultimately young. How could he endure such stimulation? But Yi Yuan really did not know the Heavenly Sky Sect, not that he was singing a duet with Luo Qingfeng. But the effects were the same. After 2 days, Li Zhongyu's injuries took a turn for the better. Luo Qingfeng summoned him. Presently, Li Zhongyu was much more restrained and was no longer as arrogant as when he had just arrived. Luo Qingfeng's aura on that day thoroughly suppressed him. "Are your injuries better?" Luo Qingfeng asked like he was engaging in small talk. It was fine if he did not mention that. But once it was raised, Li Zhongyu's inner heart felt as painful as his scar being reopened. "Already much better. Many thanks for Sect Master Luo's concern." Li Zhongyu forced a smile and said. It's good that it's much better. Zhongyu, for what matter did you come to my Tranquil Cloud sect as an envoy this trip for? Luo Qingfeng queried. Talking about official matters, Li Zhongyu hurriedly collected his emotions and said, "My Heavenly Sky sect discovered a mystic realm not long ago within our borders and think that there should be some good stuff inside. Our southern domain's 8 great sects has always been united. Sect Master specially dispatched 7 disciples to leave for the 7 sects to invite everyone to explore the mystic realm together so as to give fair treatment to all." Luo Qingfeng was expressionless, but he started to deliberate on the intentions of this move by the Heavenly Sky sect in his heart. Whatever united, what fair treatment, that could only hoodwink a 3-year-old kid. The southern domain's 8 great sects, including the Tranquil Cloud sect, each had their own little plans. The Tranquil Cloud sect never had the heart to contend for hegemony in the southern domain. The sect members' ambition was always to storm back to the northern domain. Of course, this was merely a distant dream. The reality was that the Tranquil Cloud sect could only survive within the crevices of the various southern domain sects. The Heavenly Sky sect had always been very domineering. Forget about a mystic realm in their own territory, they would even think of ways to get a cup of soup from other people's mystic realms. There must be something strange for things to be abnormal. If one were to say that the Heavenly Sky sect was really that good-hearted, even a fool would not believe it. But one had to admit that the Heavenly Sky sect tossed out a remarkably tempting bait. Luo Qingfeng reckoned that the other sects would likely be unable to refuse this invitation because even he himself was moved. What did the development of the sect rely on? Resources, essence crystals, natural treasures, cultivation methods, artifacts, and so on. These things more or less determined the power of a sect. As the most powerful sect in the southern domain, the Heavenly Sky sect occupied 40% of the southern domain's resources. The other 7 great sects added up only came up to 60% or so. It was precisely because of these resources that ensured that the Heavenly Sky sect always looked down on the world. And among those, natural treasures were a very crucial part of resources. The sect disciples' daily consumption, medicinal pills used in cultivation, and medicinal herbs were a huge expenditure. Without the accumulation of these resources, the sect would simply be unable to sustain, no matter how deep your foundations were. And where did these natural treasures come from? Mystic realms. Mystic realms were miniature SPSES neighboring the endless world. Because human footmarks were scarce and essence energy was abundant, it tends to give birth to many natural treasures. Within the various southern domain sect boundaries, they all had some mystic realms, and these mystic realms were all controlled by the various great sects. These mystic realms were all known mystic realms. The dangers within have already pretty much been eliminated by the various great sects. But the mystic realm discovered by the Heavenly Sky sect this time was evidently an unknown mystic realm. Extremely few humans existed in mystic realms. But there were many demonic beasts as well as naturally formed dangers. Exploring mystic realms was an extremely perilous task. Ignoring other things, just the Heavenly Sky sect inviting other sects to explore the mystic realm together most likely had the notion of bringing more cannon fodder. As for whether they had other plans, Luo Qingfeng could not determine it right now. What kind of mystic realm? Give a description, Luo Qingfeng said while maintaining his composure. An unknown mystic realm. We've already sent people in to investigate. The natural treasures inside are beyond counting. It's said that there are many Tier 3, quasi-Tier 4 medicinal herbs inside. There are also quite a few Tier 4 herbs and some extremely rare herbs which can all be found inside, Li Zhangyu said. Luo Qingfeng suddenly smiled and said, I'm afraid that it isn't so simple, right? What I want to hear isn't this. What did you all encounter inside? Li Zhangyu's face changed but returned to normal very quickly. He said calmly, we sent a total of 3 teams. They were completely wiped out. Luo Qingfeng frowned and said, what kind of people did you send in? Facing Luo Qingfeng, Li Zhangyu became very alert. This fellow was too astute. Every question hit the mark. In the past, everyone always thought that he was somebody weak and incompetent because he was low profile and tolerant. Now, it looks like this fellow was simply an exceptionally clever and scheming person. Now that Luo Qingfeng already bared his fangs in front of Li Zhangyu, he naturally had no need to disguise himself anymore. Li Zhangyu cautiously said, the first time, it was an early-stage crystal formation realm leading the team. The second, the one leading was a middle-stage crystal formation realm. The third time it was a 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist. Oh! Since all your guys were wiped out, how do you know the news inside? Luo Qingfeng asked composedly. Li Zhangyu secretly cursed Sly Fox and said, in the end, that 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist risked death to charge out and brought back this information. And not long after he exited, he died too. This unknown mystic realm might be somewhat dangerous, but the things inside are seriously too alluring. That's why Lord Sect Master ardently invites everyone to explore together. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, you go back and rest first. Allow me to reconsider this. After Li Zhangyu took his leave, the door to the room suddenly opened. Ling Potian, Xiao Jian, and Ouyang Yu walked out. And behind them was Yi Yuan, who had recently just broke through. Chapter 286, Opinion. Chapter 286, Opinion. What do you guys think of the Heavenly Sky Sect's invitation? Luo Qingfeng opened his mouth to ask after the few people sat down. Xiao Jian was the first to speak. Would the Heavenly Sky Sect be so kind-hearted? I won't believe that even if you beat me to death. In my opinion, this is a trap. Ling Potian valued each word like gold and said, yes, definitely it is a trap. Ouyang Yu mused for a while before saying, I feel that the possibility of being a trap is not big. Rather, I think the likelihood of making us as the cannon fodders is greater. Luo Qingfeng was emotionless as he asked again, how so? Exploring an unknown mystic realm such as this, it's impossible for the great sects to send out a very powerful force. Wanting to diminish the sect's existing strength through this is clearly not very likely. The way I see it, this unknown mystic realm might really be dangerous. The Heavenly Sky Sect hopes to drag everyone over to shoulder the dangers together to obtain the greatest benefits while at the same time, reducing their own casualties. Ouyang Yu analyzed the situation. Compared to Xiao Jian, Ouyang Yu was clearly much calmer. His analysis was also rather objective. Humph. The Heavenly Sky Sect is just like an old miser. When they see mystic realms, it's like they get injected with stimulants. How can they be so nice this time to invite us to explore together? Xiao Jian disagreed. Therefore, there must be something that we don't know in between. All in all, the Heavenly Sky Sect definitely doesn't have any good intentions. I feel that we can casually send some people over to brush them off, Ouyang Yu said. I disagree. Casually sending some people over to be cannon fodder for others? Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples are all groomed by us through innumerable painstaking efforts. How can we send them to their death? Xiao Jian said with irritation in his tone. About this point that the Heavenly Sky Sect did not have any good intentions, everybody did not have any disagreement, and it was also impossible to have differing opinions. It was just that whether or go or not was a problem. It clearly caused some discrepancies. Ouyang Yu still wanted to continue, but Luo Qingfeng made a hand gesture to indicate to them to stop arguing. He turned and said to Yi Yuan, share your perspective. After the incident with Li Zhangyu, Luo Qingfeng's understanding of Yi Yuan went up another level. Yi Yuan could set up a spirit-gathering formation under that sort of abrupt situation and force Li Zhongyu away while he himself went along with the strategy to sanctify Tsunghua sword. It was evident how meticulous his thoughts were. The way Luo Qingfeng saw things, Yi Yuan's talent was without question. It was simply on a different level from his peers. But for him to even possess such meticulous thinking at this age, it was truly hard to come by. Hence, he intentionally called Yi Yuan over today to let him also listen to the purpose of the Heavenly Sky sect sending an envoy. Perhaps he could come up with some constructive opinions. When Xiao Jian and the others saw Yi Yuan, they were also stupefied for a long time, and could not quite ascertain Luo Qingfeng's thoughts. This action, could it be to let Yi Yuan partic? 1p8 in the Tranquil Cloud sect upper echelon's decision-making? Yi Yuan's talent was unrivaled. This fact was already irrefutable by anyone. But he was so young, wasn't it somewhat trifling to let him join in the sect upper echelon in decision-making? Especially for Ouyang Yu. When Yi Yuan had just entered the sect, he even acceded to Ouyang Ming's inciting and wanted to sentence Yi Yuan to death through the Tri-Hall joint hearing. But later on, a series of Yi Yuan's actions thoroughly dispelled any thoughts of opposing Yi Yuan. Especially after Yi Yuan sold the soul-driving pill formula to the sect. Several elders from the Ouyang family already obtained a breakthrough with help from the soul-driving pill. Under such circumstances, how could Ouyang Yu bring himself to oppose Yi Yuan again? Wouldn't he become an ungrateful petty character? As for Ouyang Ming's side, Ouyang Yu already issued a strict order to make him watch his woman well to not stir up any more SHI+T, otherwise, bear the consequences himself. A tiny little secular world family did not enter Ouyang Yu's eyes yet, let alone the fact that this family clan was already wasted. Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and said, if it's as Li Zhongyu said, then this mystic realm is similarly of utmost importance to our sect. Our Tranquil Cloud sect simply can't compare to these great sects in terms of resources. If we even give up on this chance as well, wouldn't we lag behind with each step? I reckon that other sect masters also can't resist this large cake that the Heavenly Sky sect delivered and will send people forth. After that day, Luo Qingfeng gave Yi Yuan a crash course on the faction distribution in the Southern Domain. Now, he already had a preliminary understanding of the Southern Domain's situation. But this mystic realm is so dangerous. Even a 9th-level crystal formation realm did not make it out alive after entering. Could it be that we all have to send sea transformation realm elders in? Xiao Jian threw out this question. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, that isn't necessary. Because I think that even if we send elders there, it's useless too. Oh, why is that? Luo Qingfeng asked. When Yi Yuan said this, not only Xiao Jian, even Luo Qingfeng revealed an attentive expression. It was very clear that Yi Yuan noticed some issues that they did not realize. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Sect Master and Hall Heads, think about it. With the Heavenly Sky sect's greed, how can they possibly send people to invite other sects to explore the mystic realm together unless they had no other alternatives? That's why we were all guessing earlier whether the Heavenly Sky sect is plotting some insidious scheme. Xiao Jian. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, just as Hall Head Ouyang said, these sort of wiles and schemes don't have much use. Even if our teams were all annihilated, it wouldn't harm our sect's foundations. Why do they need to take such a superfluous action? Then you say, just what is it? Xiao Jian said anxiously. Why did Li Zhongyu only say that they sent a 9th-level crystal formation realm into the mystic realm? Although Sea Transformation Realm is a mid-level pillar in the various great sects, the Heavenly Sky sect wouldn't treasure life to such an extent, right? Yi Yuan said with a grin. Luo Qingfeng was absorbed in his thoughts as he said, you're saying they already sent a Sea Transformation Realm inside? Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. Furthermore, that Sea Transformation Realm definitely did not come back alive. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Thinking it over, Yi Yuan's analysis was plainly the most logical. It was just that when Li Zhongyu was talking, he deliberately clouded this area. That was why everybody did not think of it. After all, a 9th-level crystal formation realm was already very important to a sect. Even for a large sect like Heavenly Sky sect, it was also impossible to abandon them at will. Hence, Luo Qingfeng did not think deeper into this problem either. But when they heard Yi Yuan say that even a sea transformation realm did not make it out alive, their hearts would not stop pounding. Wasn't this unknown mystic realm a little too perilous? Even a sea transformation realm died inside. Then even more so we must not go, Xiao Jian said with a frown. To the Tranquil Cloud sect, they could not afford the death of any sea transformation realm expert. But Luo Qingfeng did not speak right away. He only spoke after thinking it over. Yi Yuan, were your words unfinished? Should we go or not? Towards this Luo Qingfeng, Yi Yuan also quite admired him. He was unquestionably a terrifying figure with meticulous thoughts. These few years, if not for him, the Tranquil Cloud sect might be in even more arduous circumstances than now. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Go. Why shouldn't we go? There are surely many natural treasures in this mystic realm. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sky sect would have forsaken it themselves. This is also an opportunity for our sect." Chapter 287, Sky Maple Exits Seclusion. Chapter 287, Sky Maple Exits Seclusion. Yi Yuan. Even a sea transformation realm lost his life after entering. Do you want our elders to seek their own doom? Ling Potian rarely said so many words. It was just that he was very stern currently. The average disciple would probably start stammering when they saw it. Potian, let Yi Yuan finish talking, Luo Qingfeng said. Ling Potian was stunned. He immediately shut his mouth and kept quiet. Yi Yuan did not mind either. He continued, if my conjectures are correct, it might be because the SPACE isn't stable or due to restrictions on laws. Sea transformation realm and above martial artists are unable to enter this mystic realm. It's overly dangerous for crystal formation realm martial artists to enter. That's why the Heavenly Sky sect would join hands with the other 7 sects to explore together in an unprecedented event. Luo Qingfeng was also very surprised. He said, so that's the case. This way, everything can be explained. It's just that since this is the case, it's surely very risky for crystal formation realm martial artists to enter. Do we still join in the bustle? Wealth comes with danger. The dangers are all the same to us 8 great sects. The Heavenly Sky sect is just looking for more cannon fodders. Then, let's knock out one of their front teeth. Opportunities like this are not recurrent, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan, I know that you're tremendously talented and your combat powers are also extremely great, but you mustn't look down on the other sect's junior generation, especially the Heavenly Sky sect. Their personal disciples are much stronger than Yuntian and the rest, Xiao Jian suddenly interjected and said gravely in a sincere tone. As the Southern Domain's strongest sect, the Heavenly Sky sect's personal disciples' strength was obviously the greatest. Although Li Zhangyu was accepted as a personal disciple by a Grand Elder, that was only because his potential was huge. In terms of real strength, he was not considered much in the Heavenly Sky sect. Those personal disciples with immense seniority were the existences with the greatest strength today. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, I was only providing an opinion for Lord Sect Master. As for whether he accepts it or not, I dare not dispute. But if Sect Master decides to go ahead, I hope that I can be considered one of the members. No way. Even a 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist died inside. You're only at the spirit condensation realm, going in is too dangerous. Yi Yuan, you're our Tranquil Cloud sect's hope. I don't wish for you to be in any danger. Luo Qingfeng directly rejected it. You got to be kidding. When he broke through 2 days ago, Luo Qingfeng was so frightened that he nearly croaked. Exploring such a dangerous mystic realm this time, if anything were to happen, he would not be able to compensate even if he threw in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. But Yi Yuan did not act appropriately with Luo Qingfeng's expectation. Luo Qingfeng knew that he could not convince Yi Yuan by looking at the expression in his eyes. Luo Qingfeng was crying bitterness in his heart. He initially already decided to go for it. But looking at this attitude from Yi Yuan, he started to hesitate again. This living ancestor was really willful. What did a spirit condensation realm martial artist run over to play with a bunch of crystal formation realm martial artists for? What's happening? Luo Qingfeng and the rest exchanged glances and suddenly thought of something. They could not help becoming wildly elated. Martial uncle. He broke through. That's truly fantastic. Xiao Jian said joyfully. Go. Let's go and take a look. Yi Yuan, you come too. You have great contributions for martial uncle to be able to break through. Luo Qingfeng said. The few people rushed to Sky Maple Court at fire speed only to see black clouds gathering over the court. It's soul tribulation. Martial uncle is starting to cross his soul tribulation, Ouyang Yu exclaimed. As an alchemist, his greatest wish was to be able to cross a soul tribulation once. When martial artists open up the sea transformation realm, soul sea realm was going against the heavens. Hence, when martial artists cultivated to the soul sea realm and beyond, they would face the test of heavenly tribulation, and when alchemists cultivate past the soul sea realm, their soul force would have a qualitative leap. Every breakthrough will similarly cause heavenly tribulation to descend. However, the heavenly tribulation for alchemists was different from martial artists. It only targeted the divine soul. Hence, it was called soul tribulation. If Ouyang Yu could break through to the soul sea realm and become an alchemy king, he would experience the first soul tribulation in his life. Except, this step was way too difficult for him. That SS of dark clouds was not large, but the extremely horrifying energy was incomparable. Said within it, filling people's heart with trepidation. Before long, fine lightning began to fall, directly penetrating the residence, rumbling into the place that Sky Maple was in seclusion. The lightning grew progressively more and increasingly dense. Just the awe could make crystal formation realm martial artists feel asphyxiated. When Yi Yuan saw this familiar scene from far away, boundless emotions welled up in his heart. In his previous life, he had tided over dozens of soul tribulations and was all too familiar with this. But in this life, this was the first time Yi Yuan saw something like soul tribulation. It naturally aroused his boundless reminiscence. Since it was called soul tribulation, it was a calamity for the martial artist's divine soul. Many alchemists fell to the soul tribulation, their souls dispersed to the wind. Alchemists who could cross dozens of soul tribulations and reach the pinnacle were all virtually invincible existences. Yi Yuan in his previous life walked towards the pinnacle step by step like this. But in this life, he believed that he would still walk like this step by step towards the pinnacle. No, in this life, he wanted to walk even further. The four people around him apparently did not notice Yi Yuan's gallant feel. They watched this scene anxiously. Roughly an hour later, the lightning gradually lessened. The dark clouds in the sky also started to dissipate. The soul tribulation finally ended. Everyone, come in. Sky Maple's words called them in. He had obviously discovered the people outside long ago. It was just that this voice was rather worn out. It looks like the Sky Maple who had just crossed the soul tribulation was still quite weak. But Yi Yuan knew that this kind of weakness would not persist for long. Very soon, Sky Maple's soul force would increase explosively and truly reach the level of middle-rank alchemy king. Seeing Yi Yuan, Sky Maple was also very surprised, but very happy. Haha, I didn't think that Yi Yuan you're also here, Sky Maple said jubilantly. It was all thanks to Yi Yuan that he could break through to middle-rank alchemy king. He naturally felt close to Yi Yuan when he saw him. Yi Yuan went forward to give a bow and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Grand Elder for breaking through to the middle-rank alchemy king. Sigh, what's there to congratulate? Isn't this middle-rank alchemy king of mine all due to you? Haha, this is all Grand Elder's profound fortunes. What has it got to do with this child?" Grand Elder broke through to middle-rank alchemy king. Tranquil Cloud Sect's sky-propping pillar is much more stable. This is naturally something worth congratulating, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not claim credit at all, Sky Maple was even more pleased. Smiling gently, he said, "This is pretty good. After this old man recuperates for a few days, I'll start refining soul-luring pills. Xiao Jian, Potian, the two of you also need to cultivate harder in the future and strive to break through to half-step Soul Sea Realm soon. This way, my Tranquil Cloud Sect will have 3 Soul Sea Realm experts, and our strength will increase tremendously." Let's see if the Heavenly Sky Sect still dares to bully my Tranquil Cloud Sect. When Sky Maple said those words, the four people were so agitated that they trembled non-stop. Soul Luring Pill was a medicinal pill to help Sea Transformation Realm experts break through to the Soul Sea Realm. It required the cultivation of middle-rank Alchemy King to be able to refine. But how many years had it been since a middle-rank Alchemy King alchemist appeared in the Tranquil Cloud Sect? If the Tranquil Cloud Sect could produce 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouse all at once, then they could jump to the middle reaches of the 8 great sects. Other sects would have to re-evaluate before thinking about bullying the Tranquil Cloud Sect again. Chapter 288, Sending Off. Chapter 288, Sending Off the Might of Alchemists laid here. Back then, the reason Ouyang Tuortian could let the Tranquil Cloud Sect flourish at the top for a time was due to this. As long as they had ample resources, alchemists could forcibly use medicinal pills to pile up a bunch of powerhouses. 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouses. Even if they were only 3 first-level Soul Sea Realm, they would also absolutely be a force that most could not overlook in the Southern Domain. Yi Yuan, you already broke through to the 7th-level Spirit Condensation Realm. Isn't this cultivation speed seriously a little too fast? Sky Maple suddenly noticed Yi Yuan's change and exclaimed in surprise. Towards Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, he had long heard about it too. These words were more of worrying that Yi Yuan's foundation would be shaky. Yi Yuan detected Sky Maple's concern and said smilingly, Disciple had some comprehensions when taking part in the sect Grand Compet. One tie on a few days back, so I borrowed the momentum to break through. Sky Maple nodded and said, Then that's good. That's fine. With your talent, staying in my Tranquil Cloud Sect is kind of wasted. But don't you worry, the sect will definitely support you with all our might. Sky Maple deeply sensed that the Tranquil Cloud Sect really did not have too great of an allure to Yi Yuan. He could only show his support on such a matter. Yi Yuan hurriedly said, Where did this come from, Grand Elder? Walking all the way until here, I've received much grace from the sect. No matter where I walk to, the Tranquil Cloud Sect would be my route. Yi Yuan's words had 2 layers of meaning. One was to express that he would not forget the Tranquil Cloud Sect. The second was to give Sky Maple an immunization jab that he would definitely leave the Tranquil Cloud Sect in the future. Having witnessed Yi Yuan's talent and means, Sky Maple obviously would not be naive enough to think that a tiny little Tranquil Cloud Sect could hold Yi Yuan. But this sentence from Yi Yuan was enough. Good. It's good that you have this heart. You all take your leave first. This seat will rest for a few days before summoning you all again, Sky Maple said. Luo Qingfeng suddenly voiced out at this time, Martial Uncle, since you've already exited seclusion, Martial Nephew just happens to have something to discuss with you here. Oh, let's hear it. Sky Maple knew that Luo Qingfeng was not someone weak and spineless. Since he wanted to discuss something with him at this time, it was surely something major. Luo Qingfeng recounted the matter of the Heavenly Sky Sect inviting the 7 sects to explore the mystic realm together to Sky Maple in detail and also talked about the few people's deductions. Sky Maple shot Yi Yuan a surprised look. He nodded and said, Yi Yuan's analysis is very logical. This trip, we certainly must go. This mystic realm is bound to be extraordinary. We can't let go of this chance. I think that you guys have already made a decision. Luo Qingfeng also gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, Yes, Martial Uncle. I've decided to let Yuntian lead the team and also select several personal disciples and elite disciples to go there. It's just that Yi Yuan, he wants to tag along too. Sky Maple flung his hand when he heard that and said totally unconcernedly, If he wants to go, then let him go. How can young people grow without experiencing hearts? HI+P? But Luo Qingfeng did not imagine that Sky Maple's attitude was actually like this. He could not help saying anxiously. But Sky Maple waved his hands to stop him and said, All right. This matter is set like this. I have to enter a retreat. Seeing Sky Maple's insistence, Luo Qingfeng could only drop it. Blockhead. Why did Yi Yuan's master leave him unattended? Isn't it to let him experience trials alone? You treat him like treasure and hide him within the sect. How can Yi Yuan possibly agree to it? Furthermore, even if you forbid him from descending the mountain, would he listen obediently and not go down the mountain? When Luo Qingfeng walked to the entrance, Sky Maple's voice transmission suddenly reached. He came to a realization why Sky Maple insisted on letting Yi Yuan go. Rather than protecting Yi Yuan cautiously, it would be better to let him run himself amok. What Yi Yuan's master wanted to see was the ascension of a powerhouse and not a flower in a greenhouse. This point, Sky Maple saw it much clearer than him. "Thank you for Martial Uncle's guidance," Luo Qingfeng replied and withdrew. The following few days, Yi Yuan remained in seclusion without leaving to make ample preparations for this journey. This trip was beset with danger. Even if Yi Yuan had the intention to brave it, he also needed to make ample preparations. Luo Qingfeng picked 7 disciples this time. Among them, the most powerful one was personal disciple Mo Yuntian. Apart from Mo Yuntian and Yi Yuan, Ti Wujiu and Tian Yu were surprisingly among them. Among the other 3 people, there was an elder's personal disciple as well as 2 elite disciples. Tian Yu entered seclusion to break through to the crystal formation realm after the grand compet. 1 Taion. He was already a first-level crystal formation realm martial artist. His strength went up a level. Now, Yi Yuan, Tian Yu, and Tang Yuer's ident. 1 Tai's were already elite disciples. After the grand compet, 1 Taion, Cheng Wu and another elite disciple directly forsake the match when they saw Tian Yu and Yi Yuan's fight, while Tang Yuer defeated her opponent in the final match and got promoted to elite disciple 2. Apart from this, Luo Qingfeng even appointed a sea transformation realm elder to hold the line and lead these people forth. In the territories of the Heavenly Sky sect, it could hardly be justified without a sea transformation realm expert holding the line. But Luo Qingfeng also warned him in advance to not enter the mystic realm. In the entire team, there was only Yi Yuan, this one spirit condensation realm martial artist. But fellow sect members who saw his grand compet. 1 Taion obviously would not treat him as an ordinary spirit condensation realm martial artist. At the very least, the Yi Yuan after breaking through 3 minor realms successively definitely had a strength above Tian Yu. The power of that final sword, even the Tian Yu after breaking through probably did not dare to receive it head-on either. Everything was set. Sky Maple exited seclusion to personally see these 8 people off. After Li Zhangyu got an answer, he already returned to his sect first. He did not wish to stay in this tranquil cloud sect for another moment longer. "My Zhen, this journey is very perilous. Your number 1 priority is to bring them back wholly intact, understood?" Sky Maple exhorted. The elder leading the team was called Mai Zhen, a 3rd-level sea transformation realm martial artist. He was a prudent person. Luo Qingfeng chose him because he liked this point. Mai Zhen said respectfully, "Don't worry, Grand Elder, Mai Zhen definitely won't fail this assignment. These few people are my tranquil cloud sect's future. Even if I have to risk this old life, I'll also bring them back safely." Honestly speaking, Mai Zhen himself did not really have much confidence in retreating unscathed. But at this moment, he could only say so. Sky Maple nodded, and it was considered to have tacitly acknowledged Mai Zhen's promise. He also knew that there would most likely be some losses on this trip. But what needed to be faced had to be faced eventually. While this trip was dangerous, it might be Mai Zhen's and the team's lucky chance. For geniuses who wished to grow up and become a genuine powerhouse, it was impossible to not face death. This point, Sky Maple was crystal clear. Sky Maple exhorted Mai Zhen again, and then he went in front of Yi Yuan. "Yi Yuan, I won't say anything unnecessary. I wish you a safe return. My tranquil cloud sect's rise and fall all lie on you alone," Sky Maple said. If Sky Maple said these words in the past, everyone would surely scoff at it. But now, No Body objected. This was an indisputable truth. Yi Yuan's talent was already exaggerated to the extent that it was unimaginable. His significance to the sect was naturally different too. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said respectfully, "Rest assured, Grand Elder, it's just exploring a mystic realm. Yi Yuan definitely will not return empty-handed." Chapter 289, Tier 3 Detoxification Pill. Chapter 289, Tier 3 Detoxification Pill. Watching the flying vessel disappear into the horizon, Nanfeng Jiro felt a rare sense of loss. Sigh, stop looking. He is destined to be a person from a different world from us. Nanfeng Ruoqing behind her sighed faintly. Nanfeng Jiro turned around, her beautiful eyes already holding tears. Not knowing why, when she heard Nanfeng Ruoqing's words, her tears flowed down against her will. Aunt, I. Nanfeng Jiro choked on her words. Seeing Nanfeng Jiro like this, Nanfeng Ruoqing also felt sour in her heart. Her niece was so, but how was she not too? It was just that her feelings were much more reserved compared to Nanfeng Jiro and would not be as emotional as Nanfeng Jiro. Who knew when it started, but Yi Yuan's figure would surface in Nanfeng Ruoqing's mind ceaselessly. But with the passing of time, Nanfeng Ruoqing suddenly became aware that there was already an impasse-able gulf between Yi Yuan and her. He was no longer that little rookie who nearly lost his life at Nanfeng Jiro's sword. He had already grown into a towering tree. Even the formidable Tian Yu suffered defeat at his hands. Now, the two of them aunt and niece were almost unable to see even Yi Yuan's back view anymore. Nanfeng Jiro leaned on her aunt's shoulder and cried while Nanfeng Ruoqing gently patted her back, consoling her as she said, I know. Sniff, sniff. Then what about auntie? Nanfeng Jiro sniffled. Nanfeng Ruoqing froze. Her beautiful body let her down and started trembling. Nanfeng Jiro pushed off her hug and said with tears running down her face, I know that auntie likes him too. Do we really have no chance at all? Nanfeng Ruoqing sighed and shook her head, saying, bury this feeling in your heart and perhaps we can still maintain the relations. Hi+P of friends. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it will scare him off. Nanfeng Jiro said stubbornly, I'm unresigned. Nanfeng Ruoqing sighed lightly and did not say anything else. Yi Yuan and the team rode the flying vessel, traveling 100,000 miles a day. But the tranquil cloud sect was too far away from the heavenly sky sect. They needed 10 days or so before they could reach. On the flying vessel, Yi Yuan meditated every day to cultivate and consolidate his realm. At this moment, he was already not far from the 8th level spirit condensation realm. Towards such a cultivation speed, the group of seniors could only sigh with admiration. Elder Mai, ahead is the Cloud Dream Mountain range. Let's go down, Mo Yuntian said. Maizhen nodded, and the group of 8 disembarked the flying vessel. The coordinates Li Zhangyu left behind for the Tranquil Cloud sect was this Cloud Dream Mountain range, which was also the entrance to that unknown mystic realm. Riding the flying vessel would easily startle the demonic beasts in the mountains. Hence, the Tranquil Cloud sect party chose to disembark the flying vessel in advance and walk on foot. Up ahead, vast expanses of mountain ranges towered into the clouds. It looked very lofty and magnificent. This Cloud Dream mountain range is a famous danger zone within the heavenly sky sect's boundaries. Not only are there demonic beasts running wild inside, but there are also even all kinds of poisonous miasma in the mountains. Even a crystal formation realm martial artist who recklessly goes deep inside might not return alive, Maizhen said. We've already entered the mountain range. Everyone, consume this detoxification pill first to prevent suck. Bing to the toxin of this poisonous miasma, Mo Yuntian said to everyone. They were currently not deep into the mountains at the moment. This miasma did not pose much threat to them, but Mo Yuntian felt that it was better to be safe. After all, this was other people's territory. As strangers in a strange land, it was best to not fail miserably here. Wait a minute. Just as they were about to swallow the pill, Yi Yuan opened his mouth to stop them. What is it, junior apprentice brother Yi? Mo Yuntian asked curiously. Yi Yuan fished out a bottle of pills and Pares said it to Mo Yuntian, saying, use my medicinal pills. This. Mo Yuntian involuntarily hesitated. What they were eating were Tier 3 detoxification pills, but Yi Yuan was at most an alchemy master. Could the medicinal pills that he refined be better than those refined by the pill hall elders? But Mo Yuntian knew that Yi Yuan would not do this kind of lame thing from his personality. He could not help hesitating. Yuntian, open it up and take a look, At this time, Maizhen spoke. Mo Yuntian did as told and opened the medicinal bottle. Medicinal fragrance reached their noses. These are Tier 3 detoxification pills? Where did you get this from, junior apprentice brother Yi? Mo Yuntian could not help being astonished when he saw the pills in the medicinal bottle. Martial artists were no strangers to medicinal pills. This bottle of pills given by Yi Yuan were clearly Tier 3 detoxification pills as well, but was completely different from the ones that they brought. Although they had not eaten it yet, Mo Yuntian could feel just from the medicinal fragrance that these detoxification pills were much better than those refined by the elders. Yi Yuan was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Where did his medicinal pills come from? Mo Yuntian and these disciples were unaware, but as an elder, Maizhen knew that Yi Yuan had the ident. One tie of nominal elder in the pill hall. That was why he made Mo Yuntian open it up to see. Except, when he saw these Tier 3 detoxification pills, Maizhen was speechlessly shocked. Could these medicinal pills be refined by Yi Yuan himself? Maizhen was very clear that it was impossible for the elders in the pill hall to refine such detoxification pills even if Grand Elder Skymaple took up the matter personally. Because the Tranquil Cloud sect did not have the pill formula for this kind of detoxification pills, Maizhen was not surprised that Yi Yuan knew this sort of new pill formula. But if Yi Yuan refined Tier 3 medicinal pills with alchemy master status, that would be too shocking. Maizhen had lived to ripe old age and had seen many spirit condensation realms crossing ranks to battle with crystal formation realms, but had never seen spirit condensation realm martial artists being able to refine Tier 3 medicinal pill. This was the first time Maizhen felt awe and reverence towards a spirit condensation realm martial artist. This Yi Yuan was truly too shocking. Yi Yuan originally did not wish to draw too much attention either, but he faintly felt that this Cloud Dream mountain range did not seem very normal. For the sake of fellow members' safety, he had better take out these detoxification pills. Not only could his detoxification pills resolve poison within the body, but it could also even resolve the poison miasma which affected the divine soul at the same time. Yi Yuan was the ancestor of using poison. With a sweeping glance, he knew that the poison miasma in the deep regions of this Cloud Dream mountain range most likely had an effect on the divine soul. That was why he took out his own detoxification pills. This was how the Cloud Dream mountain range got its name. Once a martial artist's divine soul got infected by the poison miasma, they would probably fall into an illusion or insanity. If they were not treated in time, they would ultimately be tormented by this poison miasma till death. Yi Yuan just smiled and said to Mo Yuntian, "Don't ask any more, senior apprentice brother Mo. Will junior harm you?" Mo Yuntian felt awkward and replied with a smile, "Where did that come from, junior apprentice brother Yi? I was just overly surprised." Cough, cough. Juniors, let's all consume junior apprentice brother Yi's detoxification pill. His medicinal pills seem to be much better than the ones we brought. Mo Yuntian distributed the medicinal pills to the others and also swallowed one himself. Mo Yuntian only noticed that Yi Yuan did not eat any after consuming the medicinal pill. He could not help asking, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, why aren't you eating?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "I don't need to. This miasma is ineffective against me." Mo Yuntian was stupefied. Indeed, he discovered that there was really some empty space around Yi Yuan. This miasma was actually unable to approach Yi Yuan. This was too wondrous. Chapter 290, Humiliation. Chapter 290, Humiliation. No way. Yi Yuan, why can't this poisonous miasma touch you? Mo Yuntian exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "I have a magic treasure on me that can ward off this poisonous miasma." Mo Yuntian had a look of realization. That explains it. Yi Yuan threw out a white lie. He did not have any magic treasure on him at all. Or should he say, his magic treasure was his divine soul. Yi Yuan once used his body to test poison countless times in his previous life and then resolve it himself. Regardless of whether it was his body or divine soul, there was incredible immunity against toxicity. One could say that he had reached the level of invulnerable to 100 poisons. This poisonous miasma was just some low-level existence to Yi Yuan. It naturally could not harm him. Of course, if it were a Tier 9 poisonous miasma, even if Yi Yuan recovered to his peak state, he would not be able to withstand it. The horrors of a Tier 9 toxic miasma was something that ordinary people could not understand. All right, everyone already ate the pills. Let's set off, Maijin said. The group forcefully pressed down the astonishment in their hearts and started heading towards the depths of the Cloud Dream mountain range, walking towards the coordinates given by Heavenly Sky Sect. The strength of this team was incredibly powerful. Normal low-tier demonic beasts were simply unable to come close. The group walked for some time without any obstacles but heard some human bustling indistinctly ahead. Walking closer to take a look, it turned out to be a group of burly men surrounding two girls in the center like they were demanding something. The two ladies, one was wearing a light yellow tunic, and the other was wearing white-colored fitting robes. Their looks were very ordinary, especially the female wearing a light yellow tunic. She even had an ugly birthmark on her face, making people feel like puking when they see it. It was hideous. Furthermore, she had a pale, sickly look, and her face was waxen like she had some peculiar illness. But the two people's realms were not low. They were around the 2nd or 3rd level crystal formation realm. Hey, ugly girl. Why haven't you surrendered the crow orchid Ganoderma? If you continue to not know what's good for you, don't blame us for not being polite. That girl in white fitting robes said icily, we discovered this crow orchid Ganoderma first. Why should we give you? Why should you? Because we're stronger than you. This crow orchid Ganoderma is a Tier 4 spirit medicine. Letting the two of you uglies enjoy it is too much of a waste of God's gift. Haha. His laughter stopped abruptly because they discovered that another group of people showed up. Elder Mai, it's people from the High Clarity sect. Mo Yuntian recognized the ident. One ties of these people very quickly and said to Maijin. Maijin nodded. It was clear that he recognized these people too. The High Clarity sect is really declining as time passes. As a member of the 8 great sects, they're actually doing something dirty like committing highway robbery, Maijin said with contempt. What should we do, Elder Mai? Mo Yuntian asked worriedly. High Clarity sect was ranked 4 among the 8 great sects, much stronger compared to the Tranquil Cloud sect. There were roughly 10 people in this group. The number of people was even slightly more than Tranquil Cloud sect side. They were clearly going to partic. 1p8 in this unknown mystic realm exploration too. Both parties obviously did not imagine that they would actually bump into each other here beforehand. Furthermore, it was under such awkward circumstances. More than 10 guys bullying 2 frail girls. It was evidently not something honorable. Maijin frowned slightly. He was obviously considering how to deal with this matter too. So, it's friends from the Tranquil Cloud sect. I believe that you're going to the unknown mystic realm too, right? These 2 ladies stole my High Clarity sect's item. I hope that none of you will intervene in this matter. Or else. A sea transformation realm expert from the High Clarity sect said. These people were obviously the same as Maijin, people leading the High Clarity sect team. It was just that the High Clarity sect's team had 2 sea transformation realm martial artists inside. This allowed their team's strength to be much stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect's. The other party had evidently seen the contrast in strength between both parties. Hence, they were fearless. There were even some hints of threatening when talking. Pooh. This crow orchid Ganoderma was clearly obtained by us first. When did it become your High Clarity sect's item? Do you still want face or not? The girl in fitting robes said scornfully. The ugly girl in yellow clothes appeared very calm instead and was not as agitated as the girl in white fitting robes. She pulled her sleeves and said, forget it, Yanger. Miss, I'm unwilling to give in. Yanger said unhappily. The ugly girl smiled but did not say any more. Yanger kept her mouth shut sensibly. It looks like this ugly girl was even the master of that Yanger. Haha, this ugly girl knows what's good and bad. How is it, Tranquil Cloud sect's friends, are you going to sow a grudge against us? The person from the High Clarity sect said arrogantly. Maijin let out a sigh and said to the people behind him, let's go. Finished talking, He brought the Tranquil Cloud sects group and skirted around this area and continued walking towards the depths of the Cloud Dream Mountain range. The Tranquil Cloud sects people all had bitterness on their faces. It was clear that they were very unwilling. People who practiced the sword tend to be righteous. Most of these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples practiced the sword. Encountering such an incident, they naturally wanted to draw their sword to help out. This group of people from the High Clarity sect was really too shameless. To actually bully two weak girls and even maligned them. But with the present situation, even if the Tranquil Cloud sect and the other party fought it out to the death, it would be hard to win in the end. After all, the other party had 2C transformation realm experts. Yi Yuan's expression flickered but did not say anything. He followed the main group step by step and left. TCH. Indeed, jackals from the same lair. There's not a single good person from the sect. Turning around and leaving when they see this kind of situation, what difference is there from the culprits? Yang Er's cold laughter came from behind. Mai Zhen's figure involuntarily froze. After pausing for a split second, he strode out in large steps. Out of sight, and out of mind. Luo Qingfeng's reminder sounded beside his ear. Mai Zhen did not wish to ruin the lives of the sect's elites in vain just because of a momentary impulse. The ones he brought out this time were all the elite forces of the sect, especially Yi Yuan. If he lost his life because of two barely acquainted girls, how was he going to give an account to Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng when he returned? Ha ha ha, the Tranquil Cloud sect are indeed a bunch of cowards, running away without even daring to let out a fart. I think once Sky Maple, that old fellow, dies, the Tranquil Cloud sect's signboard of one of the 8 great sects most likely can't be preserved. Such a group of cowards is also worthy of being called 8 great sects. Really dying of laughter. The Mystic Realm exploration this time is so dangerous, and they actually only sent a 3rd level C transformation realm. I think they have no deployable personnel in the sect, right? There are so many natural treasures in this Mystic Realm, yet they came to be bystanders. I wonder how many can return alive this time? Ha ha ha. The High Clarity sect's people did not deliberately conceal their voices. Brazen mocking laughter spread over from far away. The Tranquil Cloud sect's group could not resist wanting to go back to fight it out to the death. At this time, Tianyu heard the other party cursing Sky Maple and could not hold back anymore. He turned around and went back. This bunch of grandsons. Do they really think that they are extraordinary? I'll go kill that loudmouthed fellow, Tianyu said furiously. Halt! Mai Zhen stopped Tianyu and said, Tianyu, if you dare to go back, I'll immediately seal your essence energy. Elder Mai, they're bullying us too far. Mai Zhen said in a low voice, lack of forbearance in minor matters upsets great plans. You're all the sect's future. Don't struggle for this sort of momentary relief. If you feel humiliated, then cultivate harder and claim this debt in the future. But. Right then, Yi Yuan pulled Tianyu but smiled at Mai Zhen and said, Elder Mai, you guys go ahead first. I have something and need to leave for a while. Chapter 291, Scapegoat. Chapter 291, Scapegoat. What? You want to go back alone? No way. Absolutely not. Mai Zhen refused right away. The other side had 2C transformation realm experts. What was Yi Yuan going back alone for other than courting death? Even if Yi Yuan was more monstrous, it was also impossible to be a C transformation realm expert's match right now. Yi Yuan's performance also made everyone feel very surprised. From earlier up until now, Yi Yuan had always been the calmest person. But now, Yi Yuan wanted to go back alone. Mo Yuntian also jumped in fright. He hurriedly urged, what Elder Mai said was correct. We should know shame, and then be motivated, and so cultivate even harder. Yi Yuan, don't fight for this momentary release. With your talent, wouldn't cruise. Plussing them be effortless in the future? But Yi Yuan laughed and said, Elder Mai and senior apprentice brother Mo are worrying too much. I just have some other matters to attend to. I'm not going back to seek revenge. Don't worry, everyone. You guys go on first. I'll catch up later. Mai Zhen was stunned when he heard this. You're really not going back to find the High Clarity sect? Yi Yuan nodded and said, really not. Relax, Elder Mai. Yi Yuan still have some little tricks. Protecting myself in this Cloud Dream mountain range is not an issue. This Cloud Dream mountain range is riddled with dangers. If you have something, why not say it? Best is if everybody moves together. Maizhen frowned and said. Just something minor. I'll be right back. Won't delay much time. Elder Mai, bring the rest away first, Yi Yuan said. Maizhen thought about it and nodded, saying, all right then, catch up swiftly. You're moving alone, so if you encounter any situation, make sure not to be rash. Protecting yourself is the most important. Yi Yuan said, rest assured, Elder Mai. Yi Yuan is not somebody reckless like that. Farewell. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved and vanished from everyone's sight. Maizhen sighed and said to the group, let's go. But Mo Yuntian said, Elder Mai, Yi Yuan he is clearly going back to find the High Clarity Sect's men. How can you let him go? Maizhen looked at Mo Yuntian and said with a sigh, before setting off, Grand Elder informed me that although I'm the one in charge, if Yi Yuan wants to do something, let him do it. Do not stop him. Turns out that Grand Elder had already antic. 1p8'd today's situation long ago. Mo Yuntian could not help being stifled when he heard this, but he did not know what to say either. Grand Elder had long predicted that Yi Yuan would not listen obediently and gave him maximum freedom. How could he forbid it? Mo Yuntian believed that Grand Elder was surely even clearer than him about Yi Yuan's significance to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Since he dared to say so, it showed that he had full confidence in Yi Yuan. But Mo Yuntian just could not figure out how Yi Yuan was going to face two great sea transformation realm experts along with other crystal formation realm martial artists by himself. In the open field, the High Clarity Sect people were laughing at the Tranquil Cloud sect. For a moment, there was actually nobody who paid attention to the two girls. In their eyes, those two girls were lambs awaiting slaughter. They could take action at any time. After mocking for a while and seeing that the Tranquil Cloud sect group were already far away, they also felt bored and turned their attention to those two girls again. A High Clarity Sect Sea Transformation Realm Elder took a few steps closer and reached his hand out to the ugly girl, saying, Ugly girl, quickly hand over the Crow Orchid Ganoderma. If you still don't know how to appreciate kindness, then don't blame me for being impolite. That ugly girl shook her head and said, It's not that I'm not handing it over. It's that this Crow Orchid Ganoderma is useful to me, so I can't hand it to you. The elder's face became frosty and said, Don't reject face when it's given to you. What has it got to do with me whether it's useful to you or not? Are you handing it over or not? As he was talking, that elder released the pressure of a sea transformation realm. It seemed like he was going to attack with a single word of disagreement. But Yang sneered coldly and said, This is really a tiger landing in a plane being bullied by dogs. Some random stray cats and dogs also dare to bully people. I'm not going to surrender it today. What can you do about it? Yang was just about to take action but was held back by the ugly girl. Somebody from that batch of people came back. Hold your hand, the ugly girl transmitted her voice. When the elder heard Yanger's words, he was dazed. But he immediately became furious to the extreme and said with a laugh, Good, good, good. What a razor-tongue little lane SS. Old me have traversed UNO bestructed in the southern domain for so many years, but this is the first time somebody called me a stray animal. Watch if I don't shred your mouth later. Finished talking, that elder gathered up essence energy and wanted to make a move. But right then, a vast expanse of white fog suddenly rose around him. This fog came too quickly, directly submerging everyone inside. In a blink, one could not even see their hands in front of them. Even those two girls standing opposite could not be seen. That elder was secretly alarmed. But his hands did not slow. He still fired out an essence energy ball at the place where the two girls stood earlier. But sadly, he did not hear tragic cries coming from the opposite. It was as if this blow sunk into the sea like a rock without even stirring a wave. The elder turned around to look, but where was there still any shadows of his companions? The surroundings were all thick white fog. Nothing could be seen. What's going on? Why can't we see anything all of a sudden? Ah, who is it? Who be you imped into me? Ouch. Who kicked me? Disorderly sounds came from behind. They were clearly all caught completely off guard by this unexpected white fog. The elder's face fell, and he yelled out, "Everyone stay right where you are for me and don't move. Face the fearful without fear, and its fearfulness disappears. This is but a tiny little entrapping formation. It's very easy to break. Yu Feng, you work with me to break this formation." "Okay." Not far away, the other sea transformation realm elder's voice cried out. These two people did not know array formations, but their advantage laid in that their strength was formidable. The pair joined forces and wildly bombarded all directions. After 15 minutes, the array formation finally loosened. The vast expanse of white fog started to dissipate. The elder looked around, but the two girls were long gone. He was so furious that he slapped a palm on the large tree beside him. That huge tree collapsed at the sound of it. That elder called Yu Feng came up and said, "Brother WNG fan, do you think this is that group of people from the Tranquil Cloud sect playing tricks?" WNG fan pulled a long face and said, "I know those cowards from the Tranquil Cloud sect. To be able to set up such an entrapping formation imperceptibly under our eyes, they do not have that capability." Yu Feng frowned and said, "But, if it isn't Tranquil Cloud sect's people, then who is it?" WNG fan gnashed his teeth hatefully and said, "Perhaps those two girls have reinforcements. Furthermore, he is an array formation expert. A duck that landed in our hands flew away." "So vexing," Yu Feng said. Although the entrapping formation's level was not high, it wasn't simple. He took advantage of geographical conditions to lay out this miniature entrapping formation and even instantly gathered the fog in the mountains for his own use. With our wild attacks, it forcefully lasted for 15 minutes. WNG fan nodded and said, "This person's strength shouldn't be strong, but his array Dao attainments cannot be underestimated. If he had sea transformation realm strength, then you and I would probably have to die here. Let's go. Later when we enter the mystic realm, I have to properly find trouble with the Tranquil Cloud sect." The disciples could not help taking pity on them. The pitiful Tranquil Cloud sect became the two girls' scapegoat. Chapter 292, Diagnosis. Chapter 292, Diagnosis. In a deep valley inside the Cloud Dream mountain range, three silhouettes moved up and down and stopped at an empty lot. The three people were none other than precisely Yi Yuan and the two girls. Yang sized up Yi Yuan's young and handsome face and said with a smile, "A 7th-level spirit condensation realm who is not yet 16 years old. This rate of progress is considered decent." Yi Yuan smiled too and said, "Miss Yang flatters me." Yang said in surprise, "How rare that you actually remembered my name. And it's also rare for the sects to actually have such a righteous, heroic youth like yourself. Truly out of my expectations. Those fellows who stood by and watched us die are all some cold-blood creatures. I hope that they get eaten by demonic beast." "Yang, Mister is our savior, how can you talk this way to him?" the ugly girl reproached. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "No harm. Miss Yang a straight talker, rather very alike to a friend of mine. It's just that these words are kind of biased and a little vicious. It's not that those seniors of mine didn't wish to save you, but their strength is lacking even though their heart is willing. You saw it too, the High Clarity sect has 2C transformation realm experts. If we clash, our side will definitely lose out greatly. Also, our sect's strength is beneath theirs. They are all part of the main forces of their sect. If there are any mishaps, the sect cannot bear it either." The friend that Yi Yuan referred to was naturally Nanfeng Jiro. Except, this Yang and Nanfeng Jiro had some differences. She was missing some princess temper. He could sense that this Yang's anger was still primarily because the Tranquil Cloud sect looked on indifferently without lending a hand in their matters. Actually, in the martial arts world, these sort of deploring was really not very logical. This Yang seemed like a fledgling who had just entered the world, ignorant towards everything. Yang sized up Yi Yuan and suddenly said, "All right, I forgive them. I take back my words earlier. The demonic beasts won't eat them." Hearing these words, even if it was Yi Yuan, he also could not quite refrain from laughing. He clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll thank Miss Yang on behalf of my seniors." The ugly girl bobbed a curtsy and apologized. "Yang is insensible. Mister, please do not blame." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Miss Yang is forthright and is clear about what to love or hate. Why would I get angry with her? While talking, Yi Yuan could not refrain from sizing up the ugly girl. She was really quite unsightly. But Yi Yuan would not discriminate against her because of this. Looks were determined by parents and the heaven. How could one make the decision? Furthermore, although this girl was hideous, she was highly cultured and sensible, gentle and generous. Her movements had the grace of an influential family. Presumably, her background should not be poor. What are you looking at, punk? Don't think that you can have any improper thoughts because you saved us. My family's miss is out of your reach. When Yang saw Yi Yuan's eyes, she immediately became full of fighting spirit like a mother hen protecting her chicks as if her family's miss was some matchless beauty. Yi Yuan inadvertently found it funny when he saw the situation and said, Miss Yang is over analyzing things. From what I see, your family's miss's body seems to be unwell, that's why I took a few more looks at her. A trace of astonishment involuntarily flashed across Yang and that ugly girl's faces. But Yang said cunningly, my family's miss's complexion looks bad. Even a moron can tell that her body is unwell, right? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, your family's miss's illness is probably not something as simple as her complexion being pale and wan. This one is knowledgeable in medical knowledge. May I take a look at Miss? Maybe I can be of help. Yang gave a doubtful look and thought to herself, could it be that this fellow perceived something? You, a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist. At the very best, you're just an alchemy master too. What can you see? Yang said vigilantly. But the ugly girl said, since Mr. can see that my body is unwell, I believe that you learned from a renowned master. There's no harm in taking a look. However, I've seen before many famed masters for this illness of mine, but they were all helpless about it. Though she said so, the ugly girl reached her dainty hand out and placed it in front of Yi Yuan. Yang was alarmed when she saw it and said, Miss. The ugly girl waved her hands and said, there's no harm. Mr. just has good intentions. I guess that Mr. came from a prominent master and when he saw this sickly body of mine, he began itching to try his skill. Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard this. He chortled and said, Miss is very astute, this Yi Yuan is very impress. With my visual prowess, I should be able to see through Mrs. Sickness with one glance. But I got nothing after looking for a long time. This one is indeed itching to test my skills. Yi Yuan thought to himself that although this lady's looks were appalling, she was very clever and sensible as if she could see through people's thoughts with one look. Alchemists were all medical pract. Tyeners. Helping people diagnose illness was usual practice. Yi Yuan's abilities went without saying. For common illnesses, he only had to examine slightly before being able to determine it. But earlier, he stared at this ugly girl for a long time and got nothing. This really made him itch to have a go. But when Yang heard this, she said disdainfully, you're just a low-rank alchemy master. What are you pretending to be capable for? Even if an alchemy grandmaster or an alchemy king came, they might not necessarily be as arrogant as you, right? Yi Yuan shot Yang a brief glance and opened his mouth to say, Miss Yang's blood vitality has a slight deficit and your complexion a little pale. I think that you had just suffered very severe internal injuries several months back. Now, although your injuries have already healed, the lost blood essence has most likely yet to recover fully. The crow orchid ganoderma that the high-clarity sect was asking for was probably giving Miss Yang to use to replenish her blood essence, right? This time, Yang was truly shocked. What Yi Yuan said was actually not the tiniest bit off. If Yang's injuries were not recovered yet, there was naturally nothing impressive about Yi Yuan perceiving it. But her injuries were already practically healed. The average person would absolutely be unable to see from the surface that she had suffered tremendous internal injuries a few months ago. The injury at that time was naturally to protect the young lady. She nearly died because of it. But several months had already passed since then. Her wounds were already pretty much healed, and her deficient blood essence was already largely recovered. This crow orchid ganoderma was only used to consolidate her foundation and to replenish her spirit to prevent affecting future cultivation. Looking on the outside, She was no different from an ordinary person. But even so, Yi Yuan still saw through it at a single glance. A puny little low-rank alchemy master actually had such visual prowess. The ugly girl was also surprised as she said, "Mr. actually have such visual prowess. What you said was completely on point. Looks like Yang and I judged people by their appearance and looked down on Mr. Leah apologizes to Mr. As she spoke, she curtsied towards Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan hurriedly performed a supporting hand gesture and said smilingly, "Miss need not be so polite. So, turns out that Mrs. name is called Leah. What a nice name. Mr. is too kind. I still don't know how to address Mr. Leah asked. Yi Yuan said, "This one is surnamed Yi. Given name is one word, Yuan. So, it's Mr. Yi. Then please Mr. Yi, do a diagnosis for Leah." As she said this, Leah reached her delicate arm out again. "Miss Yang, now, can I help Miss Leah take a look yet?" Yi Yuan did not reach out immediately. Instead, he faced Yang and asked. Yang pouted and said huffily, "Miss already agreed. What's the use if I don't agree?" Yi Yuan burst into laughter and reached 2 fingers out to put on Leah's wrist. Chapter 293, 2 Types of Spirit Physique. Chapter 293, 2 Types of Spirit Physique. When he saw Leah's slender and exquisite arm, Yi Yuan could not help being stunned. Her arm was glossy and clear, akin to fine white tallow jade, as if it did not belong in the mortal realm. This arm could virtually be described using the word perfect. Looking at Leah's appalling looks again, Yi Yuan felt extremely strong contrast. Yi Yuan felt very suspicious. How could 2 of such extremes appear on a girl at the same time? "Mr. Yi." Leah voiced out a reminder. Yi Yuan only recovered then and laughed awkwardly. "Apologies. I lost focus." Finished talking, Yi Yuan shut his eyes and purged distracting thoughts. He began diagnosing Leah. Yi Yuan's eyebrow gradually knitted together, becoming increasingly creased and deep. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Leah asked, "Did Mr. Yi make out something?" At this time, Yi Yuan let go of Leah's wrist. That creamy feel at his fingertips unwittingly made his mind wander. That sort of touching sensation actually led people to reminiscence endlessly. Yi Yuan could not help sighing inwardly. How could such a girl have a face like this? What a shame. Yang saw Yi Yuan's reminiscing look and knew that his thoughts were running wild. Towards her own family's Mrs. Charm, she knew deeply from experience. Seeing Yi Yuan keeping silent, Yang could not resist speaking first. "Can't say it, right? I knew it. A puny little low-rank alchemy master imitating other great masters to read the pulse. Many divine doctors have taken a look at my family's Mrs. Sickness and have no inkling at all. I really don't know where your courage came from. I also don't know how you duped us with those words earlier." Yi Yuan did not bother with her. Instead, he asked Leah, "Have Miss Leah cultivated ocular arts before?" Leah originally also thought that Yi Yuan was somebody with superficial knowledge. When she heard this, she involuntarily became alert and said with a nod, "That's right. Leah has cultivated ocular arts since young." Yi Yuan nodded and continued probing. "If my conjectures are correct, Miss Leah must have advanced at a tremendous pace when cultivating ocular arts, right?" "That's right. Mr. Yi can actually even tell this. Could it be that this strange illness of mine is related to cultivating ocular arts?" Leah asked in puzzlement. Yi Yuan was only reading her pulse. Under the situation where Leah did not take the initiative to release her ocular powers, Yi Yuan would simply be unable to detect it. In the past, those alchemists who diagnosed her all knew that she trained in ocular arts. But Yi Yuan was unaware. He actually discovered that she had cultivated ocular arts before just based on reading her pulse. He was clearly extraordinary. Moreover, hearing the meaning behind Yi Yuan's words, it seemed like her illness had a strong correlation to cultivating ocular art. Yi Yuan did not answer Leah's question but continued asking, "Does Miss Leah feel dispirited every few months and become completely listless whenever you're doing anything?" At this time, Leah had already completely put away any form of underestimation and said solemnly, "That's right. In the past, This sort of situation would happen every few months. It would last 3 to 5 days each time. But recently, the time between this symptom is becoming increasingly shorter, but the time it persists is getting progressively longer. My father had invited innumerable famed doctors because of this, but nobody could diagnose this illness. I didn't think that Mr. Yi actually has such capabilities at this young age. By the side, where was there still any hint of despise from Yang? She had long perked her ears up to listen intently. She was right beside when those so-called famous doctors diagnosed Miss. But nobody could explain why. But this boy only diagnosed slightly and could actually perceive so many things. Compared to this Yi Yuan, those so-called famous doctors were truly beneath even Tra's. Plus this period of time, watching Miss being tormented by her ailment, Yang also felt like she was experiencing it herself. But her concern was just concern. She was at a complete loss on what to do. Even old master was helpless. What could she do? Hearing Leah's praise, there was no pleased expression on Yi Yuan's face. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, Miss Leah is really a person riddled with paradoxes. Leah was dumbstruck. She asked, what does Mr. Yi mean? Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, forgive Yi Yuan for being brusque. I've observed that Miss Li has ice skin and jade bones, a sign of extreme nobility. Yet, your looks don't match. I discern that Miss Leah has moonlight heavenly eye physique, advancing at a tremendous pace when cultivating ocular arts. Yet, it just had to be the innate battle soul physique too. Leah and Yang had blank looks on their faces. They clearly know nothing about this innate battle soul physique. Mr. Yi, what kind of spirit physique is this innate battle soul physique? Leah has never heard of it before. Mr. Yi, please enlighten us. Leah opened her mouth to ask. Yi Yuan nodded and said, in this age, when martial artists cultivate, they first account you mulate essence, then cultivate the soul, and then gain enlightenment on Tao. This is associated with the upper 3 realms, middle 3 realms, and lower 3 realms. This kind of cultivation system is already very complete. The vast majority of martial artists in the world would take this path. Yi Yuan rattled on. Leah and Yang were all secretly astounded. They did not think that within a tiny little southern domain sect, there was actually somebody who could enumerate the upper, middle, and lower 3-realm cultivation system like his family's own inheritance. But then, it was said that 100,000 years ago, there was once a peerless powerhouse who possessed the innate battle soul physique. He walked the cultivation path of merging spirit and body and finally stepped into the deity realm. It was said that people who possessed this type of spirit physique, their bodies, and divine soul would gradually amalgamate, attaining the unparalleled great Tao from there. Yi Yuan continued. Leah was unbelievably baffled when she heard this. She had never heard of such a horrifying spirit physique before. And she herself was actually the owner of this kind of spirit physique. Your meaning is? Leah was nimble-minded. She had evidently already guessed what Yi Yuan was going to say. Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. The moonlight heavenly eye physique is likewise a deity realm physique. Furthermore, the cultivation of the moonlight heavenly eye physique similarly requires the support of soul force. That's also to say, these 2 types of spirit physiques are tearing your divine soul at the same time, all the way until one day, they will split your divine soul into 2. Also, your current symptoms are not very obvious yet. You just feel dizzy and lethargic. Subsequently, the pain of your divine soul will become progressively stronger. That kind of ripping sensation will make you wish that you were dead. When Yi Yuan was breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, he personally had a taste of that sort of divine soul-tearing agony. That kind of feeling of dying being better than living was still fresh in his mind right now. If a person suffered such torment every day, even a man of iron would collapse too, let alone a little girl. And Yi Yuan knew that even if one were a divine king realm powerhouse, under such torment, there would only be death in the end. Any one of these 2 types of spirit physiques would be incredibly terrifying. But gathering onto a person at the same time was lethal. When Yang listened to Yi Yuan's words, her tears immediately flowed. Nonsense. You're definitely talking rubbish. Plus this innate battle soul physique is simply unheard of. How do you know? Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, I also didn't imagine that I could chance upon such a spirit physique. But through Miss Leah's pulse earlier, I could indistinctly sense the strength of the ripping and the absorption her body has on the divine soul. Such a state is exactly the same as the innate battle soul physique. Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive towards soul force. Although the absorbing force in Leah's body was very minute, he could still detect it. Chapter 294, Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 Pill Formula. Chapter 294, Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 Pill Formula. Yang suddenly wiped her tears and said, I know. You're definitely hankering after my family's Mrs. Beauty, that's why you're deliberately saying so. Yes. No. I'm telling you, give up on this idea. My family's miss already likes someone else. When Yang's words came out, Leah's expression dimmed instead. Her eyes revealed a woeful look. Yi Yuan was stupefied. He looked at Leah's face but did not say anything. Towards this face, Yi Yuan was not disgusted by it, but it was not to an extent where he was coveting her beauty, right? What did that have to do with this? This Miss Yang was really packed with confidence in her family's miss. Forget about Leah, even Yang herself had no relation to the word beauty, right? Yang, stop talking nonsense. This appearance of mine, it's already extremely hard to come by that Mr. Yi is not repulsed by me. What beauty is there? Leah glared at Yang and said crossly. But miss, you didn't see that lecherous look of his just now. Yang refused to give in. Yi Yuan shook his head and said helplessly, since Miss Yang suspects my motives, then just take it as if I didn't say it. My seniors are still waiting for me. Farewell, ladies. Yi Yuan not arguing did not mean that he really had no temper. This Yang is really too self-absorbed. Even if I have never met women before, it's not to the extent where I will immediately be moved when I see a face like this, right? If he continued talking, wouldn't he saving people out of goodwill become ulterior motives? Wait a minute, Mr. Yi, keep your mouth shut for me, Yang. Just as Yi Yuan turned around to leave, Leah hurriedly stopped him. Miss Leah, this Yi was just shooting my mouth. Just take it as if you didn't hear it, Yi Yuan said. Leah shook her head and said, Yang is insensible. Although Mr.'s realm is not high, the level of your medicinal skills is seldom seen in Leah's lifetime. Leah boldly asks Mr. Does this spirit physique problem of mine has a solution? Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, You really want to hear? Leah nodded and said, This matter concerns life and death. I naturally want to listen. But we're barely acquaintances. Can you really trust me? Mr. Yi is chivalrous. Leah already cannot thank you enough in my heart, how can I not trust Mr.? If others see this face of mine, they would surely keep a respectful distance away. But Mr. Yi risked death to come back alone and save me. It can be seen that Mr. is righteous, somebody who can be trusted. Leah said. If it were some other youth, they would surely get carried away with pride upon hearing such praise. But Yi Yuan was very composed. When he did things, he only sought to be able to live with himself. As for whether Leah, the master and servant pair were grateful, he did not really mind. Except, forget that Yang was ungrateful, she even made baseless conjectures about him. This inevitably infuriated him. But Leah's words had a kind of spring breeze and rain magic. It felt very pleasing to Yi Yuan's ears when listening. That bit of displeasure from earlier also dissipated like a cloud. This made Yi Yuan sigh with admiration once again. It seemed like apart from her face was a little ugly, this Miss Leah could be said to be perfect in other areas. Yi Yuan sighed and said, All right then. Since Miss Leah trusts me, I'll talk about it. Leah gave a beautiful bow and said with a gentle smile, Leah thanks Mr. Yi. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, Don't be in such a rush to give thanks. Honestly speaking, a rarely seen dual spirit physique like yours is really very troublesome. The importance of the divine soul to a person need not be explained. If your divine soul is completely torn into two parts, what awaits can only be death. Talking about life and death, Leah was not really visibly moved. She asked calmly, then in Mr.'s opinion, how long more can Leah still live? Yi Yuan assessed for a moment and said, this would have to depend on the awakening speed of your innate battle soul physique. If it's fast, then 3 to 5 years. If slow, then around 10 years or so. Leah was dazed. Awakening? Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. The time that this symptom of yours appeared should be these past few years, right? Leah nodded and said, yes. Roughly around 3 years' time. Then that's right. This innate battle soul physique is not immediately obtained right after birth, but awakens through postnatal triggers. Once it awakens, this kind of spirit physique will automatically start fusing the divine soul, all the way until the spirit and flesh becomes one. This spirit physique is extremely heaven-defying. During the process of spirit and flesh merging, the cultivation speed of the person possessing the spirit physique will become increasingly faster and will not have any bottlenecks all the way until prior to breaking through to the deity realm. Yi Yuan explained. Leah sucked in a deep breath and said, that's also to say, even if I stop cultivating right now, this innate battle soul physique will still rip my divine soul? Yi Yuan nodded and said, if you're not of the moonlight heavenly eye physique but of some other spirit physiques, this sort of spirit and flesh union will not have a big impact on you. But the cultivation of the moonlight heavenly eye physique requires the aid of soul force at the same time. You've already been through so many years of cultivation. Your soul force is already fully acclimatized to the moonlight heavenly eye physique. Hence, Leah gave a bitter smile when she heard this and said, to think that such a thing would actually happen to me. Then Mr. Yi, can I still be saved? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, I have a method which might be able to resolve Miss Leah's danger. But honestly, there's not much difference between saying it or not, because I can't help you now. Leah's eyes dimmed, but she still said, Mr. Yi, please enlighten. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I know a type of divine soul mystic art when supplemented by a type of tier 8 medicinal pill, can split the divine soul into 2 for individual cultivation. As long as Miss Leanne can divide the divine soul into 2 and integrate a part of the divine soul into both eyes, the crisis of the spirit and flesh will naturally be easily resolved. Yanger's eyes lit up when she heard this. Since that's the case, can't you just teach us the divine soul mystic art and pill formula? Leah's eyes glared and finally said subtle anger, Yang. No matter whether it was the divine soul mystic art or the tier 8 medicinal pills formula, they were exceedingly precious items. Yanger asking for it like this was clearly committing a taboo. This sort of matter, even people on close terms would find it hard to ask, let alone that they were strangers. Yanger's tears splashed on the ground, and she actually kneeled in front of Yi Yuan with a loud smack, crying, Mr. Yi, Yanger apologizes to you. Yanger knows that this sort of request is very abrupt, but Miss is also someone with a bitter life. Yanger really doesn't wish to see her princess away like this. I beg you, show some pity and save her. Seeing Yanger like so, Leah's tears also involuntarily fell. Yi Yuan sighed and supported Yanger up, saying, Miss Yanger need not do this. Towards saving people, I, Yi Yuan, would never decline. There's no harm in Pares sing you the divine soul mystic art and tier 8 pill formula. It's just that I'm afraid that even if I hand them to you, you girls won't be able to refine the medicinal pill either. And without the medicinal pill, cultivating this sort of divine soul mystic art is overly dangerous. How so? As long as we have the pill formula, can't we refine the medicinal pill? Yanger thought that Yi Yuan was finding an excuse and was unwilling to surrender the divine soul mystic art and pill formula. Yi Yuan hesitated for a while, but finally still said, all right then. Since Miss Yanger doesn't believe me, then I'll hand the divine soul mystic art and pill formula to you guys. But Miss Leah, you must keep in mind, you absolutely cannot cultivate the divine soul mystic art if you can't refine the pill. Chapter 295, Slander. Chapter 295, Slander. Leah and Yanger did not quite dare believe their own ears. Yi Yuan really handed it over just like this. This was a divine soul mystic art and tier 8 pill formula. Even in the divine realm, these 2 items could make countless people go nuts. Yi Yuan handed it over so easily. Mr. Yi, you aren't joking with us, right? Leah asked disbelievingly. Yi Yuan also knew the weight of these 2 items. The other party having this reaction was also something reasonable. Without wasting his breath, Yi Yuan retrieved 2 blank jade slips and imprinted the Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 pill formula into these 2 jade slips. Not that Yi Yuan doesn't trust you 2 ladies, it's just that this matter is way too risky for Yi Yuan. I'd like you 2 ladies to swear a heavenly Tao oath, please. The origin of these 2 jade slips must not be known by a 4th person. This was also within reason. Leah and Yang each swore a heavenly Tao oath, then Yi Yuan Pares said the jade slip to Leah. Leah held the 2 jade slips in her hands and stared at Yi Yuan woodenly. She still did not dare to believe that this was real up until now. Yi Yuan also sighed inwardly and thought to himself that this old weakness indeed resurfaced again. Yi Yuan never had much resistance towards this sort of thing like curing diseases and saving people. In his previous life, Ji Qingyun frequently did this sort of thing. Those who came to his place to beg, as long as they were not some heinous criminals, he would strive to cure them. On the one hand, it was because of his doctor's benevolence. On the other hand, it was because he found it hard to resist testing his skills. At Ji Qingyun's realm, subjugating a type of complicated or rare illness was something that came with an immense sense of accomplishment. And his alchemy Dao level also advanced during this process. In this life, Yi Yuan's personality already underwent a humongous change. But no matter how he changed, Yi Yuan was still Ji Qingyun. This master and servant pair had pure hearts. They were clearly not some heinous individuals. Yi Yuan naturally could not resist testing his abilities too. Moreover, facing this ugly-looking Leah, not knowing why, Yi Yuan's compass scion grew even thicker. It was just that even if he gave the pill formula to Leah, it was also impossible for her to refine the medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was not some street-side formula, but his, Yi Yuan's, self-created pill formula. It was called Rain Dew Soul Immersion Pill. It could only be refined by harmonizing with his unique technique. Furthermore, this pill formula had an extremely rare core ingredient. Even in the divine realm, it was also exceedingly scarce. With Yi Yuan's present condition, his heart was willing, but his strength was obviously lacking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The items are already handed over to Miss Leah. This ye still have urgent matters on hand, so I'll take my leave first. Miss Leah can consume more divine soul noris. HI plusing medicinal pills in the future. This way, it can delay the time of the eruption of the divine soul tearing. I left a divine soul imprint on this jade slip. In the future, if my strength is sufficient, I'll naturally go and find Miss Leah." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around left without any reluctance. Mere acquaintances, doing to this extent was already his limit. As for whether Leah could wait until the day he grew up, that was not something that Yi Yuan could control. Yi Yuan could tell that these 2 persons' ident. One tie was likely extraordinary. Their family might have some connections with the divine realm. If it were an ordinary person, upon hearing the name Tier 8 medicinal pill, they would most likely be deterred and step back already. "Miss, why not let's hurry back? Your ailment mustn't be delayed." After Yi Yuan left, Yang urged. But Leah shook her head and said, "Going back is walking right into the trap. I'd rather die outside." "But." "No buts. Also, didn't you hear Yi Yuan say earlier? The pill formula he gave, other people simply cannot refine it. I feel that what he said is true." Leah said. "Then what do we do now?" "Follow him. Merely a little spirit condensation realm martial artist, follow him for what?" Leah shook his head and said, "This young man is not simple. A spirit condensation realm martial artist actually knows the pill formula for a Tier 8 medicinal pill. Don't you find it strange?" "Ah, now that Miss said it, that's true. Just now, I was only concerned about your illness and forgot about this point. Speaking of which, this boy is really leaking bizarreness. He can see through my moonlight heavenly eye with one glance, so his diagnosis should be pretty much on the mark. Such a level, even when placed in the divine realm, it's hardly ever seen. Either way, we have nothing to do in this endless world either. Why not take a look at what kind of mysterious person this Yi Yuan is?" Leah said. "All right. Then I'll listen to Miss." Leah nodded. "But be careful this time. Don't divulge our whereabouts. Just like this, under a situation where he knew nothing about it, two little tails followed behind Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan found Mai Zhan and the rest according to the coordinates, they already reached the entrance to the mystic realm. And at this time, the 7 out of the 8 great sects had already arrived. Only the closest heavenly sky sect had yet to arrive. Seeing Yi Yuan return safely, Mai Zhan also let out a sigh of relief. Junior apprentice brother Yi, are you all right? Mo Yuntian hurried asked. Yi Yuan felt warmth in his heart and already said that it's to handle some minor affairs. Senior apprentice brother Mo need not worry. Haha, it's good that things are fine, it's good. Oh, Yi Yuan, you rest first. After the heavenly sky sect people reach, we can enter the mystic realm already. Seeing Yi Yuan return, Mai Zhan's mood was evidently pretty good. Yi Yuan nodded and was just about to find a place to sit and rest when a group of people blocked his path. Not others, it was precisely the High Clarity sect group. Why did this brat only come over now? Where did he go just now? The one speaking was Wang Fan. He interrogated Mai Zhan. Mai Zhan originally already nested a stomach full of anger. Seeing Wang Fan grilling him, he sneered coldly and said, "What? Do I still have to report to your High Clarity sect when my Tranquil Cloud sect disciples do anything?" Initially, the various great sects each occupied a place to rest. The other sects' people immediately looked over when these two people faced off. When Wang Fan saw that Mai Zhan's attitude was unyielding, he was even more displeased as he said, "Originally, you don't need to report to us. But the crow orchid Ganoderma that my High Clarity sect had just gotten vanished suddenly. I suspect that it was stolen by this disciple of yours." Actually, Wang Fan naturally did not think that Yi Yuan was that mysterious person. He was taking this opportunity to find trouble. A duck that landed in his hands flew off. This made Wang Fan very pissed. He also just happened to see Yi Yuan being the last to return to his team earlier, so he obviously seized the chance to take action. His goal was very simple, which was to extort a little something from the Tranquil Cloud sect. Even if they did not have something as precious as the crow orchid Ganoderma, they at least had to take out a quasi-tier 4 medicinal herb, right? It was just that he could never have imagined that the one who ruined the High Clarity sect's affairs was Yi Yuan himself. His wild flurry of sticks actually hit the perpetrator, except, he was talking nonsense about the whatever crow orchid Ganoderma already being in his hands but was stolen by someone. This was Splars. Hi plussing dirty water on the Tranquil Cloud sect. Mai Zhan and the rest did not know what was going on either. But they knew that Yi Yuan definitely succeeded. But towards Wang Fan's drivel, Mai Zhan refused to believe it even if he was beaten to death. What utter rubbish. Plus you open your eyes well and take a look. Yi Yuan, he is only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Can he steal away something in front of the two of you mighty sea transformation realm experts? But Wang Fan laughed sinisterly and said, "It's true that he's a spirit condensation realm martial artist, but who knows if he specializes in thieving techniques and only knows how to steal things? If that's the case, then everybody needs to be careful." Chapter 296, Senior Mountain Shaker. Chapter 296, Senior Mountain Shaker. The Tranquil Cloud sect's men knew the truth, but other sect's members did not know the truth. Hearing Wang Fan said so, many people revealed wariness. This thieving technique, when cultivated to an extremely high realm, was similarly very terrifying. Crossing realm to steal other people's belongings was not something challenging. This is slander. Mai Zhan was so enraged that he was shaking. Being incited by Wang Fan like this, Tranquil Cloud sect might end up becoming a target for public censure. The risks of this trip would increase dramatically. Slander. Then you explain to me, where did this spirit condensation realm disciple of yours go to before this? When we bumped into each other earlier, he was still on your team. But after we arrived here, we didn't see him the entire time. Wang Fan snickered coldly. He went to attend to some matters. Mai Zhan faltered, but still tried to defend it. Attend to matters? Attend to what matters? Stealing things. Wang Fan continued on the offensive. Mai Zhen was an experienced and prudent person, but he did not have the gift of gab. Being forced by Wang Fan at this time, but stammering and unable to say anything, that appearance appeared even more like a guilty conscience. At this time, Yi Yuan came forward and clasped his hands at Wang Fan, saying, "May I ask this senior if the primary cultivation method in your high-clarity sect is the mountain-shaking divine skill?" Wang Fan was stunned. He immediately said disdainfully, "Ignorant. In this southern domain, who doesn't know that my high-clarity sect's primary cultivation method is the high-clarity imperial reverence law?" Yi Yuan had a regretful look as he said, "Like this then that's really a pity. Senior's skin can even shake this Cloud Dream mountain range, yet such a divine skill actually isn't your high-clarity sect's primary cultivation method." Ha ha ha. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone hugged their bellies and roared with laughter. Just now, Wang Fan said that Yi Yuan cultivated thieving skills. This time, Yi Yuan retorted that the high-clarity sect skin was thick. This retaliation was really sharp. Everybody actually had some idea about the high-clarity sect's conduct. They were people who bullied the kind and feared the wicked ones. Bluntly saying, it was just shameless. This description of Yi Yuan's was seriously too apartment. Wang Fan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He said in a low voice, "Brat, are you courting death? To actually dare defame my high-clarity sect? Defame? As one of the 8 great sects, you guys actually committed highway robbery against 2 weak girls. That is already shameless enough. But you seem to have failed in the end, or maybe you succeeded and want to reap more benefits. Regardless of what situation it is, your mountain-shaking divine skill is indeed cultivated powerful enough. After entering the mystic realm, you got to hold it back a little. Don't collapse the mystic realm too," Yi Yuan said leisurely. The other 6 great sects were currently looking over here. Hearing Yi Yuan said this, many people broke into a SN. 1 GGER. These elders and disciples were all astute people. Yi Yuan's essence energy was profound and unadulterated. He was completely not somebody who walked an unorthodox path. Rather, it was the high-clarity sect whose reputation had never been good. Who was right and who was wrong, everyone had a guess in their hearts. Wang Fan flew into a great rage when he heard that and said, "Good. Truly excellent. A tough bone came out from the tranquil cloud sect. Today, I'll help you loosen up your tendons and bones." Halt. Wang Fan was just about to make his move when a voice transmitted over icily. Everyone turned around to look. Turned out that the Heavenly Sky Sect's people came. The Heavenly Sky Sect was indeed deserving of the Southern Domain's #1 great faction. They sent nearly 20 people on this trip. Just the Sea Transformation Realm Elders were as many as 3. Such a lineup could be called extravagant on this occasion today. Li Zhongyu, who went to the Tranquil Cloud Sect as an envoy previously, was shockingly present in the Heavenly Sky Sect team. Li Zhongyu saw Yi Yuan, who was currently facing off with Wang Fan, right away, and killing intent involuntarily surged. But the 8 sects were gathered right now. This was precisely the time for the Heavenly Sky Sect to demonstrate the grace of a great sect. It was obviously not a good opportunity to make his move. Once he entered the mystic realm, he definitely had to kill Yi Yuan. After the incident previously, Yi Yuan had already become Li Zhongyu's heart demon. Once a heart demon was born, it would have a tremendous impact on a martial artist's cultivation. Although Li Zhongyu's strength already recovered to its original standards after a period of recuperation, the difficulty of breaking through to the crystal formation realm rose dramatically. Of course, Li Zhongyu's talent was outstanding. 5th-level crystal formation realm could not stump him. But the problem was that Li Zhongyu's goal was the Soul Sea realm. If he did not eliminate Yi Yuan and uproot this heart demon, when he broke through to the Soul Sea realm in the future, he would simply be unable to cross the heavenly tribulation. So no matter what, Yi Yuan had to die. The Heavenly Sky Sect group arrived in front of everyone in a mighty formation. One of the elders came forward and said, "Your 2 sects came to the Cloud Dream mountain range to explore the mystic realm. Now, you're exhausting each other before entering the mystic realm. This doesn't seem to be very good, right? Give this old man face, Regardless of what grudges the High Clarity sect and Tranquil Cloud sect have, wait until after this. This person was the Heavenly Sky sect's elder with the highest seniority on this trip. His name was Wu Jiao. That halt earlier was him yelling. Not that he wished to meddle in other people's business, but because he did not want to see internal frictions before entering the mystic realm. Finding so many other sects' elites over was to get cannon fodders. If there were deaths and casualties outside, wouldn't there be fewer cannon fodders? That way, the dangers their sect disciples faced would increase drastically. Among the younger generation, the Heavenly Sky sect's disciples' strength and potential were absolutely the greatest. As long as there were these cannon fodders, their Heavenly Sky sect could obtain the greatest benefits in the mystic realm. How could they be allowed to have internal conflicts? When Wang Fan saw Wu Jiao, he instantly changed face and said with a radiant smile, "So, this trip for the Heavenly Sky sect is under Brother Wu's charge." Brother Wu's face must obviously be given. As he spoke, Wang Fan turned to Yi Yuan again and snorted coldly, saying, "Consider yourself lucky, punk. After we come out of the mystic realm, watch if I don't shred that mouth of yours. But you'll have to come out from inside first." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Then I have to thank Senior Mountain Shaker very much for showing mercy. I don't know whether I can exit or not, but Senior really might not make it out." Wang Fan did not take it seriously. He guffawed, "I wonder when such a razor-tongue boy appeared in your Tranquil Cloud sec. I rather hope that you can come out, otherwise, who do I find to vent this anger?" Wu Jiao looked at the unfathomable smile of Yi Yuan's and was involuntarily shocked inwardly. Was it possible that this brat knew something? "Zhang Yu, when you went to the Tranquil Cloud sect, you didn't say anything superfluous, right? Why do I feel like this boy seems to know something?" Wu Jiao transmitted his voice to Li Zhangyu. Li Zhangyu replied, "How is that possible? I followed Sect Master's words to the letter in the Tranquil Cloud sec. Maybe I'm too sensitive." Wu Jiao responded. This mystic realm did not permit the existence of power exceeding the crystal formation realm. This was also a secret that the Heavenly Sky sect only became informed of by sacrificing an elder. How could the other sects possibly know? The Heavenly Sky sect sacrificed a sea transformation realm elder but did not wish for the other sects to have an easy time either. Hence, they concealed this information and induced the other sects to send out sea transformation realm elders to follow. As long as these sea transformation realm elders used strength exceeding crystal formation realm inside, they would die without a burial ground. Chapter 297, Entering the Mystic Realm. Chapter 297, Entering the Mystic Realm. The Heavenly Sky sect had malicious intentions but did not know that they were already seen through by Yi Yuan long ago. Luo Qingfeng already reminded Maizhen long since before they set off. But Elder Wu still needs to be a little wary of this boy. After entering the mystic realm, we must kill him as long as there's a chance. Li Zhangyu transmitted his voice to remind Wu Jiao. That 7th level spirit condensation realm boy? Oh, right, that's the kid that made you suffer a huge loss. I don't see anything special about him." Wu Jiao did not mind. Even if he could only exert the strength of peak crystal formation realm, killing a 7th level spirit condensation realm was still too easy. This boy is very bizarre. Once he's given an opportunity, he will surely be an enormous threat to my Heavenly Sky sect in the future. Elder Wu must take care not to treat him lightly. Li Zhangyu forcefully pressed down the discontent in his heart and reminded once more. But Wu Jiao responded, "Say no more, Zhangyu. I know what to do. Your Grand Elder Kai's disciples. How can you be so intimidated by a little 7th level spirit condensation realm?" Li Zhangyu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, forcefully suppressing the rage in his heart, and did not speak anymore. He was young, but his status was not beneath Wu Jiao's. Under such circumstances, there were many elders sucking up to him in the Heavenly Sky sect and also many elders who envied him. This Wu Jiao clearly belonged to the latter. Looks like killing Yi Yuan could only be as the circumstances dictate. At this moment, Yi Yuan was also disinclined to dispute with Wang Fan any longer. As long as they entered the mystic realm, Wang Fan would be a dead man sooner or later. Seeing that the High Clarity sect and Tranquil Cloud sect had temporarily ceased fire, Wu Jiao was also very pleased. Today, my Heavenly Sky sect invites everyone here to explore the mystic realm together. I hope that everybody can cross the river in the same boat and support each other. The dangers of this mystic realm were already made known to everyone in advance. Take care not to drop your guard. After entering the mystic realm, each of you can seek out natural treasures on your own. Any item that you get will belong to you. My Heavenly Sky sect will not take a single thing, Wu Jiao said loudly to everyone. Once these words went out, there was an uproar in the crowd. The Heavenly Sky sect had always taken advantage of every opportunity to benefit themselves. Especially this time in their territory, many sects had already made preparations to have a cut taken by the Heavenly Sky sect. But they also made up their minds that if the cut were too big, they would withdraw and not do this. Furthermore, this time was the Heavenly Sky sect taking the initiative to invite them. Presumably, they would not go overboard. That was why they agreed to explore the mystic realm together this time. Body could have thought that the Heavenly Sky sect actually did not want a single thing. Elder Wu, you aren't joking with us, right? Someone asked doubtfully. Yeah, Elder Wu. Don't talk flowery words now but renege after we exit. Elder Wu, if you want to take a cut, make it clear early on. At least everyone will have an estimate in their hearts. Stirring up trouble like this makes us uneasy instead. Wu Jiao suddenly pointed to the skies and swore, I, Wu Jiao, swear a heavenly Dao oath now, the exploration of the mystic realm this time, my Heavenly Sky sect will not ask for a cut from the other sects after exiting. If I break this vow, may I die a horrible death. This unexpected move from Wu Jiao left everyone completely shocked. What was this? Could it be that the Heavenly Sky sect really had a change in personality? No matter what, Wu Jiao's Heavenly Dao oath was already sworn. The crowd naturally would not have any more doubts. Over on this side, the Tranquil Cloud sect's people were also very surprised. Junior apprentice brother Yi, what do you think is with the Heavenly Sky sect? Could they really have changed for the better? Mo Yuntian transmitted. Yi Yuan snickered coldly and said, change for the better. How is that possible? That Elder Wu only said not to take a cut. He didn't say not to take the other sect's properties. As long as the other sect's disciples are dead, they can naturally collect their storage rings. At that time, wouldn't those things still be theirs? While they have many people, everybody's risk will be the same after entering. How can they guarantee that they can obtain the greatest benefits in the end? You take a look at the people from the Heavenly Sky sect this time. The worst also has 3rd level or 4th level crystal formation realm cultivation. If such a force will also be in danger, then let alone the other sect. Furthermore, talking in terms of understanding towards this mystic realm, a body knows more than them. If they still had no gains under such circumstances, then they would really be a bunch of pigs. So, it's actually like this. Doesn't that mean that many of us from the 7 great sects all became their stepping stones? Roughly this reasoning. Then we're in peril this trip. Talking about strength, our Tranquil Cloud sect is probably the weakest, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Mo Yuntian involuntarily wanted to back out. Not that he was afraid of death, but because he felt that dying this way was not worth it. Obviously aware that they dug a pit to bury you yet you still jump inside. That was not courage but stupidity. But Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, perhaps after we enter the mystic realm, we'll become a great faction second only to the Heavenly Sky sect. How goes? Mo Yuntian asked puzzledly. Haha, don't ask any more, senior apprentice brother. You'll naturally know after entering the mystic realm, Yi Yuan said with a beam. Not that Yi Yuan was trying to be mysterious, but he was afraid of frightening Mo Yuntian until he gave himself away. Presently, the 8 great sects had over a dozen sea transformation realm experts. After entering the mystic realm, it would be pretty decent if there were half left. Telling this sort of thing to Mo Yuntian would definitely make him jump in fright. The more people there were, the more tongues there would be. Luo Qingfeng only told Mai Zhen this matter and did not tell a single one of the crystal formation realm disciples. It was also pointless if they knew. Alright, since nobody has any objections, then let's start entering the mystic realm, Wu Jiao said loudly. At this time, a sea transformation realm powerhouse came out from the Heavenly Sky sect and took out some middle-grade essence crystals and started arranging them at the entrance of the mystic realm. The entrances to mystic realms were mostly not very stable. They had to be reinforced through array formations, or else it would be very easy to be swept away into turbulent spatial currents. This sea transformation realm powerhouse was evidently a Heavenly Sky sect's array formations master. Before long, another light door appeared at the mystic realm entrance. Everyone, to show our sincerity, my Heavenly Sky sect will enter the mystic realm first. When Wu Jiao finished talking, he directly brought the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and vanished from the light door, entering the mystic realm. With the Heavenly Sky sect leading the way, the other sects would not hold back anymore either. They scrambled over each other to enter the mystic realm. Mai Zhen was not in a hurry. He waited for the other sects to enter one by one. When WNG Fan was passing by this side, he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Coc Killy, brat, start praying now. Pray that you don't be UMP into me inside." Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan shrugged and could not care less about him. Only after the other sects entered the mystic realm did Mai Zhen turn to the group of disciples and said, "The Heavenly Sky sect's actions this time is seriously abnormal. Everybody take precaution after entering the mystic realm and try your best not to split up, understood?" Understood, the group of disciples nodded and shouted. "Okay, let's go in." Mai Zhen took the helm, and the others also followed one by one. But Yi Yuan intentionally ended up as the last one. Looking at those essence crystals at the mystic realm's entrance, he smiled slightly and went forward to casually move it around a little before entering the light door. After Yi Yuan left, another two figures appeared in front of the light door. "Miss, this Yi Yuan is indeed very strange. The array formation set up by a quasi-tier 4 array formations master, but he casually altered it and seized control. We can't enter through this light door anymore," Yang said in amazement. Leah smiled and said, "When he rescued us, didn't he also casually lay an entrapment formation? This Yi Yuan's origins is surely out of the ordinary. Come, let's follow in to take a look." Finished talking, Leah's gaze flickered, and another light door actually opened up. It was shockingly easy. Chapter 298, Sea of Flowers. Chapter 298, Sea of Flowers. Such rich essence energy. If one can cultivate inside here, one will surely yield twice the result with half the effort. When Yi Yuan entered the mystic realm, he heard waves of exclamations and astonishment. This mystic realm's essence energy thickness was exceptionally high, most likely multiple times of the outside world. Cultivating in here could indeed achieve the effect of twice the result with half the effort. But the problem was, who dared to cultivate in here? However, under such rich essence energy, it was also within reason for the mystic realm to produce even more natural treasures. Alright, everyone has already entered the mystic realm. Now, let's all set off on our own. I wish everyone good luck, Wu Jiao shouted loudly. Although he said this, he did not have any intention of moving. Right then, somebody suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Quickly look. There are actually layers upon layers of orchid heart flower. That is an exceedingly rare tier 2 medicinal herb. There are actually so many here. Quickly go harvest. However many we can get counts." Everybody traced the direction his finger pointed at and looked over. Indeed, they saw a large sea of flowers. Haha, we're rich. This mystic realm is indeed extraordinary. There is actually such a large stretch of orchid heart flowers in the outer regions. The Heavenly Sky sect really didn't lie. This mystic realm is truly lined with treasures everywhere. Obtaining such a great benefit right after entering the mystic realm, everybody's spirits naturally roused. Many people already started thanking the Heavenly Sky sect. Those with quicker reactions already sprinted over there frantically. Although this orchid heart flower was a tier 2 medicinal herb, it was exceedingly rare in the outside world, belonging to those incredibly valuable medicinal herbs. They were scarce resources to the various great sects. Seeing so many orchid heart flowers, the crowd obviously could not resist wanting to harvest more. Mo Yuntian hastily said to Mai Zhen upon seeing the situation, "Martial uncle, Let's hurry over too. Otherwise, it will all be snatc head finished by them. The 8 great sects added up to about 100 people. Though that sea of flowers was large, it could not weather so many people harvesting either. Mai Jun nodded and was just about to speak when he was stopped by Yi Yuan. Don't be anxious, senior apprentice brother. Let's wait and see first. How could Mo Yuntian not be anxious? He urged, junior apprentice brother Yi. This orchid heartflower is a tier 2 medicinal herb that the sect is in a huge shortage of. It's of utmost importance to us. If we don't move, then it will have nothing to do with us anymore. But Yi Yuan smiled leisurely and said, what's the hurry for? Take a look, senior apprentice brother, didn't the Heavenly Sky sect not move too? Mo Yuntian was stunned and looked over at the Heavenly Sky sect's side. Indeed, none of them over there moved. Mo Yuntian's heart plunged and instinctively sensed that someone bad was about to happen. Ah! Right then, a miserable cry sounded. Immediately following were several more tragic cries. Everyone was shocked currently, their gazes looking over in the direction of the sea of flowers. Turns out that there were already several people who ran into the sea of flowers and started harvesting orchid heart flowers. Except, those earliest few who entered the sea of flowers currently all turned black. It was clearly the look of being inflicted by deadly poison. Those few people directly collapsed in the sea of flowers and rolled around endlessly, looking very anguished. It was apparent that they could not survive. The large group who were originally sprinting there frantically were frightened until they hurriedly stopped their footsteps when they saw how hideous those few people looked now. What's going on? What happened to those people? Isn't this the orchid heart flower? Why does it seem to contain deadly poison? Luckily I ran a little slower just now. If I were slightly faster, I'd definitely end up like them. There were people shocked and people scared. When they crowd watched the few people struggling in the sea of flowers, they all felt a chill down their spines. This poison was too horrifying. Those few people were all Crystal Formation Realm martial artists, but they got poisoned before they could even react. The struggles of those few in the sea of flowers gradually grew weaker. Finally, there was no more sound. Everyone's comments also gradually died down. They only realized now that this mystic realm was not as simple as they imagined. Many people were only shocked awake now why the Heavenly Sky sect wanted to find them to explore the mystic realm together. If this mystic realm was filled with treasures everywhere, would they still get to come and explore? When the group saw such a large sea of flowers earlier, they immediately tossed danger to the back of their minds and nearly perished. Greed was human nature. Plus, they did not have sufficient understanding of this mystic realm's dangers, which was why they made such a low-level mistake. Over on this side, the Tranquil Cloud sect people were also shaking in fear after the event when they saw this situation. If it were not for Yi Yuan just now, they would probably have rushed over thoughtlessly. This poison was clearly very powerful. Those few were all Crystal Formation Realm martial artists but died in a few breaths of time. Even if Mai Jun was inflicted, he might not be able to retreat unscathed. Yi Yuan, fortunately, there was you just now holding us back. Otherwise, we would likely have fallen victim to it too, Mo Yuntian said with lingering fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I saw that NO body from the Heavenly Sky sect moved and guessed that there was some problem. That's why I made you guys wait and see first. I didn't think that a problem would really occur. Mo Yuntian silently felt ashamed. As everyone's senior brother but without half of Yi Yuan's focus, it was seriously quite shameful. Actually, Mo Yuntian was overthinking. Facing such a large stretch of orchid heart flowers sea, not many could keep their cool. Or else, they would not have dashed forward just now without anyone paying attention to Heavenly Sky sect's side. Moreover, the reason why the Heavenly Sky sect did not move was clearly that they also suffered a loss before. Even if the Heavenly Sky sect had many Crystal Formation Realm and Sea Transformation Realm experts, it was impossible for them not to be moved by a scarce medicinal herb like the orchid heart flower. As for Yi Yuan, he saw that sea of flowers right after entering. Even if he did not see the Heavenly Sky sect's movements, he would not let his seniors go and pick those flowers either. Yi Yuan did not even need to move closer to observe, just by sniffing the scent in the air, He already knew that this sea of flowers was simply not orchid heart flowers. Those flowers in the sea of flowers were the mantu flower, which was extremely similar to the orchid heart flower. The mantu flower was virtually the same as the orchid heart flower. Furthermore, the fragrance it gave off was practically the same, but Yi Yuan could differentiate the minute differences within. The flower scent given off by the mantu flower had an extremely faint blood stench. It was just that the flower fragrance was enchanting. Ordinary people found it very hard to tell this sort of extremely minute differences. But in reality, the mantu flower used precisely this kind of method to attract humans to harvest it, poisoning them from there. Once humans suck bed to the poison and died, they would become the mantu flower's fertilizer, noris. Hi+ing the mantu flower, but most likely no body here recognized the mantu flower. These people died bizarrely too, and no one knew what happened. Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to be eye-catching, so he did not explain much. He just used the Heavenly Sky sect as ASHI+ELD. Mai Zhen gritted his teeth and said, those fellows definitely knew that there was something shady but did not make a sound. They were waiting for people to be poisoned. Earlier, the few great sects practically all had somebody who suck bed to it. This fulfilled their wishes. Yi Yuan smiled and said, didn't the Heavenly Sky sect get the other 7 great sects to come for the purpose of finding more cannon fodders? The other great sects' elders only came around now. They ran in front of Wu Jiao and admonished, Elder Wu, why didn't anyone from your Heavenly Sky sect move? Were you all already aware that these orchid heart flowers have some problem? Chapter 299, Reversing the Roles of Host and Guess. Chapter 299, Reversing the Roles of Host and Guess. The sect elders were all burning with righteous indignation. They felt like they had fallen into a pit. Sustaining heavy casualties before the exploration of the mystic realm even began, the sect elders clearly could not quite accept it. When Wu Jiao saw several sects lose men, he secretly felt pleased. But he looked aggrieved as he said, by heaven and Hil, this Wu really didn't know that this sea of orchid heart flowers actually had such deadly poison. It's just that my Heavenly Sky sect has vast territory and abundant resources and we're not lacking this bit of orchid heart flowers, that's why we were thinking of letting everyone go first. Who knew that this would happen? Humph. Stop pretending, Elder Wu. Only your Heavenly Sky sect has come in here before, how can you possibly be oblivious? An elder said furiously. Wu Jiao maintained an aggrieved look and said, it isn't just my Heavenly Sky sect's group that didn't move here, the Tranquil Cloud sect didn't move too. Why does everyone come and interrogate my Heavenly Sky sect? When Wu Jiao said this, the Tranquil Cloud sect group felt their hearts chill. He was trying to redirect the disaster. Indeed, those elders immediately turned their gun barrels. They were all wily foxes and knew that Wu Jiao was deliberately putting on a show here. But the Heavenly Sky sect was powerful, so they obviously had to find a soft persimmon to knead. They had to find a channel to vent, right? Then wasn't the Tranquil Cloud sect perfect? When Wang Fan saw the Tranquil Cloud sect, he instantly became full of enthusiasm. He went forward and grilled them. Mai Zhen, are you going to give us an explanation? How could Mai Zhen not know what these people were thinking? His face darkened, and he said, what explanation do you want? I wasn't the one who made you all go harvest the orchid heart flowers either. Now that something happened, can my Tranquil Cloud sect be blamed for it? The Heavenly Sky sect is the only sect who came in here before. You don't go find them but come to find trouble with us instead. What's the reasoning? Wang Fan sneered coldly and said, you can't say it that way. The Heavenly Sky sect has vast territory and abundant resources. Your Tranquil Cloud sect can't also have vast territories and abundant resources too, right? Could it be that you guys aren't lacking orchid heart flowers? But you people didn't make a move. Could there be no reason in between all this? Or perhaps you guys already secretly colluded with the Heavenly Sky sect? When Wang Fan said this, the other sect's elders' faces change. The Heavenly Sky sect was already formidable enough. If they add in a Tranquil Cloud sect, swallowing up the other sects was something sooner or later. Although the Tranquil Cloud sect was very weak, which one of the 8 great sects did not have any trumps cards? If they threw their lot in with the Heavenly Sky sect, then the southern domain's terrain would be hard to say. Maizhen panicked when he saw the situation and pointed at WNG Fan, saying, WNG Fan, don't slander people. WNG Fan snorted coldly and said, slander people? If it's not like this, you guys should have at least reminded us to not go over, right? Now, only you guys and the Heavenly Sky Sect are perfectly fine. How can this not make people suspicious? Maizhen was so nervous that his forehead was matted with sweat and he felt like he could not explain this even with 100 mouths. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's strength was originally weak. If they faced off with several great sects at the same time, then there was only death. The Heavenly Sky Sect's strategy to sow discord was executed really viciously. Senior Mountain Shaker, why did you come out again? Talking so much crap, isn't it all your baseless speculations? You guys were greedy and suffered a loss when you went to harvest the orchid heart flowers, but turn around now to blame others. Where's the reasoning? At this time, Yi Yuan came forward to say. When he said Senior Mountain Shaker, everybody simmered with laughter. But under such circumstances, they should not laugh. Each one of them was very uncomfortable holding it back. WNG Fan was so angry that he was huffing and glaring. He said in a great rage, Honorable Nephew, looks like your Tranquil Cloud Sect is resolved to break away from us other 6 sect. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, Senior Mountain Shaker, your mountain-shaking divine skill is already cultivated to the acme of perfection. Since when can Senior Mountain Shaker alone represent the 6 sects? Forget about 6 sects, can you represent the High Clarity Sect? WNG Fan could not help choking up. Did he dare to say represent? He was only some unimportant elder in the High Clarity Sect. How could he represent the High Clarity Sect's opinion? What about me? He's sowing discord so obviously, and you can't even see it. Are you a pig? Or are you already bought over by the Heavenly Sky Sect to deliberately stir up hostility between us 6 sects? Yi Yuan retorted, hitting the mark with each word. Mo Yuntian's eyes lit up when he heard it. What a marvelous reversing the roles of host and guess. Just now, WNG Fan said that the Tranquil Cloud Sect and Heavenly Sky Sect were colluding. Now, Yi Yuan countered that WNG Fan was bribed by the Heavenly Sky Sect, reversing the situation in an instant. Regardless whether the other sects believed Yi Yuan's words or not, they would not take any rash actions. You're maligning me. It was WNG Fan's turn to want to cough blood this time. But Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, Senior Mountain Shaker, save it. In this mystic realm, the situation is incredibly delicate. Don't become a tool for others. Properly seeking out natural treasures and leaving alive are the kingly way. His words were clearly for WNG Fan to listen, but in reality, it was said for the other elders to hear. When the sect elders heard Yi Yuan's words, they also calmed down. Now, inside the mystic realm, the Heavenly Sky Sect's strength was undoubtedly the greatest. But their strength had limits. It was precisely because of this that everyone lowered their guard. But in truth, the Heavenly Sky Sect had advantages that other sects did not. If they became cannon fodders, they would lose more than they gain in the end. Each sect only had 10+ people now. Once they clashed, no body would gain any advantage. Instead, it would benefit others. Not only WNG Fan, but the rest of them also could not represent their respective sects too. The goal of coming to this mystic realm was to bring back more natural treasures. The most important matter on hand was not to scheme but to preserve their strength to search for natural treasures. Yi Yuan's words roused them from their sleep. These elders' enmity also became much weaker. As for what happened here, they would report to the sect's upper echelons after leaving. The higher-ups would naturally make a decision. The Heavenly Sky Sect people had been watching the activities over here the entire time. When Wu Jiao saw that Yi Yuan resolved the crisis with just a few words, his face involuntarily fell. Although this boy's realm isn't high, his thoughts are very deep. His grasp of the situation is also very on point. Looks like what Zhang Yu said was right. This boy really can't be underestimated. I'll just find a chance later on and kill him, Wu Jiao thought to himself. As for those words over there about colluding with the Heavenly Sky Sect, Wu Jiao did not mind in the slightest. The 7 great sect masters were all wise people. As long as the Heavenly Sky sect existed for a day, they would not be foolish enough to tear at each other. That would only benefit the Heavenly Sky sect. Alright, let's go first. Seeing that there were no opportunities to take advantage of, Wu Jiao brought the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and left first. The other elders also came around, and each brought their members to set off. But after this Sea of Flowers incident, the elders also had sufficient understanding of this mystic realm's perils. They obviously would not dare to drop their guard again. WNG Fan shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare again and said, "Brat, you'd best pray that you don't end up in my hand." "Humph. Let's go." Finished talking, WNG Fan directly led a group of high-clarity sect disciples and left. Maizhen also let out a long sigh. He said to Yi Yuan, "Oh, Yi Yuan, all thanks to you for getting us out of a fix this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered an undeserved calamity." Yi Yuan smiled. Waving his hands, he said, "Nothing much. This is what I should do." Maizhen nodded and said, "Let's go too." "Wait a minute." Yi Yuan called out to stop him. Chapter 300, Harvesting Flowers. Chapter 300, Harvesting Flowers. Is there anything else, Yi Yuan? The other sects are already long gone, Maizhen reminded. There were about 100 people from the 8 great sects, neither too many nor too few in this mystic realm. Leaving later would mean having the good stuff taken away by others. Regarding Yi Yuan, Maizhen could not very well issue a command directly. He could only advise in a roundabout manner. Yi Yuan said, "Rest assured, Elder Mai. Although there is a lot of good stuff in this mystic realm, it probably won't be so easy to obtain. Reaching first doesn't mean definitely obtaining first. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sky sect would not have spent so much trouble to invite us over. Rather, since the other sects already left now, we can harvest the flowers at ease." When Yi Yuan said this, everyone jumped in fright. The toxicity of this sea of flowers was very strong. Everybody witnessed it with their own eyes just now. Now, Yi Yuan actually wanted to go harvest the flowers? Stop kidding, Yi Yuan. That sea of flowers probably has thousands of orchid heart flowers. The strength of the poison is something that even crystal formation realms cannot withstand. You also saw those people earlier, yet you still want to harvest the flowers. Isn't this complaining that your lifespan is too long? Maizhen said. That scene earlier was truly too shocking, leaving everyone with a lingering fear in their hearts even up till now. Towards this sea of flowers, everybody's attitude was in accord, to keep a respectful distance away. Hence, upon hearing that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the sea of flowers to harvest flowers, Maizhen nearly jumped up. These flowers are not orchid heart flowers, but mantu flowers. This mantu flower's outer appearance is extremely alike the orchid heart flower, but it's a highly toxic ent. 1 Tai. Furthermore, the sea of mantu flowers grows together. This will have a superimposing effect on the poison, practically reaching quasi-tier 4 level. That's why those people died upon contact, Yi Yuan explained. Mantu flower? Really never heard of it before. But since the toxicity is so powerful, then even more so you mustn't go over, Mo Yuntian said. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How can one return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain?" Treasure mountain? What kind of treasure mountain is a bunch of poisonous objects? Mo Yuntian asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You're uninformed of this mantu flower's origins, that's why you say so. This mantu flower is originally a poisonous item. Furthermore, its appearance also greatly differs from the orchid heart flower. We see that the mantu flower looks exactly the same as orchid heart flowers because it was formed through grafting." Grafting? Everyone said in surprise. That's right. After the mantu flower matures, cut off everything above the rhizome completely, then graft the orchid heart flower on it. Then it becomes the current mantu flowers. In reality, it should be called mantu orchid heart flowers, Yi Yuan explained. No way, right? Such a precious tier 2 medicinal herb like the orchid heart flower was actually used in grafting to become mantu flower. Isn't it too much of a waste of God's gift? It's really too bad. Tian Yu could not help letting out an emotional sigh. He grew up by Sky Maple's side since young and was much more familiar with all kinds of medicinal herbs compared to other people. The preciousness of orchid heart flowers was such that even the heavenly sky sect would not regard it as unimportant, let alone the tranquil cloud sect, which was short on resources to begin with. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing to be sad about. The reason why this was done is naturally that there is a greater justification." "What reason?" "So many orchid heart flowers, if we bring them all back, it's enough to raise the tranquil cloud sect spirit condensation realm martial artist strength collectively by a whole stage. But now able to look but unable to eat. Such heartache." Tian Yu sighed. "The rank of a medicinal herb is fixed. But under certain special environments, it can advance. No matter how precious the orchid heart flower is, it's also just a tier 2 medicinal herb. It has profound meaning to spirit condensation realm martial artists, but to crystal formation realm martial artists, it's of somewhat little value." "Yi Yuan, you mean to say the reason for grafting this mantu flower is to let the orchid heart flower evolve?" Mo Yuntian's eyes became wide saucers as he asked in disbelief. Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. The orchid heart flower is an extremely pure and nourish HI+ing medicinal herb. Even if a spirit condensation realm martial artist swallowed an orchid heart flower raw, it would have huge benefits towards cultivation. But to nurture tier 3 orchid heart flowers, it has to be in a highly toxic environment instead. After the mantu flower is grafted over by the orchid heart flower, it converts the orchid heart flower into an ent. One tie with even deadlier poison. But this toxicity can spur the true orchid heart flower's evolution." Tian Yu asked in surprise when he heard this. "There's actually such a miraculous technique in this world?" This grafting technique was not considered miraculous in the divine realm. Each major faction would have some of their own unique breeding methods. But in the endless world, this was an extremely phenomenal technique. In Tian Yu's mind, the ranks of medicinal herbs were all fixed. He had never heard of being able to evolve. Yi Yuan said, "Doesn't count as miraculous. It's just a problem of knowing it or not." "Then doesn't that mean that there are tier 3 orchid heart flowers in this sea of flowers?" Maizhen said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's why I said that we can harvest flowers in peace after they left. But this sea of flowers is so huge. Moreover, it's all highly toxic, dying upon contact. How should we harvest?" Maizhen said with a frown. Even if they knew that there were treasures in the sea of flowers, it was futile if they could not go in. They had already witnessed the prowess of the mantu flower poison. They did not wish to risk their lives. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Very simple, just burn them all with fire." Burn them? But the tier 3 orchid heart flowers are inside too. What if the fire burns them all down? Furthermore, how to burn them? Ordinary fires cannot destroy tier 2 medicinal herbs by burning, Maizhen said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Everyone, follow me." As he spoke, Yi Yuan headed straight for the sea of flowers. Everybody held suspicions in their hearts but still followed. Yi Yuan came to the borders of the sea of flowers, and with a flick of his hand, a pale yellow flame appeared. Hiss! Essence fire! Is that cleansing sandal sacred flame? How is that possible? You're only at the spirit condensation realm, how can you have a tier 4 essence fire? Maizhen cried out in shock. Yi Yuan gave a simple explanation, leaving the group of tranquil cloud sect disciples unbelievably envious. Tian Yu looked at the cleansing sandal sacred flame dancing in Yi Yuan's palm and only knew now that Yi Yuan did not even go all out during the grand compete. One tie-on. If the cleansing sandal sacred flame were unleashed, without needing to unleash its full power, he would not be able to escape death too. Only to see Yi Yuan lightly thrust his palm forward. The cleansing sandal sacred flame vanished with a swoosh. Immediately after, they saw the sea of flowers igniting area by area. Yi Yuan, this is a tier 4 essence fire. Wouldn't the tier 3 orchid heart flowers be burned down with you burning like this? Maizhen asked with a frown. Rest assured, Elder Maizhen. Just look on, and you'll see. This sea of flowers have roughly 3,000 plus mantu flowers, and nurturing one tier 3 orchid heart flower requires the expenditure of 100 mantu flowers. That's also to say that there are roughly more than 30 Tier 3 orchid heart flowers in this sea of flowers. We won't bring even one less away, Yi Yuan said assuredly. Mai Zhen was half believing, half doubting. But he still waited patiently. The cleansing sandal sacred flame was extremely powerful. It quickly burnt this sea of flowers into nothing, not even leaving residue behind. When everyone focused their eyes over there, they indeed saw that there were a sparse number of plants left in the sea of flowers. Yi Yuan went forward and directly harvested 5 Tier 3 orchid heart flowers. He turned around and said to Mai Zhen, "These Tier 3 orchid heart flowers are useful to me, so I'll take 5. Elder Mai, please take the rest back to the sect." Chapter 301, Encounter on a Narrow Path. Chapter 301, Encounter on a Narrow Path. Mai Zhen looked at those stalks of Tier 3 orchid heart flowers and involuntarily frowned, showing a pondering look. Elder Mai, if we didn't have Yi Yuan, we wouldn't even have gotten a single stalk of Tier 3 orchid heart flower. He only took 5 stalks, which isn't considered much. Mo Yuntian saw Mai Zhen frown and hastily went up to say. Mai Zhen was stupefied, then smiled bitterly and said, "Where did that come from, Yuntian? I'm not grumbling that Yi Yuan got too many, but because I feel that it's too little. It's just that I can't really make a decision on this, that's why I hesitated." When he finished speaking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "How about this? I'll keep the rest of the Tier 3 orchid heart flowers first. After returning, I'll report to Sect Master about today's events and request him to give you some more stalks." But Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "No need. 5 stalks are enough. Quickly harvest them, Elder Mai, we should set off already." With Yi Yuan saying this, Mai Zhen continuing to insist appeared rather corny. He could only put away the remainder Tier 3 orchid heart flowers. This Tier 3 orchid heart flower was a core ingredient in a Tier 3 cultivation medicinal pill, the essence stabilizing pill. 5 stalks of Tier 3 orchid heart flowers were enough to refine 100 pills to Yi Yuan. It was plenty to use in the short term. Only after gathering the Tier 3 orchid heart flowers did the Tranquil Cloud sect group start advancing towards the depths of the mystic realm. Having gone through the Mantu Flower Sea incident, the group did not dare to lower their guard again. They were on high alert the entire way. Fortunately, nothing major happened. Rather, it was Yi Yuan's discerning eyes that discovered pearls. He even obtained some rather rare Tier 2 medicinal herbs along the way. But ever since the Orchid Heart Flower Sea, they did not encounter any more Tier 3 medicinal herbs. On the way, Ti Wujiu, who was silent the whole time, suddenly asked Yi Yuan, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you previously said that this Mantu flower is a grafting object. Doesn't this mean that that sea of flowers has an owner? Could it be that this mystic realm?" With Ti Wujiu saying this, all of them include Mai Zhen was stunned speechless. Using Mantu flowers to breed Tier 3 orchid heart flowers, this was a huge expenditure, and this was even still the outermost boundary of the mystic realm. Li Zhongyu also said that there were even many Tier 4 medicinal herbs in this mystic realm. If this mystic realm really had an owner, then everyone would be in danger. A faction that could create such a spectacle was likely even more powerful than the Heavenly Sky Sect. Previously, when everybody was listening to Yi Yuan talk about this Tier 3 orchid heart flower, their minds were in a state of shock, resulting in them overlooking this issue. Thinking about it now, the group could not stop breaking out in cold sweat. Could such a powerful influence actually be hidden in this southern domain territory? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Wujiu's thinking is indeed meticulous. This place indeed had a master in the past. However, that should be something a long time ago." Listening to the first half of Yi Yuan's sentence, everybody's heart involuntarily jumped. They only relaxed after hearing the second half. Except, this strong contrast unwittingly left everyone feeling out of breath. "How do you know, junior apprentice brother Yi?" Ti Wujiu inquired. After ranked medicinal herbs absorb sufficient essence energy, they will reach a level of saturation. The essence energy in this place is abundant, that's why it can sustain the medicinal herb state of maturity. But those familiar with medicinal herbs can tell the difference in the herb's age. These Tier 3 orchid heart flowers probably has the age of several thousand years already. If this place had an owner, It's impossible to leave these Tier 3 orchid heart flowers unchecked to fall into disuse for such a long time, Yi Yuan explained. Yi Yuan's degree of familiarity towards medicinal herbs was hard to imagine by everyone. He only had to observe slightly to be able to tell the age of these Tier 3 orchid heart flowers. That was why he was so certain. Moreover, this place has clearly been deserted for a long time. It's overgrown with all sorts of weed, and demonic beasts run wild. It's absolutely not a land with a master. If my conjectures are correct, this place might be some sect's medicinal garden back then. It's just that who knows what kind of accident befall the sect, resulting in it being deserted like this. This sect should be much more powerful than the present Heavenly Sky sect. Yi Yuan uttered his own conjectures. Mai Zhen and the rest nodded their heads quietly when they heard it. This analysis was perfectly logical and reasonable, and it also dispelled their apprehension. Ever since entering the mystic realm, unknowingly, everyone had already regarded Yi Yuan as the backbone. When encountering anything, the first thing they thought of was not to seek advice from Mai Zhen but to ask Yi Yuan. But the strange thing was that nobody felt that this was inappropriate, including Mai Zhen himself. The Tranquil Cloud sect group did not move quickly. After 2 days, they arrived at a dense forest. Quickly look. Isn't that a Tier 4 medicinal herb, the vermilion lotus iceheart fruit? A Tranquil Cloud sect disciple cried out in surprise when he saw the bright red fruit not far away. Tier 4 medicinal herbs belonged to items of strategic significance to the major sects in the southern domain. Even the Heavenly Sky sect would also have bloodshot eyes when seeing Tier 4 medicinal herbs. Previously, Sky Maple practically expended all of Tranquil Cloud sect's Tier 4 medicinal herbs in order to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. This was also the reason why the pressure on him was enormous like a mountain. Seeing the Tier 4 medicinal herb currently, it was hard for the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples to not feel agitated. That disciple was about to pluck it while talking when he was held back by Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice Brother Pang, don't go over, Yi Yuan said gravely. What? Senior apprentice Brother Pang froze and involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. On the way, under Yi Yuan's lead, they had already avoided several certain death scenarios. So upon seeing Yi Yuan stop him, Senior apprentice Brother Pang instantly realized his recklessness as cold sweat poured unceasingly. This mystic realm was indeed just as the Heavenly Sky sect said, there were natural treasures everywhere. But to want to obtain these natural treasures, one had to pay the price in blood. These 2 days, the Tranquil Cloud sect group also encountered many quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs along the way. But not one of these medicinal herbs' surroundings was not abnormally dangerous. Even for crystal formation realm martial artists, a moment of carelessness would result in death at the scene, but Yi Yuan led everyone time and time again, avoiding the dangers. So up until now, the Tranquil Cloud sect did not lose a single man. In the beginning, they were still somewhat disapproving of Yi Yuan stopping everyone from harvesting the medicinal herbs. Yi Yuan even utilized the cleansing sandal flame lotus avatar body because of this to probe multiple times. But the results made everybody's hair stand on its ends. After several times, everyone knew just how great the significance of Yi Yuan's existence was. If they did not have Yi Yuan, they would probably have to lose half their forces in just these 2 days. This would be an unbearable blow to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan was extremely familiar with these medicinal herbs' characteristics. Some medicinal herbs had accompanying beasts, some had accompanying toxic ent. One ties. One careless move and they would suck UMB to it. When senior apprentice Brother Pan got excited seeing the Tier 4 medicinal herb just now, he almost forgot the dangers previously and threw himself headfirst. Vermilion lotus iceheart fruits have a type of accompanying demonic beasts called 7-colored poison spider. Its toxicity is extremely ferocious. Furthermore, the poison spider's size is very small, exceedingly difficult to detect. If one were carelessly bitten by it, crystal formation realm martial artists would perish from the eruption of the poison within several breaths of time, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Senior apprentice Brother Pan sucked in a cold breath. Cold sweat started pouring once more uncontrollably. Who's there? Right then, Mai Zhen suddenly roared. This brat is indeed quite abnormal, to actually even know about this poison spider. Hey! You guys actually haven't lost a single man until now. Looks like it's all due to this boy's credit. Heh, I already said before, boy, don't be UMP into me in the mystic realm. WANG fan. Several silhouettes appeared from the neighboring forest. When Mai Zhen saw people coming, his brows involuntarily knitted together. Chapter 302, Pus.hi plussing too far. Chapter 302, Pus. HI plussing too far. WANG fan and Yu Feng brought the High Clarity sect group out of the dense forest, their faces showing amused. EMENT like they had the Tranquil Cloud sect within their grasp. To think that we met so soon. What a coincidence, WNG fan said with a cold laugh. Mai Zhen snorted and said, WNG fan, I advise you to better not clash with us. Otherwise, let's fight to the bitter end. You guys won't be able to get any benefits either. But WNG fan burst into laughter and said, bitter end? With the likes of you. Your Tranquil Cloud sect even brought a 7th level spirit condensation realm disciple out to present a show. Are you even fit to fight to the bitter end with our High Clarity sect? However, although this punk's realm isn't high, he is extremely abnormal, to even know about the 7-colored poison spider. Just a while back, we even lost a 5th level crystal formation realm disciple for the sake of harvesting this vermilion lotus iceheart fruit. But you all are actually completely unscathed up till now. WNG fan took it all into his eyes the Tranquil Cloud sect's group's performance earlier. If not for Yi Yuan holding back that senior apprentice brother Pang, his outcome now would definitely be the same as that disciple of theirs. The High Clarity sect beat the Tranquil Cloud sect to this place but lost a 5th level crystal formation realm disciple. One could call it heavy losses. They were currently thinking of ways to harvest the vermilion lotus iceheart flower when they just happened to see the Tranquil Cloud sect people coming over. Hence, they found a place to hide, wanting to see the Tranquil Cloud sect suffer a huge loss too. That senior apprentice brother Pang was about to rush up when he was forcefully held back by Yi Yuan. These 2 days, 2 disciples already died on their side. It could be said to be heavy losses. In contrast, seeing how the Tranquil Cloud sect team looked exactly the same as they were when they entered made WNG fan inadvertently furious. This sort of contrast between expectations and reality made WNG fan even more displeased when looking at Yi Yuan. Looking at the situation earlier, this boy truly had many abnormal areas. Humph. After entering this mystic realm, life and death are up to fate. Your disciples died, but you can't put this blame on our heads, right? Mai Zhen snorted icily. So what if we lay it on you? When we just entered the mystic realm, if this punk just gave a light reminder, we wouldn't have lost a disciple in vain too. Do you feel whether we should put this score on your heads or not? Mai Zhen involuntarily choked up, but Yi Yuan said, what duty do I have to remind you? Even if I reminded you, will you be grateful to me? Will you not find trouble with me now? Having experienced several interactions, Yi Yuan had long seen through this WANG fan's character. He was simply some loose principle person without any bottom line. Even if he reminded the High Clarity sect when he entered the mystic realm, it would also be the same situation right now. This type of people basically did not know what was called grat. One tude. Ha ha ha. I said before, you, boy, your bones are very tough. Previously outside the mystic realm, I let you escape a calamity. Now, no one is going to step forward to mediate, right? WNG fan laughed maniacally. Mai Zhen's expression turned grave, and he said somberly, WNG fan, don't push us too far. But WNG fan paid no attention. He said to Mai Zhen, I give you all a chance. Hand over that boy, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, none of you shall escape. In WANG fan's view, they had 2 sea transformation realm experts over on their side while the other party only had Mai Zhen alone. The disparity between both parties' strength was too great. The Tranquil Cloud sect simply stood no chance at all. Mai Zhen's realm was similar to his, both 3rd level sea transformation realm. As long as he delayed Mai Zhen, Yu Feng could freely reap the rest. Under such an enormous difference in strength, The Tranquil Cloud Sect team could only hand over Yi Yuan if they wanted to live. WNG Fan did not know that the target they previously robbed was currently observing everything not far off. If Yi Yuan were here, he probably would not be able to recognize that these two women with unparalleled looks were the two people he saved. How did the current Leah and Yang still had any hint of ugliness right now? Ignoring Leah, even Yang, who was a servant, was soul-stirringly beautiful. As for Leah, it was simply impossible to find words to describe. If one had to describe it, they could only say such beauty should only belong to the heavens and not the mortal realm. But currently, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to this. "Miss, it seems like they are going to fight over there. Should we help save Mr. Yi?" Yang transmitted. Leah shook her head and said, "Watch a while more." Still watching. Mr. Yi is only at the 7th level spirit condensation realm. Once they fight, he will be instantly killed in a single move. Yi Yuan gave the Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 medicinal pill to Leah with any hesitation. This improved Yang's impression towards Yi Yuan tremendously and genuinely treating him as a savior. So when she saw that Yi Yuan was in danger, she could not wait to lend a helping hand. In truth, with the pair's strength, they did not need Yi Yuan's saving at all. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's appearance saved WANG Fan and his group instead. If Yi Yuan did not show up at that time, this group from the High Clarity sect would most likely already end up as a feast in the stomachs of the Cloud Dream Mountain range right now. Leah and Yang did not wish to reveal their strength. That was why they purposely pretended to be Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. Even the Sea Transformation Realm WANG Fan and Mai Jun were unable to see through Leah and Yang's strength. One could see just how powerful they were. So when Yi Yuan saved them both, master and servant, Leah was still alright, but Yang did not welcome it at all. One had to say that she was even more curious that a Spirit Condensation Realm martial artist actually rescued them master and servant without any traces from a bunch of Sea Transformation Realm and Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. But after Yi Yuan perceived Leah's ailment, Yang's thoughts were completely turned around. "It's fine. If Mr. Yi is really in danger, I'll make a move in time. Our ident. One ties are special. We mustn't make a move easily unless there are no other alternatives. Moreover, I also really want to see just where Mr. Yi's limit lies," Leah said composedly. But Yang was not very supportive as she said, "I know that Mr. Yi is kind of special, but what kind of limits can a 7th level Spirit Condensation Realm martial artist reach even if he's strong?" Leah broke into a smile, her beauty unequaled. "That might not be so. I keep feeling that he's extraordinary. Alright. Ever since that person left, it's rare to see Miss pay so much attention to something. Do whatever that makes you happy then." Yang realized that she misspoke after she finished talking and involuntarily stuck her tongue out playfully, appearing embarrassed. Said. A hint of sorrow flickered across Leah's beautiful eyes. She shot Yang a fierce glare and no longer bothered with her. Mai Jun gave Yi Yuan a glance and gritted his teeth as he said to WNG Fan, "Since that's the case, then let's fight to the bitter end." WNG Fan was confused and even thought that he heard wrongly. He looked at Mai Jun and the other Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples and saw that their faces actually revealed resolved look. Mai Jun actually wanted to turn violent without even thinking. One had to know that even though their High Clarity sect lost 2 Crystal Formation Realm disciples, the power of Sea Transformation Realm was not something that Crystal Formation Realm martial artists could resist. Were this group of people from the Tranquil Cloud sect daft? Everyone did not want their lives anymore for a 7th level Spirit Condensation Realm? WANG Fan was completely ignorant of Yi Yuan's significance to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Chapter 303, Very Foolish, Very Naive. Chapter 303, Very Foolish, Very Naive. "I'll delay them. Yun Tian, you quickly bring them away." Mai Jun drew his sword and said without even turning his head back. Evidently, he already harbored the resolution to die and protect the others' retreat. In Mai Jun's heart, these disciples were all the sect's future. Any one of them was more important than him. He was only a sect elder without much room for improvement anymore, while these disciples were going to cause a stir in Southern Domain in the future. Yi Yuan was rather overcome with emotion when he saw such a situation. Although the Tranquil Cloud sect's strength was not great, their cohesiveness was very strong. The Tranquil Cloud sect had people like Luo Qingfeng, Xiao Jian, and Mai Zhen. What was there to worry about not being able to charge back to the northern domain? It was fine if the sect declined. As long as the people's hearts did not scatter, there would eventually come a day where they would SHI+NE once again. The High Clarity sect is a bunch of motley crew. Why is there a need to fight to the death? Yi Yuan smiled calmly and wielded Tsunghua sword with a wave of his hands. Once Wang Fan saw the Tsunghua sword, the greed in his eyes could not be concealed anymore. 32 Restrictions Spirit Artifact. Haha, Senior Mountain Shaker's eyes are pretty good, Yi Yuan mocked. Haha, misfortune may actually be a blessing. Losing a stalk of crow orchid Ganoderma but acquiring a 32 Restrictions Spirit Artifact, heaven really treats me well, Wang Fan cackled. Yi Yuan sneered and said, don't crack your old teeth. Humph. Razor-tongued brat. Watch if old me don't take apart your bones today, Wang Fan snorted coldly. Mai Zhen panicked in his heart when he saw Yi Yuan not leaving and said, Yi Yuan, you guys quickly go. They have 2C transformation realm experts. You all staying is courting death. Go. Can you leave? How could Wang Fan give him the opportunity? With a wave of his hands, his disciples encircled the Tranquil Cloud sect team. Mai Zhen was exasperated that they failed to live up to his expectation when he saw the situation and said angrily, you guys. Sigh. But Yi Yuan had a nonchalant look as he transmitted his voice, saying, calm down, Elder Mai Zhen, just keeping watching. Sigh. Yi Yuan, I know that you're relying on that this place doesn't allow the existence of strength above the crystal formation realm. But even if it's peak crystal formation realm, you're also not a match. Mai Zhen sighed. Yi Yuan smirked and said, not necessarily. Yi Yuan took a step forward and said to Wang Fan, Senior Mountain Shaker, aren't you just trying to find trouble with me? How about this? Let's have a one-on-one. If you win, this sword is yours, and I'll be at your mercy. If you lose, let us leave. Wang Fan was stunned when he heard this. A spirit condensation realm challenging a sea transformation realm? Just now, he was still thinking that this boy was rather abnormal. Now, it looks like he was simply a moron. Wang Fan did not even speak yet when Mai Zhen involuntarily became very anxious and said, how can that do? Wang Fan, I'll duel with you. But Wang Fan ignored Mai Zhen and guffawed loudly as he said, boy, did your brain crash from fear? One-on-one with me. You aren't thinking that you're invincible because you're holding a 32 Restrictions Spirit Artifact, right? When he said this, the High Clarity side laughed unceasingly. Haha, so hilarious. I've grown so old, and this is still the first time that I'm hearing a spirit condensation realm challenging a sea transformation realm. Did the brains of Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons go bad? They actually handed a 32 Restrictions Spirit Artifact to a fool like this. Haha, they are teeming with spirit artifacts and came to deliver a spirit artifact to Elder Wang. Do you want to stop them? The group chimed in here and there and burst into laughter again. But Yi Yuan did not smile. His eyes were staunch as he said to Mai Zhen, Elder Mai, just leave this place to me. You bring the seniors and retreat to the side. Seeing Yi Yuan's commanding gaze, not knowing why, Mai Zhen swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Then you better be more careful. Mai Zhen unexpectedly agreed. This whole trip, Yi Yuan had already unknowingly replaced Mai Zhen's position, and became the backbone of this trip for the Tranquil Cloud sect. Even Mai Zhen was unconsciously influenced too. Having convinced Mai Zhen, Yi Yuan turned to Wang Fan and said, how is it? Do you dare? Wang Fan ridiculed when he saw the situation. Don't look at me with those eyes, I'll really be a little scared. But, since you're so sincere, wouldn't I be too unamiable to not agree? Yi Yuan smiled when he heard this and said, Senior Mountain Shaker's true color indeed doesn't change. Your skin is as thick as always. Wang Fan was already used to Yi Yuan's tone and knew that he could not beat him in a contention of tongues, so he might as well not argue. He looked at Tsunghua's sword in Yi Yuan's hands, his gaze sparkling. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll only use 10% of my strength to fight with you. If you can beat me, Then consider it your win, WNG Fan said with a cold smile. This was not WANG Fan boasting. He was at the 3rd level C transformation realm. Even 10% of his strength was greater than ordinary 9th level crystal formation realms. Such strength was plenty to deal with a 7th level spirit condensation realm boy. If he were dealing with Mai Jun, he would really need to fight seriously. But his opponent was Yi Yuan. WANG Fan honestly could not attach any importance to this. Even if he knew that Yi Yuan surely had areas where he excelled in, the enormous disparity in realms was simply insurmountable. Even if his opponent were a 9th level spirit condensation realm, he would win with certainty. As for dealing with a 7th level spirit condensation realm, there was basically no suspense, right? At this time, WANG Fan had the thought of playing cat and mouse. But Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard him and said elatedly, "You said it. Don't regret it when the time comes. You said you'll only use 10% strength." WNG Fan became even more amused when he saw Yi Yuan's appearance and deliberately assumed an expert's demeanor, saying, "I'm a dignified high-clarity sect elder. Why would I renege on my word against a puny spirit condensation realm? You can rest assured. I said 10% means it's 10%. The people from the high-clarity sect were whispering to each other on this side, full of pity towards Yi Yuan. This fool, he isn't naive enough to think that he can win just because Elder WNG is only using 10% of his strength, right? You look at his thrilled appearance, he definitely thinks so. When he experiences 10% of Elder WANG's strength in a while, he'll probably even have the intent to die, right? Hey, there's a good show to watch. I really can't figure out why the Tranquil Cloud sect would send such a fool to the mystic realm. The negotiations were set. Both parties each withdrew a distance away, clearing out ASPACE for Yi Yuan and WANG Fan's face-off. Both parties stood there. Yi Yuan suddenly cracked a smile again and said, "Senior Mountain Shaker, help someone all the way. Why not you allow me a move too? How about that?" WNG Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Yi Yuan disdainfully and said calmly, "Forget about one move. How about I allow you 10 moves?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "No need, no need. Why would I need so many? Just one move is ample." Yi Yuan's display incurred another bout of mocking laughter. Even Yang who was hiding secretly, could not help having suspicions about Yi Yuan's IQ. I always felt that Mr. Yi was a wise person. But looking at it now, why does he seem very foolish and very naive? The other person is a 3rd level C transformation realm expert. Forget about allowing him one move. Even if he stood there unmoving, Mr. Yi's attack might not be able to penetrate his protective essence energy, right? Yang said. Leah likewise had a doubtful look. But since Yi Yuan was not in danger, she also played along with him. Watch a little longer. I feel that Mr. Yi is not somebody who is foolish. Chapter 304, Goodbye, not seeing you out. Chapter 304, Goodbye, not seeing you out. Mo Yuntian looked at Yi Yuan with scorching eyes. Only he knew Yi Yuan's greatest trump card in here. After Yi Yuan entered the Tranquil Cloud sect, he had never exposed his strongest trump card before. Mo Yuntian knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately appearing weak to the enemy in order to win with one blow. But the problem was, would WANG Fan really stand there honestly and wait for Yi Yuan to release a mighty blow? That was a 3rd level C transformation realm expert, an existence who could instantly wipe out spirit condensation realm martial artists with a wave of his hand. WANG Fan was not some rookie martial artist like Yarrow Chen. His combat strength was more than a level greater than Yarrow Chen's. Where did Yi Yuan's confidence come from? But the matter was already done. Thinking too much would not help. If Yi Yuan could not take him down, at the very most, everyone just fought to the death. Senior Mountain Shaker, are you ready? I'm attacking. Yi Yuan purposely shouted. Attack then. Why would I need to prepare to deal with you? WANG Fan scoffed. Haha, since that's the case, then I won't be courteous. Senior Mountain Shaker, please receive this move. Finished talking, Yi Yuan became solemn. Sanghua sword pointed at WANG Fan. The surrounding heaven and earth essence energy immediately produced a faint fluctuation. WNG Fan was initially still relaxed with a laid-back appearance. Sensing this sort of situation, his heart involuntarily jolted. It's not so sinister, right? Why would there be heaven and earth essence energy undulations? Could it be this boy's sword move? WNG Fan secretly pondered. Sea transformation realm experts were much more sensitive to heaven and earth essence energy ripples than those crystal formation realms experts. That was why the other disciples had not reacted yet. When the high clarity sect disciples saw Yi Yuan put on a stance but there was no movement at all, there was another wave of mockery. Is this guy a joke sent by monkeys? Putting on a false front to scare a sea transformation realm expert? Haha, Elder Wang is also very happy from playing. This mystic realm is so dangerous, relieving a little is good too. This fellow finally managed to win over the offensive and wasted it like this. Indeed, there are fools every year, but this year is especially plentiful. All shut up for me. The few of you are the fools. Yu Feng's heart also kept drumming. He seriously could not listen anymore, hence, he asked them to stop. Those disciples could not help being befuddled. They could not figure out why Elder Yu looked like he was confronted by a powerful enemy. But they understood very quickly. The heaven and earth essence energy undulations became increasingly stronger, gradually forming countless motes of light in midair. They looked like flowers raining down from the skies. WNG Fan stared until his eyes became wide saucers. How could such a horrifying sword move appear on a spirit condensation realm martial artist? Also, why could a spirit condensation realm martial artist mobilize heaven and earth essence energy? Wasn't this ability unique to sea transformation realm experts? Although this move did not finish forming yet, WNG Fan dared to confirm that once this move was completed, it could absolutely cause tremendous injury to him. A spirit condensation realm martial artists could hurt a sea transformation realm martial artist. What kind of joke was this? In the hidden place, when Leah and Yang saw this scene, their faces similarly changed drastically. The astoundment in their hearts could not be any greater. Except, the reason for their astonishment was completely different from WNG Fan. Others could not see through the realm of this move from Yi Yuan, but Leah and Yang could understand. Supreme true intent. Miss, is that supreme true intent? Yang cried out in shock first, then was somewhat uncertain towards the end. How could something like supreme true intent appear on a spirit condensation realm martial artist? Leah's beautiful eyes wandered, shock likewise written all over her face. She only sucked in a deep breath after a long while and replied, Yang, it's indeed the elementary form of supreme true intent. This sword move already took the form of power, showing that his comprehension towards supreme true intent has already taken not a small step. If Mr. Yi and that person's cultivation realm was similar, no, as long as he has late-stage crystal formation strength, instantly killing that person is not an issue. There was an extremely huge gap between crystal formation realm and sea transformation realm. One could see how high Leah's appraisal of Yi Yuan was. But Mr. Yi is only at the crystal formation realm. How can he grasp supreme true intent? Yang still felt that she did not dare quite believe it. Leah sighed and said, I guess that Mr. Yi surely had some trump card, but I didn't think that his trump card was actually a supreme true intent. This trump card is too unexpected. Mr. Yi, he will definitely be a figure who shakes the divine realm in the future. In the era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, supreme true intent was the paramount profound meaning. The earlier one grasped supreme true intent, the more supreme true intents one could grasp. The greater the accomplishments of the martial artist as well. But even among the divine realm's major factions, it was already pretty impressive for those peerless geniuses to be able to comprehend the elementary form of supreme true intent in the sea transformation realm. It was unheard of for spirit condensation realm martial artists to be able to comprehend the elementary form of supreme true intent. The spots of light filling the skies caused everyone's hearts to palpitate, especially those from the high clarity sect. They only knew now that they were the clowns. Just this move was sufficient to instantly kill anyone beneath sea transformation realm. Azure Dipper floating zero sword art, thousand flowing petals, attack. With a light cry from Yi Yuan, Countless petals swept over towards Wang Fan. How could Wang Fan bother with whatever conduct of an expert right now? The petals-filled skies sealed all of his escape routes shut. If he still did not make a move, it would at the very least be the outcome of heavily wounded. 10% strength. Screw his mother's 10% strength. Wang Fan used his fingers as a sword, activating the high-clarity Imperial Reverence Law. He bellowed, 5 lighting dipper law. Break for me. Only to see electric arcs pervading around Wang Fan. The aura belonging to a sea transformation realm was exhibited beyond doubt. When the floating petals touched those electric arcs, they vanished abruptly with any traces. It actually could not approach his body. Wang Fan sneered and said, "Boy, you really have some capabilities. If your realm is similar to mine, this move is sufficient to instantly kill me. But sadly, I won't give you this chance." Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation, and he rebuked furiously, "You deceitful person. You said that you would only use 10% strength in front of so many people earlier. Now, you actually reneged." Wang Fan roared with laughter and said, "Young man, you're too naive. In the martial arts world, the victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. Only the victor can laugh to the very end. So go and die. 5 lightning dipper law, go." Wang Fan tapped with his sword finger. An extremely horrifying flow of electric current directly tore through the air and attacked Yi Yuan. But just when everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure, the wind and clouds suddenly change. It was originally a stretch of cloudless blue skies within the mystic realm. Presently, a stretch of dark clouds suddenly gathered on top of Wang Fan. And that electric arc he fired out dissipated into nothing just like that halfway through. Virtually in the same instant that the dark clouds said, an exceedingly terrifying pressure came from the skies. Even as a sea transformation realm expert, Wang Fan felt asphyxiated too. What's going on? What happened? Why? Why did my attack vanish? Not knowingly why, a foreboding premonition suddenly birthed in Wang Fan's heart, resulting in him stammering even when talking. By the side, when Yu Feng saw that bundle of dark clouds, his expression changed even more. Heavenly tribulation? Why did heavenly tribulation appear? T. Senior apprentice brother Wang, quickly dodge. Yi Yuan looked at Wang Fan who was opposite and said with a slight smile, "Senior mountain shaker, goodbye. Yi Yuan won't be seeing you out." Chapter 305, Obliterated. Chapter 305, Obliterated. The pressure in the air became increasingly more powerful. Wang Fan's expression also became increasingly uglier. That SS of dark clouds clearly came for him, especially when he saw Yi Yuan's derisive eyes. He spontaneously had a feeling of being played. It was crystal clear that Yi Yuan surely knew something, this Nable fellow, talking about whatever one-on-one, but in reality, he was digging a pit for him to jump in. Malicious motives. In it. What did you do, punk? Wang Fan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan spread his hands and said, "I didn't do anything, you're the one who did it." At this moment, the sense of crisis in Wang Fan's heart became ever more intense. He looked at Yi Yuan as he said through gnashed teeth, "Who cares what you did, I'll kill you first then talk." As he spoke, Wang Fan's figure moved and arrived in front of Yi Yuan instantaneously. The 5 lightning dipper law was already useless, then he might as well go closer. Rumble. A hint of ferociousness appeared on Wang Fan's face as he smashed Yi Yuan into meat paste. Haha. Asking for it. Now, can't jump around anymore, right? Wang Fan laughed madly. What are you doing, senior mountain shaker? If I were you, I'd better think of a way to extricate myself right now. Over on Tranquil Cloud Sect side, another Yi Yuan appeared. Turned out that earlier was just an avatar body. Wang Fan's face changed, and he said in a low voice, "Avatar body." But he no longer had time to be surprised. Right then, a RSE bolt of lightning suddenly released from the clouds, landing straight on Wang Fan's body. Everybody was dumbstruck by this scene. That bolt of lightning directly submerged WNG Fan. When the lightning disappeared, and they looked over again, WNG Fan had already turned into charcoal and became completely silent. WNG Fan was actually unable to even give a tragic cry and was instantly wiped out like that. After the lightning fell, that SS of dark clouds dispersed very swiftly, as if it had never appeared. Yu Feng could not help shuddering when he saw this scene. This scene was really too astounding. What the hell happened here? Yu Feng murmured. He still had not figured out just where this heavenly tribulation came from until now. Yu Feng's gaze involuntarily turned towards Yi Yuan. That brat seemed to know something. Although Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals was strong, his realm was too low. It was simply impossible to threaten WNG Fan. Recalling everything that happened previously, Yu Feng deeply felt that this so-called one-on-one just now was just a large pit trap. Yi Yuan, what did you do? The eyes Yu Feng looked at Yi Yuan with were filled with fear. Yes, a sea transformation realm expert was actually afraid of a spirit condensation realm martial artist. This boy was seriously too abnormal. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Think about it yourself. I don't have any duty to explain to you. Now, are you still going to take revenge for that senior mountain shaker?" Yu Feng's expression changed, the fear in his eyes became even thicker. He simply could not understand what just happened. This boy was so sinister. What if he also got targeted by heavenly tribulation? In addition, with WNG Fan's death, their side's strength fell drastically and was instead no longer Tranquil Cloud Sect's match. Take revenge for WNG Fan? You got to be kidding. Yu Feng ground his teeth and said to the disciples, "Let's go." Seeing the High Clarity Sect people off with their gazes, the Tranquil Cloud Sect group also heaved a sigh in relief. Tian Yu pounded a fist on Yi Yuan's chest and said delightedly, punk, didn't think you actually still had such a powerful killing move. If you used this move during the Sect Grand Compet, one Taion, even senior apprentice brother Wujiu would not be your match. You're only at the 7th level spirit condensation realm and can actually communicate with heaven and earth essence energy, truly too monstrous. As the saying went, no discord, no concord. After the Sect Grand Compet, one Taion last time where Tian Yu and Yi Yuan battled bitterly to the last trace of essence energy, they fought out a camaraderie. It was just that Tian Yu could never have imagined that Yi Yuan actually still had such an incredible killing blow that he did not unleash. He thought that that final blow from Yi Yuan back then was already his strongest attack. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This move is flashy without substance. Although its power is great, the time it needs is too much. Unless it's a specific environment, it can't be used. If I want to use this move on the platform during the Grand Compet, one Taion, will you give me the chance?" Tian Yu thought about it and nodded, saying, "Haha, that's true. But even that final attack of yours was already sufficiently powerful. I, Tian Yu, have always praised myself as a genius. But today, I'm utterly convinced by you. To be able to comprehend the elementary form of true intent, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's future accomplishments are also limitless. Oh right, what in the world happened earlier? That was heavenly tribulation?" Tian Yu asked rather uncertainly. With him asking, everybody perked up their ears. They also really wanted to know what happened just now. A sea transformation realm expert was instantly trounced in front of them. That sight was overly shocking. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "That wasn't heavenly tribulation but the electrical energy released by a grand array." "What? Grand array? You mean to say that we're currently inside a grand array?" Tian Yu exclaimed. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. I noticed it right after entering the mystic realm. This mystic realm is sealed off by a Civ Grand Array. This Grand Array is called the Heavenly Thunder Essence Locking Grand Array, a type of high-grade Tier 5 Grand Array. Its power is immense." Everybody sucked in a cold breath. High-grade Tier 5 Grand Array formations were even a level stronger than the Tranquil Cloud Sect's sect-protecting Grand Array. Mo Yuntian suddenly thought of something and asked, "You said to me before, the Tranquil Cloud Sect might become a team second only to the Heavenly Sky Sect. Could it be derived from this grand array? Yi Yuan nodded. He recounted the previous speculations for everyone, saying, originally, I was only guessing. But after entering the mystic realm, I already confirmed it. That's why I had no fear. They were all unbelievably shocked when they heard it. Yi Yuan actually deduced so much information from a couple of words from Li Zhangyu. It was evident how scrupulous his thoughts were. What kind of grand array is this heavenly thunder essence-locking grand array? What did Wang Fan do to trigger the grand array just now? Tian Yu asked. The heavenly thunder essence-locking grand array can set up a corresponding realm. As long as there exists strength that says this realm's strength, it will be obliterated by the grand array. And now, the realm set by this grand array is Crystal Formation Realm, Yi Yuan explained. Everybody could not resist shooting another glance at the super-dead Wang Fan after listening to Yi Yuan's words. The power of this grand array was too terrifying. A third-level C transformation realm expert was easily obliterated just like this. So you deliberately challenged Wang Fan just now and then forced him to use strength exceeding the crystal formation realm, and from there, eradicated by the grand array? Tian Yu marveled. Such a foe was too terrifying. Yi Yuan practically included everything in his calculations, playing with a C transformation realm expert within the palm of his hands. More importantly, Yi Yuan really forced Wang Fan to use all of his strength. They could not help somewhat rejoicing that Yi Yuan was someone on their side. Having such an opponent was simply a nightmare. Chapter 306, Colluding. Chapter 306, Colluding Miss, this Mr. Yi is too scary. To actually comprehend the elementary form of supreme true intent at the 7th level spirit condensation realm, as long as he doesn't fall, he'll surely be a figure that shakes the divine realm in the future. This battle just now, Yang watched for a long time with her mouth agape. The astonishment on her face would not fade away. Leah was similarly shocked beyond words. She muttered, just who is he? Such talent, even in the divine realm, he'll be a pinnacle existence. Why did he end up in a tiny little endless world? Yeah. The endless world is merely a very unremarkable one among the hundreds of millions of lower planes. Furthermore, how did Mr. Yi comprehend supreme true intent in a southern domain's tiny sect? This is simply something that cannot possibly happen. Leah smiled bitterly and said, I daren't believe it too, but this is the truth. Moreover, Mr. Yi's supreme true intent is rather powerful. This Mr. Yi is really an enigmatic existence. Yang sighed with admiration. I didn't think that we'd actually bump into such a figure when we came to the endless world. Yang, we're not going back anymore. I want to follow him to see what kind of secrets he has. If there's a possibility, let's form good relations with him. He'd be an extremely strong aid to the family clan in the future too. Leah seemed to have made some kind of resolution. But miss, your ailment. Leah waved her hands and said, doesn't matter. I have a feeling that maybe for this illness of mine to cured, it will ultimately still fall on Mr. Yi's head. Yang opened her mouth wide and said, how is that possible? That's a tier 8 pill formula. With Mr. Yi's realm, how long until he can refine it? Then how do you think Mr. Yi acquired the tier 8 pill formula with his age? Leah retorted. This. How would Yang know? That's why. This Mr. Yi's background is definitely complicated. Alright, enough talk, I've already decided. Leah said. With Wang Fan's death, the high-clarity sect's strength was weakened severely. Yu Feng was only a first-level C transformation realm. His strength was much weaker than Mai Zhen. This entire journey here, the high-clarity sect suffered heavy casualties and practically became a bottom-tier sect already. With the various great sects heading further in, the dangers they faced would become increasingly more. Progressing at this rate, the various great sects C transformation realm experts who did not know the inside story would more or less suffer some losses. In comparison, the tranquil cloud sect's strength appeared stronger instead. This matter is done. We'd better hurry up and leave this place, Mai Zhen opened his mouth to say. Just a moment, Elder Mai. That vermilion lotus iceheart fruit is a tier 4 medicinal herb. Isn't abandoning it like this too much of pity? Yi Yuan said. Mai Zhen's eyes lit up, and he asked, "You have a way, Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Did Elder Mai forget? I have an avatar body." Mai Zhen slapped his head and said, "Look at my brain, then I'll have to trouble you, Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan smiled and nodded his head. His figure moved and suddenly split into two. Another Yi Yuan walked out from his body. When he was plucking the vermilion lotus iceheart fruit, indeed, a tiny multicolored gorgeous spider jumped on Yi Yuan's body. This poison spider was obviously here to attack Yi Yuan. Only to hear a whoosh, that poison spider was instantly burnt and dropped on the ground. It only struggled a few times and stopped moving. That was the Tier 4 cleansing sandal sacred flame. Wasn't it courting death for the 7-colored poison spider to go and bite him? Keeping the vermilion lotus iceheart fruit, the group continued walking towards the deep regions of the mystic realm. After 3 days, Yu Feng and his team who fled with their tails between their legs were very cautious the entire way and no longer dared to have the slightest bit of carelessness, preserving some strength to the best of their abilities. And Yu Feng also reflected a little at this time. When WNG Fan was confronting Yi Yuan, it seemed like his strength touched some taboo existence. That was why it triggered that heavenly tribulation. They had also experienced a number of minor and major fights along the way. Nothing seemed to have happened to the Crystal Formation Realm disciples, while WANG Fan only used Sea Transformation Realm strength at one time with Yi Yuan. Could it be that this mystic realm did not permit the appearance of strength exceeding Crystal Formation Realm? Or else, it would trigger heavenly tribulation? Thinking up to here, Yu Feng inadvertently became more cautious. Every time he attacked, he suppressed his realm to the Crystal Formation Realm. "Elder Yu, over there seems to be heavenly sky sects people," a disciple suddenly said. Yu Feng looked over. Indeed, he saw the heavenly sky sect group currently heading over here. Haha, turns out that it's high clarity sects, Elder Yu. I wonder how Elder Yu's gains are on this trip. Wu Jiao greeted. Yu Feng's expression did not look too good. But their present strength was too weak, so he obviously did not dare to put on any airs in front of the Heavenly Sky Sect. He looked at the Heavenly Sky Sect again and discovered that the Heavenly Sky Sect's headcount did not drop by a single one. His complexion became even worse. Still alright. But compared to the Heavenly Sky Sect, it's definitely way worse. Yu Feng forced a smile. Didn't Elder Wang lead the team in your high clarity sect? Where is he? Wu Jiao feigned ignorance and asked. They already had a taste of the Heavenly Thunder Essence locking Grand Array, so they naturally knew its power. Wang Fan was currently missing. Most likely, he was smitten by lightning. Seeing the high clarity sect again with heavy casualties, Wu Jiao was in a great mood. The route these few days were within the Heavenly Sky Sect's grasp. They avoided some dangerous places and did not have serious losses. But Wu Jiao also knew that the true danger was only starting now. With Wu Jiao asking this, Yu Feng's face turned even uglier. Yu Feng turned back to give the High Clarity Sect disciples a glance and suddenly made a decision. He gritted his teeth and cupped his hands towards Wu Jiao as he pled, "Elder Wu, my High Clarity Sect is willing to offer up our gains on this trip. We only implore Elder Wu to take revenge for my senior apprentice brother Wang." Wu Jiao was stunned when he heard this. He didn't think that Yu Feng would actually say something like this. It looks like there was more than meets the eye to Wang Fan's death. Putting away his smile, Wu Jiao said, "Elder, you needs not do this. What happened to Elder Wang? Tell me." Yu Feng gnashed his teeth hatefully and said, "It's all thanks to that stinky brat called Yi Yuan from the Tranquil Cloud Sec. As long as Elder Wu help us take revenge, my High Clarity Sect group is willing to listen to Elder Wu's orders within this mystic realm." 3 days ago. Yu Feng recounted the incident 3 days ago to Wu Jiao in detail. With Wang Fan's death, Yu Feng could not do much single-handedly. He seriously did not have much confidence in walking out of the mystic realm. Rather than that, why not take a gamble and place his bets on the Heavenly Sky Sect? But Wu Jiao laughed when he heard this and said, "Is Elder Yu messing with me? He, Yi Yuan, is a 7th level spirit condensation realm, and you said that he mobilized heaven and earth essence energy and forced Elder WNG to use sea transformation realm strength? Yu Feng said anxiously. Everything Yu Feng said earlier was the absolute truth. I swear in the name of Heavenly Tao, if there are any false statements, I'll get struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Only now did Wu Jiao reveal a grave expression. But how is that possible? Forget about spirit condensation realm, even crystal formation realms cannot possibly maneuver heaven and earth essence energy. I also don't know why he can mobilize heaven and earth essence energy, but I saw it with my own eyes. It's undeniable. Yu Feng was dead certain. Hiss. If that's the case, this child indeed cannot be let alive. Fine, I promise you, as long as I meet the Tranquil Cloud sect group, I'll help you eliminate that child. Wu Jiao said ruthlessly. Chapter 307, Bringing Disaster to the Fish in the Moat. Chapter 307, Bringing Disaster to the Fish in the Moat. After several days, 7 to 8 people walked out of a dense forest. Ahead was a large stretch of grass plain. The few people's conditions were not very good. Many still had injuries on them. They had clearly just gone through a major battle. This group of people was precisely the Tranquil Cloud sect team. Elder Mai, that Tier 39 Serene Ice Lion just now was rather powerful. We only barely managed to fight it to a draw after combining 8 people's strength. Why are the Tier 3 demonic beasts' strength so high in this mystic realm? From Tian Yu's expression, one could see that he still had some lingering fear from that great battle earlier. Maizhen said, the mystic realm doesn't permit for existences above Tier 3. So these demonic beasts all suppressed their realms and not break through, putting all of their efforts on comprehending concepts. That's why while they may only be Tier 3 demonic beasts, in terms of concept comprehension, they are much stronger than even me. Demonic beasts' talent in comprehending concepts cannot compare to humans, but their advantage lies in that their lifespan is long. ACCU mulating bit by bit also becomes pretty impressive, Yi Yuan added on. In this mystic realm, there were surely many demonic beasts that attempted to break through to Tier 4 and were killed by the Heavenly Thunder Essence Locking Grand Array. With things persisting that way, the demonic beasts naturally gave up on breaking through and placed all of their energy onto comprehending concepts. Looks like this mystic realm is filled with dangers everywhere. Nobody knows what we'll bump into in the future, Tian Yu said rather worriedly. This mystic realm is not that simple. It will probably be even more dangerous towards the back. Everyone, be more careful, Maizhen said. Yi Yuan did not speak, but in truth, he also had a forewarning. Yi Yuan could skate around dangers related to natural treasures. But he was ultimately mortal and not a god. He had no way of grasping some unknown threats. Not knowing why, Yi Yuan kept having a feeling that he was being monitored. But no matter how he observed, he could not find any inkling of it. This sort of feeling like having a prick on his back made him feel very uneasy. I wonder if junior apprentice brother Yi can break through to the crystal formation realm inside this mystic realm. If he can break through to the crystal formation realm, our Tranquil Cloud sect's strength will soar dramatically, Tian Yu suddenly said with a laugh. Yeah. Junior apprentice brother Yi's cultivation speed is too freakish. He had just broken through 3 realms in the sect Grand Compet. 1 Taion. It's only been a dozen days or so, and he broke through again to the 8th level spirit condensation realm. If he can break through to the crystal formation realm, with the suppression of realms inside this mystic realm, even if he confronted a sea transformation realm expert, he would have no fear. The essence energy inside this mystic realm was abundant. Yi Yuan originally reached the 7th level spirit condensation realm bottleneck already. After a few days of fighting and absorbing essence energy, he finally took advantage of an opportunity yesterday and broke through to the 8th level spirit condensation realm. This was naturally good news to the Tranquil Cloud sect group. Yi Yuan's greatest shortfall was his realm. Once his realm could rise up, the Tranquil Cloud sect would become much more confident. They chatted and laughed and were just about to head into the deep regions of the grass plain when alarm bells started going off. Their field of vision was suddenly filled with a dark mass as it surged over here. What's that? In a blink of an eye, that dark mass showed itself in front of everybody. The Tranquil Cloud sect group finally made out what those were. Bloodthirsty Skywolf. It's Bloodthirsty Skywolf. My God, there are so many bloodthirsty Skywolves. Somebody cried out. Mai-Jun evidently recognized them too as he said in a grave voice, the bloodthirsty Skywolf's personality is extremely savage. Once tangled with them, it will be to the death. Our head count is too little, best to not face them head on. Quickly withdraw. They were just about to turn around when they heard a holler. Is that friends from the Tranquil Cloud sect over there? I beg you all to lend us a hand. The Purple Mansion sect will be indebted forever. At virtually the same time, a disciple who lagged behind the Purple Mansion sect was caught up by the wolf pack which chomped on his leg as he cried out miserably. The wolf pack completely did not give him any chance to retaliate. Several more bloodthirsty skywolves bit down on his 4 limbs. He could not shake them off no matter how he tried. In just a few short breaths of time, that Purple Mansion sect disciple was torn into ribbons, alarming the Tranquil Cloud sect group who was watching greatly. The group only saw clearly now that turns out this group of bloodthirsty skywolves was tracking down the Purple Mansion sect people over here. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, too late, can't leave anymore. The Tranquil Cloud sect people were stunned. Only now did they discover that many bloodthirsty skywolves appeared all around from God knows where. They actually surrounded them, and at this time, the Purple Mansion sect disciples had already converged with the Tranquil Cloud sect disciple. The 2 teams were encircled like prey by over 100 bloodthirsty skywolves. Mai-Jun shot a glare at the person who shouted out just now. If not for his yell, the wolf pack would not have completed the encirclement, and the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples would not have gotten caught in danger. The person who yelled out was a young man, 8th level crystal formation realm cultivation, even higher than Mo Yuntian. Seemingly detecting Mai-Jun's unfriendly eyes, he was fully apologetic as he said, Elder Mai, this junior is also at the end of my ropes, that's why I did that. My Purple Mansion sect had over 10 people, but now, there are only these 4 or 5 people left. Even Elder Shu also died under heavenly tribulation. As long as Elder Mai can rescue us, we'll definitely compensate you heavily. If we're fortunate enough to escape this mystic realm, Junior Lin Chao will definitely report truthfully to Sect Master. I believe that Sect Master will express gratitude to the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Mai-Jun's face was dark as he snorted coldly and said, it already came to this, do we still have a way out? Eliminate these bloodthirsty skywolves first then talk. Lin Chao was overjoyed when he heard this. Many thanks to Elder Mai for saving us. Junior is eternally grateful. But later on, when Elder Mai is attacking, you must not use Sea Transformation Realm strength. Otherwise, it will bring down heavenly tribulation. Mai-Jun nodded slightly and said, of course, I know that. Tranquil Cloud sect disciple listen up. Set up the 8 gates gold lock formation. You all each guard one area. Take heed not to let the wolf pack break in. As for the Purple Mansion sect people, you guys enter the formation first and rest a while, then come and assist us. Mai-Jun could tell at a glance that these remaining disciples from the Purple Mansion sect were already a spent force and was unable to sustain much longer. Rather than letting them join the battle, might as well rest a while then join in. The 8 gates gold lock formation was only an ordinary joint attack formation. Most great sect disciples knew it. Although this formation's strength was not great, it was very practical in such a messy fight so as to not get taken down one by the wolf pack. Of course, how long it could defend for was another question. After all, these bloodthirsty skywolves were all at the early stage Tier 3 realm. 100 early stage Tier 3 bloodthirsty skywolves was absolutely a nightmare-like existence. Otherwise, these Purple Mansion sect disciples would not have fled so miserably. With Mai-Jun's command, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples each laid out the formation to welcome the enemy. They also knew that this was an extremely dangerous juncture and must not be careless. But Yi Yuan's attention was placed on that Lin Chao the entire time. Though it was only a few words from start to finish, Yi Yuan could sense that he was a guy with extremely deep schemes. From when the wolf pack showed up to now, it seemed very coincidental, But Yi Yuan had a feeling that this was all deliberately done with Lin Chao. No other reason. Just because that yell earlier was too coincidental. Chapter 308, Fierce Fight. Chapter 308, Fierce Fight. The timing of that yell was grasped perfectly, making the Tranquil Cloud sect lose the last chance to escape. Of course, every man for himself. There was nothing wrong with Lin Chao purposely dragging the Tranquil Cloud sect down into the water. But the reminder to Maijin later on appeared too fake. They had already entered the mystic realm for such a long time. The dangers that each sect faced was too many to count. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, each sect's sea transformation realm elder were pretty much all dead already. There were most likely only the Heavenly Sky sect and Tranquil Cloud sect, these two sects who were fully intact. If it was just to stay alive, no harm in scheming a little. But Yi Yuan feared that this Lin Chao had malicious intentions. Compared to demonic beasts, humans were unmistakably scarier. The Purple Mansion sect was the number 2 great sect in the southern domain, second only to the Heavenly Sky sect. But they only sent one sea transformation realm elder here this time. It more or less seemed somewhat odd. To this end, Yi Yuan naturally paid attention to it. The bloodthirsty skywolves did not immediately attack. They just surrounded everyone. 8 people were trapped by 100 bloodthirsty skywolves. This sort of pressure was too intense. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples could not help feeling a little parched. Surrounding but not attacking. They are playing mental warfare. Haha, such clever demonic beast. Yi Yuan said calmly. The Tranquil Cloud sect group were shocked before recovering only now and could not help feeling deeply ashamed. Humans nearly falling for demonic beast strategy. Saying it out loud was overly humiliating. Lin Chao, who was presently meditating in the circle, could not resist sizing up Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan's gaze also just happened to look over at this time. The pair smiled when their eyes met. The two people's smiles both had deep meaning behind it. Right then, the wolf pack automatically divided. A bloodthirsty skywolf that was fire-red from head to toe walked out of the wolf pack. Everyone's pupils involuntarily constricted when they saw it. That was the Wolf King, bloodthirsty Wolf King, peak Tier 3 existence. Everyone believed that if not for the restrictions imposed by the Heavenly Thunder essence-locking Grand Array, this Wolf King would absolutely be a Tier 4 existence. The bloodthirsty Wolf King was awe-inspiring. The aura on his body was even stronger than Maijin. But he did not bother with the Tranquil Cloud sect group. He just stared fixedly at Lin Chao with scorching eyes. It was as if Lin Chao did not detect it at all. He was making the best use of his time as before to recover his strength. But this scene was taken in by the Tranquil Cloud sect people. An unusual thought involuntarily birthed in the minds of the disciples. Seniors, stop fantasizing. The bloodthirsty skywolves are naturally savage and will not let us go. Discuss the Purple Mansion sect matters afterward. If we don't exert our utmost effort, we'll only end up in the wolves' mouths eventually. Yi Yuan raised his voice and said. Mo Yuntian and the rest only came around now and could not help being dumbstruck. This Wolf King was simply even more cunning than humans. Just one look and it caused a chink to form between the two great sect. If there were no reminder from Yi Yuan, they would definitely have some misgivings during the battle. That look from the Wolf King was clearly to make the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples think that the Wolf Pack was just here for the Purple Mansion sect and had nothing to do with the Tranquil Cloud sect. With this sort of psychological hint, would the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples still defend the Purple Mansion sect to the death? The Wolf King obviously heard Yi Yuan's voice too, his gaze landing on this young spirit condensation realm martial artist with unkind eyes. Both schemes were spoiled by this young man. This Wolf Clear had clearly become enraged too. Seeing the Wolf King's eyes, Maijin secretly thought SHI+T. He hurriedly said, "Leave the Wolf King to me, each of you takes care of yourselves. You whelping from the Purple Mansion sect, quickly take the time to recover your strength. If someone can't endure it on our side, immediately help out." Lin Chao nodded and said, "Rest assured, Elder Mai." The Wolf King saw that there were no opportunities to take advantage of and also gave up on scheming. He gave a long howl. This was apparently the signal for the Wolf Pack to attack. After those bloodthirsty skywolves heard this howl, each one of them was like on stimulants as they charged towards the tranquil cloud sect disciples without heed for their lives. Mai Jun wielded his sword but rushed to the Wolf King first to fight him. This Wolf King was very sentient. He was worried about the Wolf King retaliating Yi Yuan. But even so, Yi Yuan's side was still being heavily taken care of by ordinary bloodthirsty skywolf. It was very obvious that the Wolf King had issued an order to kill Yi Yuan first. Actually, at this time, the Tranquil Cloud sect people's conditions were not too good. They had just fought a great battle with the 9 Serene Ice Lion not long before, and some disciples were still wounded. But the Tranquil Cloud sect fought with greater numbers previously. Everyone's losses were not great. Lin Chao mediated to recover essence energy while secretly observing these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' strength. Although Tianyu's realm was the lowest inside, he had comprehended the elementary form of true intent. After breaking through to the crystal formation realm, his combat power was tremendous. One person handling 7 to 8 bloodthirsty skywolves was not an issue. Ti Wujiu was 3rd level crystal formation realm, but his fist intent realm was similarly very high, only to see him throw fist after fist solidly. Those bloodthirsty skywolves were actually unable to approach him. As a 7th level crystal formation realm expert, Mo Yuntian's strength barred no questions. Rather, it was the other few crystal formation realm martial artists who appeared to be struggling. His gaze finally stopped on Yi Yuan, and his expression involuntarily choked up. Although he guessed that Yi Yuan definitely had abilities surpassing others to enter the mystic realm with spirit condensation realm strength, he could not have imagined that Yi Yuan was actually so strong. There were over a dozen bloodthirsty skywolves surrounding Yi Yuan alone, but he relied on one sword to slaughter his way in and out as he liked. Those dozen over bloodthirsty skywolves were unable to do anything to him. After a dozen over exchanges, Yi Yuan was perfectly fine, but quite a few of those bloodthirsty skywolves were wounded. These were Tier 3 demonic beast. Each one of them was existences like human crystal formation realm martial artist. An 8th level spirit condensation realm brat could actually treat it like there was no body in this place under these demonic beasts' combined attack. If one were to say that an 8th level spirit condensation realm crossed ranks to battle 1 or 2 Tier 3 demonic beasts, that was still par-sable. But being surrounded by over a dozen demonic beasts, that was absolutely a quantitative to qualitative change. Pressure changed abruptly. Furthermore, a bloodthirsty skywolf's speed was abnormally fast. Ordinary martial artists were simply unable to keep up. But Yi Yuan actually twisted and turned around inside effortlessly. When did such a monstrous existence appear in the Tranquil Cloud sect? That bloodthirsty Wolf King was in the midst of an intense battle with Mai Jun. But when he detected the situation over on Yi Yuan's side, he howled again. This time, even more bloodthirsty skywolves surged towards Yi Yuan's side. With this, the pressure over at Yi Yuan's senior's side inadvertently lessened. While on Yi Yuan's side, the number of bloodthirsty skywolves increased to over 20 all at once. Be careful, Yi Yuan. Mo Yuntian could not help being worried when he saw the situation. He was fenced in by 2 middle-stage bloodthirsty skywolves and several early-stage bloodthirsty skywolves over here and could not extricate himself at all. Ti Wujiu's and Tianyu's sides were the same. Though the bloodthirsty skywolves could not do anything to them, they were helpless against the bloodthirsty skywolves too. And Yi Yuan's side was already completely flooded with bloodthirsty skywolves. When Mai Jun saw this state of affairs, his forehead was full of sweat from anxiety, and he yelled at Lin Chao, how long do you want to wait to make a move? Chapter 309, Trouble. Chapter 309, Trouble. The bloodthirsty Wolf King's combat strength was extraordinarily powerful. Mai Jun was suppressed at peak 9th level crystal formation realm to battle it but was facing dangers everywhere. With this holler, he nearly let the Wolf King grasp an opportunity to catch him with its claws. Bu Lin Chao smiled calmly and said, "Don't get anxious, Elder Mai. This junior isn't at the end of his ropes yet." Lin Chao, you. Mai Jun was nearly infuriated until he coughed blood. He did not manage to avoid the Wolf King's metal claw this time, and his arm took a hit. Blood started flowing instantly. Mai Jun clenched his jaws and really wanted to erupt with Sea Transformation Realm strength. But the warning left behind by Wang Fan was still vivid in his mind. Sea Transformation Realm strength simply could not be used. With this confusion, Mai Jun was immediately suppressed by the Wolf King and fell in a disadvantageous position in all aspects. Although this bloodthirsty Wolf King's strength could not compare to that 9 Serene Ice Lion from before, it was still slightly stronger than Mai Jun, who suppressed at the Crystal Formation Realm. Right then, Yi Yuan, who was engulfed by the wolf pack, suddenly exploded with multiple rays of pale yellow light. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus the sound of a series of sword beams piercing the skin spread out. Then, a number of bloodthirsty skywolves went flying out. The wolf pack's siege crumbled all at once. Yi Yuan, it's great that you're okay. Mo Yuntian was elatedly seeing the situation. Yi Yuan called out, Elder Mai and Senior Apprentice Brother do not need to worry about me. I have no problems protecting myself. While talking, Yi Yuan released several more sword beams again. A number of bloodthirsty skywolves were speared flying again. The eruption on Yi Yuan's side finally stirred the Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples' fighting spirit. Each one of them released their combat strength to the fullest and actually suppressed 100 bloodthirsty skywolves with only 8 people's strength. For a period of time, only whimperings and whinings were heard everywhere. Many bloodthirsty skywolves were injured. But the bloodthirsty skywolf had 2 notable characteristics. One was high speed and the second was RSE skin and thick flesh. Although many bloodthirsty skywolves were injured over here, barely any truly died. Haha, everyone, double up. These bloodthirsty skywolves are nothing more than this. Yeah, just a bunch of animals. Let's kill them. So many tier 3 demonic wolf inner cores. We're going to be rich this time. Buck up, little wolves. I, your little lord, haven't fought to my heart's content yet. Due to Yi Yuan keeping in check quite a number of bloodthirsty skywolves alone, this bout of fighting was exceptionally carefree. Seeing as the combat strength of those bloodthirsty skywolves were becoming weaker and weaker, everybody's mood eased up quite a bit. Right then, that Wolf King howled again. Haha, still howling? It's useless even if you howl again. After we take care of your offspring, we'll pummel you together. Senior Apprentice Brother Pang derided the Wolf King with a loud laugh. But Yi Yuan's face darkened as he said in a grave voice, Seniors, be careful. These bloodthirsty skywolves are going to go into a frenzy. Bloodthirsty skywolves will have a tremendous increase in speed after entering a frenzy. Don't drop your guard, seniors. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the eyes of these bloodthirsty skywolves suddenly turned scarlet red, looking utterly terrifying. Following that, those injured bloodthirsty skywolves' wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those wolves had drool dribbling from their mouths, looking extremely voracious, as if they could shred anything into pieces. Only a bloodthirsty skywolf in such a state could be fit to bear the word bloodthirsty. Yi Yuan's eyebrows furrowed, and he muttered to himself, now it's troublesome. Senior Apprentice Brother Pang, who was still guffawing earlier, was thoroughly mute now. He stared at those bloodthirsty skywolves in a frenzied state blankly and could not resist swallowing hard. Those bloodthirsty skywolves had already stopped their attacks. Currently, the entire SS plane was dead quiet, leaving only the bloodthirsty skywolves panting. This was the quiet before the storm. Everyone held their breaths because they knew that the next round of attacks from the bloodthirsty skywolves would be even fiercer than before. Moreover, after that last round of melee, the Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples' expenditure was also very great. But the bloodthirsty skywolves' current state was like they were resuscitated with full vitality, filled with aggressiveness. The bloodthirsty skywolf gave another long howl. The 100 bloodthirsty skywolves burst forth abruptly, like 100 bolts of lightning charging towards the 8 people. That speed was beyond twice as fast as before. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus the bloodthirsty skywolves' figures only left behind a series of blurry shadows. Clank. 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 Immediately after were waves of metal class HI plussing sounds. After one wave of attack, everybody felt the pressure soar. 2 disciples even suffered injuries to their bodies, including that senior apprentice brother Pan. With a fierce bout of fighting, many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were already injured. Now, it could be said to be piling injuries on top of injuries. The scales of victory immediately tipped towards the bloodthirsty Skywolf's side after this frenzied transformation. After the frenzied transformation, the combat strength of ordinary bloodthirsty Skywolves virtually surged twofold. Adding up 100 bloodthirsty Skywolves, this sort of increment would be extremely substantial. For a moment, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were unable to cope with the situation. There were some people who were unable to hold on very soon. Rather, it was Yi Yuan with the lowest realm who still appeared to be doing it with ease presently by relying on the support from the transmission true intent to increase his speed after displaying spirit void shattering SPACE. Lin Chao, still not Russ. HI plussing up to support yet? Yi Yuan roared. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples had already fought for quite a bit of time for the few people from the Purple Mansion sect. Their strength was roughly recovered 50% to 60%. Especially Lin Chao, this 8th level crystal formation realm. Him Partik. 1p8ing in the battle would be a tremendous support to the Tranquil Cloud sect side. Lin Chao saw that he could not hide from this. So he could only stand up and call for his fellow martial brothers and said, "Juniors, the Tranquil Cloud sect seniors and juniors have already strived for a lot of time for us. Now, let's switch with them." If the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples recalled the formation, the wolf pack would attack indiscriminately. At that time, it would also be hard for them to escape. They could clearly only go all out if they want to preserve their lives at this time. Senior Apprentice Brother Pang and Senior Apprentice Brother Du, you guys retreat inside the circle first to recover. Lin Chao, you bring a person forward to support first. Yi Yuan said anxiously. Okay. Lin Chao did not say anything else and filled in the void left behind by Senior Apprentice Brother Du, but right at this moment, an abnormality suddenly occurred. When Senior Apprentice Brother Pang was just about to withdraw, a middle-stage Tier 3 bloodthirsty Skywolf bit down on his arm. Ah! A heart-rending scream sounded, chilling the hearts of everyone who heard it. This whole trip, there had yet to be any Tranquil Cloud sect disciple who met with an accident under Yi Yuan's lead. So everyone was not mentally prepared too. Now, seeing Senior Apprentice Brother Pang falling into danger, they involuntarily panicked. Luckily, those Purple Mansion sect disciples knew what to do. They rushed up to block the other wolves. But after that bloodthirsty Skywolf bit Senior Apprentice Brother Pang's arm, it was like it went berserk and would not loosen its jaws no matter what. Only to hear a ripping sound. That bloodthirsty Skywolf directly tore off Senior Apprentice Brother Pang's entire arm. Ah! Senior Apprentice Brother Pang cried out again miserably, blood pouring out of his broken arm area. Wanyan. Senior Apprentice Brother Pang. That tragic cry immediately roused the hearts of all of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. You bunch of damn and beast. I'll exterminate all of you. Mo Yuntian howled, his entire body's aura erupting suddenly. Ti Wujio did not say a word, but his fist wind also abruptly became violent. One could see the fury in his heart right now. And the same as him was Tian Yu. And Yi Yuan. Chapter 310, One Glance. Chapter 310, One Glance. Yi Yuan appeared very calm on the surface, and his actions did not seem to have any major changes. But those familiar with him knew that Yi Yuan's rage at this moment was getting greater and greater, just like that time when Luo was hurt. Before this mystic realm exploration, Yi Yuan and Pang Wanyan were not acquainted. But during this half a month, everyone helped each other through hurdles and made deep friends. HI plus PS. Although Pang Wanyan was somewhat reckless when things cropped up, he had no airs and could click with everyone. The reason why Yi Yuan put himself in the limelight the entire trip was in order to bring everyone back. But he did not think that such an incident would happen. He casually fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Senior Apprentice Brother Du, who withdrew said while dealing with the wolf pack, quickly feed Senior Apprentice Brother Pang. Senior Apprentice Brother Du was called Du Cheng, an elite disciple, same as Pang Wanyan. They were both at the 3rd level crystal formation realm, but in terms of true combat strength, the two of them were ranked at the bottom. Even the first-level crystal formation realm Tian Yu's combat strength was much stronger than theirs. So the first ones to pull back were them. Du Cheng did not hesitate much and directly stuffed the medicinal pill into Pang Wanyan's mouth. When the medicinal pill entered his stomach, Du Cheng discovered that Pang Wanyan's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was even faster than the recovery speed of those bloodthirsty skywolf. And Pang Wanyan's complexion became a little rosier before long. Du Cheng was unbelievably dumbfounded in his heart. What medicinal pill is this, to actually have such effects? Du Cheng was very clear on what effects the sect's Tier 3 medicinal pills had. Comparing to this pill from Yi Yuan, it was simply Traz. H. Plus recalling again to the detoxification pills that Yi Yuan took out, the effects were similarly much better than the sect ones. Could these medicinal pills all be refined by Yi Yuan himself? But he was only at the spirit condensation realm. For a while, Du Cheng's mind ran wild. Right at this time, he heard a splat, interrupting his thoughts. That sound came from over Yi Yuan's side. Du Cheng looked over towards Yi Yuan's side and saw a headless wolf corpse lying on the ground, while Yi Yuan had already put away Tsunghua sword since God knows when. Right then, another wolf dashed towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. Only to see Yi Yuan dodge slightly and lightly tap a finger on the wolf's head. Without any unnecessary actions, that bloodthirsty skywolf scurried back. The next instant, Du Cheng's pupils constricted. When that bloodthirsty skywolf landed on the ground, its head exploded with a bang. Another headless wolf corpse. Following that, he saw Yi Yuan's profile shuttling back and forth within the wolf pack like a ghost, landing finger after finger on the bloodthirsty skywolves' heads. Each finger Yi Yuan unleashed, a bloodthirsty skywolf would fall. In a blink of an eye, there were already over a dozen bloodthirsty skywolves that died in Yi Yuan's hand. At this moment, it was as if Yi Yuan had become the incarnation of a god that descended upon the world. His might was without equal. Originally, those frenzied bloodthirsty skywolves did not fear death and were completely unaware of what being frightened was. But now, those bloodthirsty skywolves actually took the initiative to back away from the areas that Yi Yuan Pares said through. They were scared. But this sort of avoidance was futile. The areas that Yi Yuan Pares said through would surely leave behind one or two bloodthirsty skywolf Kaka. S says. What's going on? Mo Yuntian suddenly felt the pressure around him lighten. Initially, the frenzied bloodthirsty skywolves that were everywhere pressured him until he felt suffocated. But now, it suddenly lessened by quite a bit. There were Ti Wujiu and Tian Yu who also had the same feeling. They all noticed that the bloodthirsty skywolves seemed to be afraid of something. Now that their pressure reduced right now, they had spare energy to observe the other areas. It was all right if they did not look. But one look and they jumped in fright. The areas that Yi Yuan Pares said through left behind Wolf Kaka. S says everywhere. The 8 Gates Gold Lock formation had already automatically dissolved following Yi Yuan's departure. And each of Yi Yuan's steps was heading over in the bloodthirsty Wolf King's direction. Those bloodthirsty skywolves no longer dared to go forward to provoke Yi Yuan anymore. But even so, their companions still died one after another. The bloodthirsty Wolf King had already forced Mai Zhen into a desperate situation over on this side. Mai Zhen was covered in injuries right now, looking rather ghastly. Right then, the bloodthirsty Wolf King seemed to have detected a thick animosity, and its movements also became sluggish. Seeing Yi Yuan who was walking towards it composedly, the bloodthirsty Wolf King's pupils shrunk. Forcing Mai Zhen back with one claw, it turned towards the direction where Yi Yuan was currently approaching him in. As Yi Yuan walked, he slaughtered the Wolf King's progenies. The originally wild and fearless bloodthirsty skywolves were like paper paste in Yi Yuan's hand. The bloodthirsty Wolf King's eyes became blood-red when it saw its clansman being Ma's sacred. An incomparably powerful aura surged towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan continued walking step by step towards it as if he could not feel it. The Wolf King actually had yet to enter the frenzied state from battling Mai Zhen until now. Mai Zhen was very fretful seeing the situation and shouted loudly, "Yi Yuan, Quickly move aside. The Wolf King is entering frenzied state. But it was like Yi Yuan did not hear it. He moved closer and closer to the Wolf King. Everybody's hearts leaped to their throats. The Wolf King's aura was too horrendous. The Wolf King without entering frenzied state could force Mai Zhan until he did not have the strength to retaliate. His strength after the frenzy transformation was totally not what the people present could withstand. But just as Yi Yuan was around 10 steps from the Wolf King, a scene that nobody dared to believe occurred. That bloodthirsty Wolf King actually took a step back. Yi Yuan casually finished off a bloodthirsty skywolves and took another step forward. The Wolf King backed up another step again. The Wolf King was actually afraid. Yi Yuan currently had a composed look without joy nor sorrow, looking just like a person who was harmless to humans and animals. But the incomparably powerful Wolf King was actually fearful of him. Yi Yuan advanced. The Wolf King retreated again. The Wolf King's eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. Even humans could see the fury within it. But he just did not dare to attack. Yi Yuan advanced. The Wolf King retreated once more. This time, Yi Yuan did not move. He just met eyes with the Wolf King like this, his expression calm and collected. The Wolf King only faced off with Yi Yuan for several breaths of time. Finally, it could not endure it and let out a long howl, then turned around and ran. With the Wolf King's departure, the remaining bloodthirsty skywolves naturally would not stay on anymore. They left the tranquil cloud sect disciples behind and also fleet. In a twinkle of an eye, the bloodthirsty skywolves that originally had powerful auras vanished to the ends of the Gra.SS plains. The Purple Mansion sect disciples looked at the corpse-strewn ground and looked at Yi Yuan again, their eyes showing fear. This person clearly only had spirit condensation realm cultivation, but even the bloodthirsty Wolf King did not dare to clash with him. He forced the bloodthirsty Wolf King back with one glance. Such a battle result was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan, you're really amazing. How did you do it? Tian Yu asked Yi Yuan excitedly. But Yi Yuan did not reply him. Mo Yuntian suddenly noticed that something was not quite right. He walked up and patted Yi Yuan's shoulder, asking, "You all right, Yi Yuan?" But what he did not expect was that Yi Yuan fell stiffly backward just like that. Mo Yuntian was alarmed and hurriedly went to support Yi Yuan. Chapter 311, Soul Jade. Chapter 311, Soul Jade. Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. Are you okay, Yi Yuan? Seeing Yi Yuan collapse suddenly, the tranquil cloud sect disciples were taken aback and quickly surrounded him. Senior apprentice brother Mo, what happened to Yi Yuan? Is there any problem? Tian Yu asked urgently. Mo Yuntian waved his hands to indicate to him not speak and reached for Yi Yuan's pulse. After a long time, Mo Yuntian finally heaved a sigh in relief and said, "Shouldn't be a major problem." Hearing Mo Yuntian said so, everyone also let out a sigh in relief. Since he's all right, then why is Yi Yuan unconscious? The one asking was Pang Wanyan. He ate Yi Yuan's medicinal pill, and currently, his external injuries were mostly recovered already. It was just that arm would not come back. Seeing Yi Yuan fall unconscious, he was also extremely worried. Previously, being together with Yi Yuan was fellow sect member relations. HI+P. But from today onwards, they were friends in adversity. Friends. HI+PS that were tested through life and death could withstand ordeals better. Just now, Du Cheng roughly summarized what happened earlier. Pang Wanyan had a feeling that Yi Yuan only erupted abruptly because of him. This could not help but move him. Mo Yuntian said to everybody, Yi Yuan he used the tier 3 strength of the cleansing sandal sacred flame earlier, which exceeded the limits that his meridians could withstand. Just now when dealing with those bloodthirsty skywolves, Yi Yuan's meridians were suffering the agony of being immolated the whole time. He actually endured it without showing the slightest trace. Hearing Mo Yuntian said so, all of them were visibly moved. As martial artists, how could they not know the torment of meridians being burnt? That sort of anguish was something unimaginable by ordinary people. Even someone with remarkable willpower might not be able to endure it under the agony of meridians being immolated. Immolation of meridians, one could not faint even if they wanted to. Because even if they fainted, they would also wake up immediately from pain. But how did that nonchalant expression of Yi Yuan's look like suffering the anguish of meridian immolation? Just now, Yi Yuan was like a fiend God that had descended upon the world. That sort of overweening aura even shocked the peak Tier 3 bloodthirsty Wolf King into retreating. The Yi Yuan under such a state was actually enduring the immolation of meridians the entire time? Hiss. That's also to say that Yi Yuan sang an empty city stratagem just now. Actually, he could no longer resist the Wolf King anymore earlier. He was just using strategy to scare him away. Tian Yu asked in amazement. Do you think that the Wolf King is so easy to deceive? That Wolf King's intellect is completely not beneath humans. It might even be far more cunning than some humans. How could it be easy to want to fool it? When Yi Yuan was butchering the wolf pack earlier, he condensed his momentum to the limits. Even if the Wolf King entered a frenzied state, it would not dare to easily confront Yi Yuan. That's why it chose to withdraw. Mai Zhen consumed some healing medicinal pills and also recovered a little before saying this. Mo Yuntian nodded and said, I have a feeling that even if the Wolf King really went for it just now, it might not be able to gain any advantages. Otherwise, how could that Wolf King retreat so easily given its immense intellect? This conjecture from Mo Yuntian made everyone suck in a deep breath instead. Yi Yuan's might had truly said everyone's understanding. Even the Wolf King that Mai Zhen, this sea transformation realm expert, was helpless against was scared into retreating by Yi Yuan. This was an absolutely heaven-defying battle result. Then, will Yi Yuan be alright? Pang Wanyan asked concernedly. Mo Yuntian said, don't worry. Although his injuries are heavy, there is no threat to his life. After he regains consciousness, I think he'll have ways to treat himself. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Mai Zhen said, since that's the case, find a place to rest for a while and wait for Yi Yuan to wake up before making a decision. Bright moon and few stars, there were many blurry outlines under the shadow of a tree. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. When he saw Pang Wanyan's familiar face, he forced a smile and said, Senior apprentice brother Pang, are you alright? Pang Wanyan was overjoyed at first. When he heard finish Yi Yuan's words, tears flowed instantly. I'm alright. It's great that you woke up. You worried us to death. Elder Mai, senior apprentice brother Mo, junior apprentice brother Yi woke up. Everybody hurriedly surrounded over when they heard that, all trying to get in a word of concern. Sensing the worry from his fellow disciples, Yi Yuan felt a burst of emotion in his heart. How long was I out? Yi Yuan asked. You were already unconscious for a day and 2 nights. Yi Yuan, are your meridians okay? Pang Wanyan asked hurriedly. Yi Yuan shook his head, nothing major. Senior apprentice brother Pang, I'll have to trouble you to support me up. Pang Wanyan quickly used his remaining arm to lift Yi Yuan up. Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring and started to regulate his breathing. At this time, the Tranquil Cloud sect people spontaneously circled around him to protect him. While the Purple Mansion sect's remaining 4 disciples were not far away the whole time, Lin Chao's gaze pierced through the crowd to look at Yi Yuan. Nobody knew what he was thinking of either. After an hour, Yi Yuan refined finish the medicinal pill. His complexion overall looked much better. Meridian injuries were a very troublesome matter. Under ordinary stances, even if there were assistance from medicinal pills, it was very hard to fully recover without several months of recovery and recuperation. But look at Yi Yuan's present appearance, he seemed to have already recovered 60% to 70%. Furthermore, in such a short time, there was normally no way to fully refine the medicinal pill. That was also to say that he might recover as good as new very soon as the remaining 30% to 40% of medicinal pill continued to be refined inside Yi Yuan's body. Such a heaven-defying medicinal pill was simply unheard of before. Towards such a situation, the Tranquil Cloud sect group were already numb to it and did not have too big a reaction. But the Purple Mansion sect people apparently found it very shocking. Other than Lin Chao, the other 3 were furtively whispering together. Yi Yuan got up but walked straight for Lin Chao. Lin Chao seemed to know that Yi Yuan would find him straight away and did not look too surprised. Junior apprentice brother Yi overturned the raging tides yesterday and saved the lives of the four of us. Lin Chao is deeply grateful. Lin Chao bowed deeply towards Yi Yuan, looking rather sincere. Yi Yuan accepted it calmly, but said, Senior apprentice brother Lin, don't you owe me an explanation? Lin Chao was shaken inwardly, but had a confused look as he said, explanation? Junior apprentice brother Yi refers to? Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, looks like senior apprentice brother Lin refuses to give in. Must I lay it bare? Lin Chao shook his head and said, I really don't know what senior apprentice brother Yi needs me to explain. Are you referring to the matter of deliberately dragging your honorable sect into the water? I've already apologized to Elder Mayan senior apprentice brother Pang about this matter and compensated some natural treasures obtained during this trap as recompense. At that time, we were also at a life and death juncture and had no other alternatives but that. I hope that junior apprentice brother Yi won't take offense. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and opened his mouth and said, although a bloodthirsty skywolf's natural disposition is savage, it has a particular trait, and that is they are very prudent and will not leave their own territory without special circumstances. And the owner of this region is a 9 serene ice lion. They chased you all the way here surely because you guys did something. Well, let me guess. Is it Soul Jade? Chapter 312, Demanding an Exorbitant Price. Chapter 312, Demanding an Exorbitant Price. Hearing the two words Soul Jade, Lin Chao's face changed all of a sudden. But he remained stubborn as he said, haha, junior apprentice brother Yi, I don't know what's the meaning of what you said. What Soul Jade? Yi Yuan suddenly put away his smile and said frostily, is senior apprentice brother Lin trying to use us as ASHI plus ELD then run off after getting benefits yourself? Originally, you guys obtaining any benefits has nothing to do with us. Even if I knew that you people obtained Soul Jades, I wouldn't expose it either. It's just that your scheming made us fall into a perilous situation and my senior apprentice brother Pang nearly lost his life right there and then. You don't think it's over just like this, right? The Tranquil Cloud sect people were rather bewildered and did not know why Yi Yuan and Lin Chao were arguing. When Yi Yuan was unconscious, Lin Chao already showed his attitude adequately to Mai Zhen and Pang Wanyan and apologized profusely, finally earning their understanding. After all, the Purple Mansion sect group lost more than half of their people, leaving only 4 guys. Subst I tutting anyone into that kind of situation, they would most likely choose to drag others into the water too. Plus, Lin Chao and the rest paid large amounts of natural treasures before the Tranquil Cloud sect group finally agreed not to dispute anymore. But they did not imagine that the first thing Yi Yuan did after waking up was to find Lin Chao's trouble. Yi Yuan, what's the Soul Jade you're talking about? If it's some inconsequential thing, then just forget about it, Mo Yuntian inquired. Yeah, Yi Yuan. When you were out cold, Lin Chao already compensated us 3 stalks of Tier 4 medicinal herbs, 10 stalks of quasi-Tier 4 herbs, and many Tier 3 herbs. It's more than enough to show his sincerity, Mai Zhen also added on. These things naturally could not bring back Pang Wanyan's arm, but it was already done. Even killing the 4 of them would not help the situation. Not that the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were goody 2-shoes, but because the other party had Lin Chao this 8th level crystal formation realm present. Under the situation where Mai Zhen was injured, if he were bent on breaking out of the encirclement, it would also be very tough for the Tranquil Cloud sect to make everyone stay. At that time, forget about not getting anything, they would even openly offend the Purple Mansion sect that was second only to the Heavenly Sky sect. At that time, it would not be fun. And the Tranquil Cloud sect group including Mai Zhen did not know what item the Soul Jade was. Yi Yuan did not turn back but looked at Lin Chao as he said coolly, Soul Jades are a type of very special jade mineral, extremely rare. The reason why it's named Soul Jade is that it has the effect of Nori's HI plusing the divine soul. Especially to peak C transformation realm martial artists, this is simply an unrivaled miracle treasure, because it can help peak C transformation realm martial artists break through their bottleneck and salt the Soul C realm. When Yi Yuan finished talking, they were all horrifyingly shocked. Such a treasure was way more precious than any Tier 4 medicinal herb. Why were there so few Soul C realm powerhouses in the southern domain? It was because the advancement of Soul Force was too hard. Martial artists cultivated essence energy. Alchemists cultivated soul force. It was a paradox whether to primarily cultivate essence energy or soul force. To the vast majority of people in this world, cultivating both at the same time would only end up with accompli. Hi plusing nothing. In reality, the difficulty of breaking through to the soul sea realm was lower for alchemists compared to martial artists. But the problem was that alchemists needed to spend countless energy on the path of alchemy. There were far too many things they needed to grasp. Just the understanding of various kinds of medicinal herbs was an extremely profound study, plenty for a martial artist to research their entire lives. Alchemists still had to take into consideration the cultivation of essence energy under such circumstances. That was a virtually impossible thing. But to martial artists, raising soul force was too challenging. If the soul force did not reach a certain level, the divine soul would simply be inadequate to communicate with the essence energy sea and break through to the soul sea realm from there. It was precisely because so that a treasure that could assist peak sea transformation realm martial artists to break through their fetters would naturally be exceptionally valuable. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, everyone from the Tranquil Cloud sect showed heated gazes. What did this soul jade mean? It meant that the sect could have at least one more soul sea realm powerhouse. Lin Chao's complexion was ugly as he said, "Junior apprentice brother, ye must be joking. Where would we get such a treasure?" Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Each person has to pay the price for their actions. You lured the bloodthirsty skywolves over, and senior apprentice brother Pang lost an arm because of this. Aren't you taking it too easy to want to use some medicinal herbs to dismiss us? But this is also the first time I've heard of such a wondrous item. We really don't have it," Lin Chao said awkwardly. But Yi Yuan pressed on harder. "Talking anymore is pointless. If senior apprentice brother Lin wants to prove your innocence, please take out your storage rings to let us have a look." Lin Chao's expression changed, and his face darkened at once. "Isn't this request of junior apprentice brother Yi going too far? Although my Purple Mansion sect stumbled in this mystic realm, we're still the number 2 great sect in the southern domain. Does junior apprentice brother Yi really want to fall out with us? This sort of thing, like searching storage rings, was a burning disgrace to a martial artist. Because hidden within one's storage rings were secrets that many did not wish to divulge. But Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said, "If senior apprentice brother Lin is confident that the 4 of you can escape, you can give it a shot. I, Yi Yuan, am not someone who indiscriminately slaughters innocent people. I can understand you drawing the wolf pack over to protect yourself. But if you think that I'm easy to bully, then you're making a very grave mistake." An 8th level spirit condensation realm martial artist talking this way to an 8th level crystal formation realm. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded rather odd. But at this very moment, Lin Chao sensed an incredible pressure. The scene of Yi Yuan Ma's saccring the wolf pack was still fresh in Lin Chao's memories. That sort of casual slaughtering, Lin Chao touched his heart and knew that he was unable to do it. Lin Chao suddenly felt a false impression, as if he was not facing an 8th level spirit condensation realm, but a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Lin Chao did not speak. He was clearly gauging his own strength, whether he could disentangle himself or not. Finally, he still sighed disappointedly and said, forget it. Junior apprentice brother Yi is more shrewd than others and is well informed. This Lin admires. I'm afraid that barely anyone can recognize this soul jade in the entire southern domain. To think that junior apprentice brother Yi can guess it without even seeing it." As he spoke, Lin Chao retrieved a gray-colored jade piece the size of a goose egg from his storage ring. But Yi Yuan did not reach out to take it. He spoke again, "Since senior apprentice brother Lin already acknowledges it, why be so miserly? I don't want all of it either, just half will do." Lin Chao's face changed again, but he fished out another 4 pieces of soul jades from his storage ring, roughly the same sizes as before. "We only obtained a total of 10 pieces of soul jades this trip. This is half already." Lin Chao gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan smiled but still did not reach his hand out. Lin Chao was on the verge of collapsing. His hands trembled as he said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi isn't shooting a random number, right? This is really half of the amount already. Whether it is or not, I naturally have a clear idea in my mind. You just have to bother with taking them out. I definitely won't take more, Yi Yuan said coolly. Lin Chao examined himself that he was highly devious and was extremely intelligent. But when facing Yi Yuan, he always had a feeling of being unable to exert strength. From start to the end of this exchange, it was always Yi Yuan who grasped the initiative. He had never been so aggrieved before. With a clench of his jaw, Lin Chao took out another 7 pieces of soul jade. This time, it's really half. There's not a single piece more. If you still demand an exorbitant price, then let's fight it out to the death. Lin Chao was about to break down. But this time, Yi Yuan waved his long sleeves and put those 12 pieces of soul jades into his storage rings. Chapter 313, 8 Sects Gather. Chapter 313, 8 Sects Gather. Looking at Lin Chao's grimacing look, Pang Wanyan secretly felt satisfied. Previously, Lin Chao lowered himself to apologize ardently and pay compensation. Out of consideration for the overall situation, Pang Wanyan grudgingly forgave him. But this matter of losing an arm had always been a knot in his heart. Plus, listening to Yi Yuan mention about the soul jade, Pang Wanyan was naturally even more displeased in his heart. But looking at Lin Chao's expression, this extortion by Yi Yuan was rather ruthless. Pang Wanyan felt like he had gained back ground for himself and his spirit was invigorated. This matter is settled. Senior apprentice brother Lin, are you guys going to leave on your own now, or? Yi Yuan said. Lin Chao was dazed. He immediately shook his head and said, among the 4 of us, the one with the greatest strength is me. This mystic realm is seriously too dangerous. We'll be eaten until not even remains are left if we move alone. I hope that junior apprentice brother Yi can let the 4 of us travel together. As if afraid of Yi Yuan objecting, Lin Chao swiftly spoke again, rest assured, junior apprentice brother Yi, to be able to obtain soul jades this trip is already a tremendous harvest. We don't want any of the natural treasures from here on. We only pray to be able to leave safely. Yi Yuan nodded and said, we can travel together. But when we encounter problems, you must help out equally. If I find out that you guys are secretly conserving strength or purposely hindering us, I'll invite you all to leave immediately. Lin Chao hurried said, that's of course. Yi Yuan's words directly cut off any possibilities of the 4 Purple Mansion sect people fees. HI plusing in troubled waters. Lin Chao knew that it was simply an impossible matter to want to play mind games in front of this person. Just like that, the party continued advancing towards the depths of the mystic realm. After several days, the party walked out of a dense fog forest. Luckily Yi Yuan was here. Or else, we won't be able to walk out of this ghastly place even if we walked until we die. This confounding mist forest is boundless. We simply don't know where the end lies. It's actually an enormous entrapping formation. The person who laid out this entrapment formation truly has horrifying strength. Yeah. This mystic realm is very bizarre. Many places have man-made vestiges but at the same time seem like naturally formed. It makes people confounded whether it's real or fact. This confounding mist forest was an enormous entrapping formation. It was cut from the same cloth as the type that Yi Yuan previously set up to deal with the High Clarity sect. If the average person got caught in this forest, they could never leave for the rest of their lives. Moreover, this confounding mist forest was filled with jeopardies everywhere. It was a land of absolute perils. It was all thanks to Yi Yuan that all of them could walk out with only fear and no danger. And at this time, the eyes that Lin Chao looked at Yi Yuan with underwent another change. This young man was seriously too mysterious. He was simply even stranger than this mystic realm. This confounding mist forest, even if that Heavenly Sky sect quasi-tier 4 formation master were in here, it would not be possible to bring everyone out of there safe and sound like this. But Yi Yuan did it. Their group of 12 people walked for a day and night in this confounding mist forest and did not even hurt a single strand of hair. Lin Chao did not believe that this was their luck being good. No body would have such good luck. To be able to do it to such an extent was definitely because Yi Yuan was extremely well versed in array formation's path. But Yi Yuan was clearly only 15 or 16 years old. How could he possibly have such profound array Dao attainments? The doubts in Lin Chao's heart grew ever more so. You guys, look. There are people ahead. There is also a palace there. Tian Yu suddenly said. Everyone looked over. Indeed, they saw a bunch of people surrounding before a gigantic palace in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing something. But No body entered. Looks like the Heavenly Sky Sect's people. No, wait, it seems like the other sect's people are all present. But their sea transformation realm experts all doesn't seem to be here. I reckon. The Tranquil Cloud sect group exchanged glances. Especially Mo Yuntian, he was unbelievably shocked in his heart. He suddenly recalled the words that Yi Yuan said to him before entering the mystic realm. It actually came true. Sweeping a glance over, other than the Heavenly Sky sect with all 3 sea transformation realm experts present, there was only the high clarity sect's Yu Feng left among the sect's sea transformation realm expert. And Yu Feng was only a first-level sea transformation realm. In contrast, the Tranquil Cloud sect really became the number 2 formidable sect in the mystic realm, and this result was entirely fomented single-handedly by Yi Yuan. If they did not have Yi Yuan, even if the Tranquil Cloud sect knew that the existence of Strength Serpa's Sing Crystal Formation realm was not permitted within the mystic realm, it would also not be possible to walk until here. A single mishap and they might even be completely annihilated. And opposite, Wu Jiao had clearly discovered the Tranquil Cloud sect group too. When he saw the Tranquil Cloud sect's lineup, he could not help being slightly amazed. The Heavenly Sky sect brought 20 over people in here this time. Even if they made ample preparations, they had also lost 5 or 6 people. They even brought a quasi-tier 4 formation master over this trip. But even so, they still lost quite a few people when crossing the confounding mist forest earlier. Of course, there were many people from the other sects inside. They were all brought over by the Tranquil Cloud sect's formations master. But the Tranquil Cloud sect team actually did not lose a single man. Not knowing why, thick jealousy welled up from the bottom of his heart. The Tranquil Cloud sect walked forward for some time and converged with the other sects. Elder Mai has remarkable abilities to actually bring all your disciples over here without losing a single one. Anyone could hear the sourness in Wu Jiao's words. But they could empathize. Because the sourness in the other sect disciples' hearts was not lesser than Wu Jiao. Maizhen said coolly, just good luck. Listening to the meaning of Elder Wu's words, could it be that you'll only be comfortable if our Tranquil Cloud sect was completely wiped out? Wu Jiao coughed dryly and said smilingly, not at all, not at all. I was looking at how the other sects suffered heavy casualties while only your Tranquil Cloud sect is completely intact and felt rather surprised, that's all. Could it be that your Tranquil Cloud sect know some things about this mystic realm? These words from Wu Jiao had the suspicions of driving a wedge between them. But this was also his habitual trick. He already used this when just having entered the mystic realm. But Maizhen replied, Elder Wu is thinking too much. If we knew anything, this disciple of ours would not be missing an arm too. Everyone followed Maizhen's gaze and looked over. Indeed, they saw Pang Wanyan missing an arm and could not help being secretly shocked. Looking at things, the dangers that the Tranquil Cloud sect experienced did not seem to be at all lesser than the other sects. Could it really be that they were only lucky? And right then, Yu Feng could not resist jumping out. Elder Wu, you have to stand up for our high clarity sect. Yi Yuan, that punk, plotted and caused the death of my senior apprentice brother Wang. Our hatred with him is absolutely irreconcilable. Wu Jiao started to make his move and said solemnly, Elder Mai, everyone should help each other in times of need after entering this mystic realm. How can you all do such a despicable thing? As the head of the southern domain, my Heavenly Sky sect has to intervene a little in this matter. How about this, you cripple Yi Yuan's Dantian, and this matter will drop here. Otherwise. Wu Jiao still had half a sentence unsaid, but everyone was clear on his meaning. If the Tranquil Cloud sect did not cripple Yi Yuan, then that was becoming enemies with his Heavenly Sky sect. The Heavenly Sky sect had 3 sea transformation realm elders. Even if they could not exert sea transformation realm strength, it was also not what the present Tranquil Cloud sect could be on par with. Chapter 314, Changing Countenance. Chapter 314, Changing Countenance. Seeing the Heavenly Sky sect show its stance, Yufeng also secretly let out a sigh of relief. They were following behind others and serving them carefully this whole road in order to find Yi Yuan to take revenge today. Yufeng knew that it was not very practical to take revenge on the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. After all, the Heavenly Sky sect still needed cannon fodders. But finding Yi Yuan alone for payback was nothing unjustifiable. Furthermore, Yufeng could tell that Yi Yuan's status in the Tranquil Cloud sect was exceptional for sure. If Yi Yuan could be eliminated, it would absolutely be a tremendous blow to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Upon seeing the Tranquil Cloud sect appear in front of everyone without a single casualty, Yufeng had a feeling that it would have been impossible for them to do it without Yi Yuan. With the Heavenly Sky sect's might, as long as they were willing to make a move, Yi Yuan would undoubtedly die. Humph. What right does your Heavenly Sky sect have to listen to their one-sided statement and cripple Yi Yuan? Wu Jiao, I'm telling you, it's impossible to want me to hand Yi Yuan over. Mai Zhen also had an unusually strong stance this time. Regardless whether it was the High Clarity sect or Heavenly Sky sect, they were indeed of the same virtues, wanting him to hand over the person at sight. If they did not have Yi Yuan this entire way, the Tranquil Cloud sect would have been completely wiped out long ago. If he really handed Yi Yuan over, what kind of person would he, Mai Zhen, be? Wu Jiao flew into a great rage when he heard that. The Tranquil Cloud sect had always lowered their eyes and been affable in front of his Heavenly Sky sect. They had never been so domineering before. Wow, grew some grit, huh? I want to see today just what you're relying on to grow this grit. Also, your Tranquil Cloud sect better be careful after leaving the mystic realm. Shu Jian, let's weigh together just where Elder Mai's resolve came from. As he spoke, Wu Jiao and another elder called Shu Jian were about to join hands to deal with Mai Zhen. The Heavenly Sky sect's overbearingness was not without reason. Their strength was formidable, and they could send out 3 Sea Transformation Realm elders casually. To other sects, Sea Transformation Realm experts were remarkably precious. Hence, the vast majority of sects only sent 1 Sea Transformation Realm elder to explore the mystic realm this time. One of the reasons was primarily still because they feared that this mystic realm would be too dangerous and that their Sea Transformation Realm elders would fall in here. After all, even a 9th level crystal formation realm died in this mystic realm. Sending Sea Transformation Realm elders over, they might not be able to retreat unscathed either. It was very evident that these sect masters' cautiousness made sense. Because there were already 5 sects without Sea Transformation Realm elders now. With Wu Jiao and Shu Jiang joining hands, Mai Zhen immediately felt the pressure surge. How could he handle 2 people from the other side alone? Let alone the other side's headcount was many more than this side. Elder Wu, if you're in the mood to throw your weight around here, why not rack your brain and think about how to enter this palace? Yi Yuan voiced out timely. Upon hearing these words, Wu Jiao's expression involuntarily changed. Yi Yuan's words had plainly pricked his sore spot. The reason why this large group of people were pacing around and not advancing was that they could not enter this main hall. Anyone could tell that there was definitely good stuff inside the main hall. But it was all futile if they could not enter. You can actually see through the truth and false of this main hall? Wu Jiao exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what can't be seen? Isn't there a number of ash piles over there? It should have been left behind when you were forcefully barging into the main hall before, right? Wu Jiao was shaken and thought to himself that this boy had a very scrupulous mind, to actually notice even this. Humph. This main hall has an extremely powerful array formation guarding it. Even if we can utilize our full strength, we can't enter too. Listening to what you mean, could it be that you have some means? Wu Jiao said with a cold snort. Yufeng panicked when he heard this and hurriedly said, Elder Wu, don't listen to this punk's nonsense. What method can he, a puny little spirit condensation realm, have? Previously, senior apprentice brother WNG listened to his flowery words. That's how he fell for his wicked ruse. Wu Jiao's face turned icy as he said, does this old fellow need you to gesture here and there on how to do things? Yufeng's words made Wu Jiao very displeased. Comparing him to a dead person, Was this a good comparison? Lacking any judgment, he was foolish enough to be struck by lightning and still wanted to blame others for setting up a trap. Moreover, they were at a loss on what to do outside the main gate now. What if this boy really had a way? Wouldn't it be severing their own prospects? The High Clarity sect lost several more disciples on the way. Now, there was barely any left. Yu Feng obviously did not dare to argue with Wu Jiao. He could only shut his mouth sensibly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "What are you saying, Elder Wu?" Just as this Elder Yu said, "What method can I, a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist, have?" At this time, the more Yi Yuan intentionally made himself easier to knead, the more Wu Jiao felt that Yi Yuan knew something. Because he simply had no way of entering. Finally reached here after much difficulty, he could not just turn back around, right? It was very clear that this palace was this mystic realm's greatest treasure. Entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? How would he explain to the sect master when he gets back? Yi Yuan, if you really have a way to let us enter, my Heavenly Sky sect can let bygones be bygones about the matter previously. Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Don't. You should just fuss about it. Cripple what needs to be crippled and kill what you want. Please don't be courteous with me, you. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Wu Jiao was so enraged by Yi Yuan that his face turned green. With his status, talking like this was already conscientiously giving Yi Yuan a great deal of face. Who knew that this boy would not buy it at all? He was just about to blow his top when that formation master elder went up and whispered, "Senior apprentice brother Wu, perhaps this boy really knows something." How so? Wu Jiao asked puzzledly. This grand array in front of their eyes had clearly already said the limits of his junior's abilities. Wanting to go in was impossible. Before this junior of his arrived in front of the main hall, he completely had not discovered that there was a grand array here. Everyone was only abruptly shocked awake when those few disciples were burnt to ashes by that grand array. The confound mist forest is also a humongous entrapment formation. It's pure luck that we can walk out of there. But this group of people walked out completely without a scratch, which shows that there is definitely an able man among them. This boy has nothing to fear. I'm afraid that he has real ability. Wu Jiao listened and thought to himself that this was really the case. When they had just entered the mystic realm, Li Zhongyu even reminded him to eliminate Yi Yuan. But he did not take it to heart. But such a long time after entering the mystic realm, Yi Yuan, this brat, was really quite odd. Could it be the grand array that even a quasi-tier 4 formations master had no way of seeing? This boy really had a way? With his thought up to here, Wu Jiao sucked in a deep breath, eased his tone, and said to Yi Yuan, just now, it was me who didn't make clear of the situation and was rather one-sided. I apologize to you. Wu Jiao was advanced in years. His skin was already tempered into steel long ago, changing face faster than flipping a book. It was just that this face change of his also changed the color on Yu Feng's face. Elder Wu, we had a deal. Are you trying to break your word now? Yu Feng said furiously. Wu Jiao shot him a nonchalant glance and said, "What deal did we have? Did I promise you anything?" Wang Fan, that moron, failed to even handle a spirit condensation realm. If he's dead, then he's dead. What's there to feel pity for? Chapter 315, Absolute Blaze Barrier. Chapter 315, Absolute Blaze Barrier. Yu Feng was so incensed that his chest was about to explode. They followed and waited on the Heavenly Sky sect carefully this entire trip to blaze a trail with no gains and even lost quite a number of disciples. What they exchanged for was this outcome. Cooperating with the Heavenly Sky sect was indeed asking a tiger for its skin. Elder Wu, are you trying to tear down the bridge after crossing the river? Yu Feng had a dark face, his chest rising and falling like bellows. Evidently, this feeling of being cheated already enraged him to the limit. But Wu Jiao was indifferent as he said nonchalantly, tearing the bridge after crossing the river? Have we crossed the river yet? Yu Feng nearly jumped up. The crossing the river that Wu Jiao was talking about was naturally referring to this palace before their eyes. However, were their contributions previously worth nothing? Yu Feng really wanted to fight it out with the Heavenly Sky sect. But in the end, reason took the upper hand. Finding the Heavenly Sky sect to risk his life for revenge was no different from courting death. Even if the 7 great sects allied together, they might not gain an advantage either. Good, very good. This loss, Yu Feng, accept it. But I've also remembered this grudge. Harumph. Yu Feng forcefully pressed down the rage in his heart and let out a fierce sentence. Except, even he himself did not believe he had any chances of avenging this grudge. There was no way in this mystic realm. It was even more out of the question after exiting the mystic realm. Although the High Clarity sect was considerably stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect, compared to the Heavenly Sky sect, it was much weaker. Wu Jiao was disinclined to bother with Yu Feng too. What was most pressing for him now was entering this palace. Martial Nephew Yi, it was this elder's fault for any offense previously. If you have any way of entering the palace, please share. Wu Jiao lowering his status like this and even his form of address towards Yi Yuan becoming so dear to the point it could be considered doing what others could not do. Yi Yuan saw that the heat was about there but said with a smile, the Heavenly Sky sect is indeed worthy of being the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. Elder Wu tolerant Serpa. Says others. Yi Yuan admires you. Wu Jiao could obviously tell that Yi Yuan's words had a hidden meaning, but he stroked his beard and said with a laugh, not at all, Martial Nephew Yi flatters me. Yi Yuan smiled and did not say anything. He slowly walked towards the main hall, scaring Wu Jiao and the rest until their face changed color. Martial Nephew Yi, don't walk forward anymore. Danger! Wu Jiao cried out in shock. But Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to it and continued walking ahead. Wu Jiao and that formation master exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, could this boy be a fool? Perfectly aware that there was a large array ahead and still colliding into it. But watching Yi Yuan gradually approach closer, their hearts also leaped to their throats. What was this boy trying to do? Right at this moment, Yi Yuan suddenly stood still, while that initially calm air suddenly had ripples circulating with brilliance. An invisible barrier actually appeared. Wu Jiao's and everyone's pupils shrunk. Only now did they get a clear view of this large array's true colors. A humongous light veil, an amber light barrier, surrounded the main hall completely without any gaps at all. That light veil flowed with brilliant lights, looking very stunning. But everyone knew that an enormous danger was hidden behind this beauty. Through this amber light barrier, Yi Yuan could see clearly that 3 large words Eternal Splendor Palace was written on that palace's main gate. This palace's aura was magnificent. Just by looking at the exterior, it appeared rather run down. One look and you could tell that it had experienced the baptism of time. But this Eternal Splendor Palace was still seeping with an extraordinary aura all over the place. As long as a martial artist came here, they would surely not be able to resist that kind of temptation. And if they were not someone who was extremely proficient in array formations, they would not be able to even enter the gate. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at Wu Jiao with a smile as he said, this grand array's name is Absolute Blaze Barrier, a high-rank tier 4 with extremely horrifying power. Even if a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse entered, it would be certain death too. Wu Jiao and the rest were all dumbfounded with shock. Certain death for Soul Sea Realm powerhouses. What kind of concept was that? In the entire Southern Domain, the strongest person was only a Soul Sea Realm. That was also to say that no one in the entire Southern Domain could pass through this large array called Absolute Blaze Barrier. Just this large array completely cut off all of the Southern Domain's martial artists outside. The Heavenly Sky sect had a tier 4 formation master too. But even if he came here, it would probably be to no avail too. Then does Martial Nephew Yi have a way to pass through this grand array? Wu Jiao asked on tenterhooks. High-rank Tier 4 Grand Array was also considered an extremely terrifying existence to the Southern Domain's #1 great sect, the Heavenly Sky sect. Yi Yuan did not speak. He turned around, raised his leg, and just took a step forward. Yi Yuan. Wu Jiao and Mai Jin nearly jumped up. Because Yi Yuan's figure entered that iridescent flowing light barrier just like that and disappeared. He isn't exterminated by the Grand Array, right? Isn't this boy too rash? This is a Tier 4 Grand Array. He entered directly just like that. Wrong. When those people entered previously, they were burnt into ashes by extremely powerful flames. But there is no reaction at all from that boy entering. The crowd who did not understand the inside story all started guessing. They did not know what happened. Wu Jiao really wanted to follow Yi Yuan and walk in like this. But he did not have the guts. Thinking back and forth, he was incessantly conflicted. But right then, that barrier moved again. Yi Yuan's profile appeared in front of everyone once more. When everybody saw this scene, they were all clicking their tongue and marveling. This spirit condensation realm boy is really Godly. That is a high tier 4 grand array. He entered and exited like it was flat ground. Where did Tranquil Cloud sect find such a monster? If they were to develop like this, what will the southern domain have to do with us? Hehe, I reckon that the ones who are the most worried aren't us, right? The Heavenly Sky sect will most likely think of ways to eliminate this boy after exiting this mystic realm. Of course, the prerequisite is that they can leave first. It was evident that everyone also knew that this Eternal Splendor Palace was not an easy place. Barring no accidents, it was likely riddled with dangers. Yi Yuan called out to Wu Jiao, "The absolute blaze barrier looks to be only one thin layer. In reality, there are innumerable twists and turns inside the array formation, far from as easy as it looks from the outside. This place is the absolute blaze barrier's sole life gate. If you want to enter, follow in my footsteps. Don't take a single misstep, or else, bear the consequences yourself." Wu Jiao pondered for a moment and said to the formation master, "Junior apprentice brother Yuyang, I'll have to trouble you to follow Yi Yuan closely. We'll follow you and walk." This formation master was called Zhao Yuyang, a quasi-tier 4 formation master from the Heavenly Sky sect. Formation masters normally had very high status in sects, because they all basically bore the mission of the sect's final line of defense. Once the sect protecting Grand Formation was broken, the sect would not be far from annihilation either. Zhao Yuyang's status in the Heavenly Sky sect could be imagined. Letting him follow Yi Yuan and walk at this time was actually also taking on an enormous risk. Because Zhao Yuyang's understanding of this array formation completely cannot compare to Yi Yuan, once Yi Yuan played a dirty trick, he would naturally be the first to bear the brunt. But at this time, Wu Jiao could not think of any other method too. Musing for a moment, Zhao Yuyang nodded and followed Yi Yuan. But Wu Jiao said to Mai Zhen at this time, "Your Tranquil Cloud sect disciples and our Heavenly Sky sect disciples, one person follows another person. Elder Mai, the two of us cover the rear." Chapter 316, Entering the Formation. Chapter 316, Entering the Formation. This Wu Jiao was apparently a cautious person too, making the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples enter the Grand Array in turns. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to play any tricks, it was also impossible to bring everyone away. Sparing the rat to save the dishes. This was taking the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples as hostages. Everyone understood the prowess of the formation. As long as they took a single wrong step, they could be burnt to ashes. If Yi Yuan really played some tricks, the Heavenly Sky sect could fling the fire on the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples too. Mai Zhen was just thinking of refuting when Yi Yuan's voice transmitted into his mind. "Elder Mai, just do as they say. Otherwise, they won't set their mind at ease to follow me." Regarding Yi Yuan, Mai Zhen already unconditionally trusted him. He just responded coolly with 2 words, "Got it." Then, he said to Mo Yuntian as if nothing had happened, "Just do as Elder Wu says. Otherwise, he would probably feel uneasy even when eating and sleeping. Yuntian, you follow Elder Zhao then. The rest all follow." Wu Jiao was also disinclined to haggle over the sarcasm in Mai Zhen's words. He still had to do this kind of necessary precaution. Otherwise, wouldn't he be counting money for others after being sold? Him being able to lower his stance to invite Yi Yuan to make a move did not represent that he could trust Yi Yuan. Let alone that the Heavenly Sky sect and Tranquil Cloud sect's relation was far from amicable. But he already made the decision in his heart. He must find an opportunity to finish Yi Yuan off. Letting this boy continue developing, the future would definitely be the Heavenly Sky sect's nightmare. After the Heavenly Sky sect side finished preparing, Yi Yuan lead the way in. His figure entered the absolute blaze barrier once again and vanished from sight. Zhao Yuyan did not dare delay and followed closely behind, also disappearing in front of everyone. Next was Mo Yuntian, the Heavenly Sky Sect disciples and Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples. Just like this, they entered the Grand Array one after another. The other sect disciples exchanged glances and also followed in after the two sects entered. They already had no other choices. They could only brave the jeopardies and the large formation. In front was the absolute blaze barrier. Behind was the boundless confounding mist forest. With Zhao Yuyan leading, there was simply no way for these people to walk out of the confounding mist forest, let alone leaving the mystic realm. They could only follow Yi Yuan if they wanted to strive for this slim chance of survival. Yu Feng's expression was very ugly. He had similarly fallen into a very awkward situation now. Seeing as the people became increasingly lesser, if everybody went in and he did not, then he could only wait to die here. Because they had no way of catching up to the footsteps of the person in front. Finally, Yu Feng gritted his teeth and said to the disciples, "Go." Zhao Yuyang followed Yi Yuan closely and did not dare to even take a single wrong step. As a formation master, he could better understand the dangers of this large formation. As he followed Yi Yuan, he also studied this large formation. As a formation master, his infatuation with array formations was not beneath alchemists. And whether he could understand this grand array or not involved whether the Heavenly Sky Sect could leave this grand array safely or not. This also made Zhao Yuyang feel gravely responsible. Study it, just to understand and not crack the grand array. Zhao Yuyang had to follow according to the route Yi Yuan walked to deduce this grand array's escape route. The reason why Wu Zhao made him follow Yi Yuan, the goal laid here. Yi Yuan obviously would not explain to him the mysteries of this grand array. He could only rely on himself. As Zhao Yuyang followed Yi Yuan's footsteps tightly, the calculations in his brain were also operating at his limit. High Tier 4 Grand Array, it was simply impossible for him to understand if he did not risk his life. If he was outside the array formation, even if he was given 3 or 5 years, he might not be able to understand this Grand Array either. But now that Yi Yuan was leading the way in front, it was different. What Yi Yuan walked was indeed the life gate. Zhao Yuyang could see this point when he entered the Grand Array. Hence, the process of Yi Yuan walking was also saving a portion of this Grand Array's iceberg for Zhao Yuyang, cracking the entire Grand Array, unless Zhao Yuyang could advance to become a Tier 4 formation master, otherwise, it was essentially impossible. But if it were just finding the life gate, the difficulty would drop drastically. Of course, if Yi Yuan were not leading the way ahead, this would be an impossible task for Zhao Yuyang. Furthermore, this mission of following Yi Yuan to seek out the Grand Array's life gate, it also had tremendous benefits to Zhao Yuyang once he could complete it. Rays of light filled the skies of the Grand Array. Iridescent colors circulated, looking exquisitely beautiful. Yi Yuan strolled leisurely like in a courtyard, as if walking out of this Grand Array was a piece of cake to him. In truth, it was indeed a very simple matter. In his previous life, Ji Qingyun was a Tier 9 formation master. Although it was only auxiliary, Tier 4 formations truly did not pose much difficulty to him. This absolute blaze barrier might be extremely powerful in the Endless World's southern domain. But placed in the Divine Realm, it was nothing. Tier 4 formation masters in the Divine Realm, one grab and there would be a large bunch. If Yi Yuan could not even crack this kind of array formations, then he might as well find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Zhao Yuyang followed Yi Yuan at every step but did not notice that Yi Yuan's footsteps were becoming progressively faster. His entire mind was placed on the absolute blaze barrier, and he simply did not have spare time to consider other things. But the computing in his brain was clearly unable to keep up. Zhao Yuyang did not feel it, but the people behind clearly detected it. Yi Yuan, why are you walking faster and faster? Slow down. Wu Zhao shouted at the top of his voice. Wu Zhao was shouting, but he had no choice but to increase his pace to catch up. If he got lost, then he could only wait to die. But Yi Yuan ignored him and walked faster and faster. After entering the absolute blaze barrier, it was not up to Wu Zhao anymore. Zhao Yuyang had already entered an infatuated state currently and did not hear even Wu Zhao's shouting. All the way until Yi Yuan vanished at the next node and Zhao Yuyang stepped on the footprint Yi Yuan left behind. Prior to this was he shocked awake. What's going on? Where's Yi Yuan? Zhao Yuyang looked left and right but could not find Yi Yuan's silhouette anymore. Wu Zhao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said to Mai Zhen with a cold sneer, "Heh, that boy abandoned you all and escaped alone. Elder Mai, you all taught a fine disciple." But Mai Zhen said composedly, "I think you can also tell that there's no harm even if all of us die here. As long as Yi Yuan can exit alive, why would my tranquil cloud sect need to fear your heavenly sky sect in the future?" Evidently, Mai Zhen did not have much hope either. This was a Tier 4 array formation. It was already very impressive that Yi Yuan could. Trying to rescue everyone from the tranquil cloud sect under the double teaming from the heavenly sky sect disciples was something virtually impossible. Wu Zhao's expression involuntarily choked. His beard billowed as he glared and said, "Harumph. Do you think that sect master will wait for the day that your tranquil cloud sect rises? However, I'll eradicate you all first before talking. With Yuyang here, we might not be unable to walk out of this grand array." When Wu Zhao said this, every sect's disciples were inwardly alarmed. Could this heavenly sky sect be conniving something? Wu Zhao was just about to make a move when he noticed a blur in front of him. Mai Zhen's figure actually vanished before his eyes just like that. Same as Mai Zhen, every single onf of the tranquil cloud sect disciples vanished into thin air just like that. Chapter 317, Incurring Public Wrath. Chapter 317, Incurring Public Wrath. With a swoosh, 7 figures appeared in a stretch of empty space. What happened? Yi Yuan, is that you? Tian Yu shouted right after landing on the ground. Right at this moment, there was a blur before everyone's eyes. Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared out of the void in front of them. Tian Yu said in elation when he saw him, "Yi Yuan, it's really you." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Who else can it be except me?" Mai Zhen asked in bafflement, "This array formation is abnormally profound. Being able to escape by yourself is already very hard. How did you do it?" Mai Zhen knew very well in his heart, for Zhao Yuyang to be able to lead everyone out of the confounding mist forest, his array Dao standards could be seen at a glance. Even if Yi Yuan's array Dao level was more impressive than Zhao Yuyang's, being able to find the life gate when facing a high tier 4 grand array was already the limit, right? But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, how was this his limit? Great Master's knowledge reaches the heaven. He is extremely proficient in array Dao as well. Since I know the name of this absolute blaze barrier, what difficulty is there in cracking it? Yi Yuan said. Mai Zhen was thoroughly speechless. What looked to be extremely profound to him was treated as foundational studies to others. What was this called? This was called losing on the starting line. Yi Yuan, then what about the other sect's people? Mai Zhen could not help asking. Yi Yuan said calmly, "They have no great enmity or deep-seated hatred with me, so I left them a slim chance of survival. As for whether or not they can walk out alive, that will have to depend on their fortunes. All right. We can exit the formation by walking over there. Let's go." After Yi Yuan and the tranquil cloud sect's people disappeared, the other people in the grand array were already all muddled up and in a mess. That punk is truly too abominable. To actually leave so many of us in the grand array to run our own course. When did such a monster appear in the tranquil cloud sect? If he can grow up, our southern domain setup will most likely have changes. Your mum. You're still in the mood to bother with the southern domain's setup? We're currently trapped in the grand array. As long as we move slightly, we'll be burnt to ashes. You should think about how to get out. That punk better pray to not let me catch him. Otherwise, I'll make him regret being born into this world. The one speaking was a 3rd-level crystal formation realm martial artist. Everyone looked at him like he was an idiot. Even if Yi Yuan was an ordinary 8th-level spirit condensation realm, that would have to wait until everybody got out first. Much less at this time, anyone was aware that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary spirit condensation realm martial artist. "All shut up for me," Wu Zhao bellowed with essence energy. With his shout, everyone indeed quietened down. Wu Zhao shouted to Zhao Yuyang from behind, "Yuyang, how is it? Can you find the way out?" Ever since discovering Yi Yuan's disappearance, he had been lost in thought. He only opened his mouth when he heard Wu Zhao's yell at this time and said, "I can give it a shot. But I don't have absolute assurance." Hearing Zhao Yuyang's words, everyone perked up their spirits. The hope of leaving was now all entrusted on Zhao Yuyang's body. "All right, everybody shut your mouth for me now. Yuyang, you lead the way. If you have any needs, just say." Wu Zhao was also cutting off all means of retreat now. Yuyang nodded, but his mind started spinning at high speeds once again. His deduction of the Grand Array had never stopped since he followed Yi Yuan and walked until now. But currently, he already had some gains. One could say that Yi Yuan bringing him from the Life Gate and walking until here was equivalent to revealing a corner of this Grand Array's iceberg in front of him. And what he wanted to do now was to deduce the remaining portions. This job, Yi Yuan had already helped him do the better part of it. But even this lesser part was not so easy to complete for Zhao Yuyang. Indeed, after walking safely for over a dozen steps, Zhao Yuyang stopped. His brows were locked lightly as he pondered for a long time. Everybody held their breaths and stared at him. But Zhao Yuyang stood like this for an hour without moving. After an hour, Zhao Yuyang turned around and said helplessly, "Senior apprentice brother Wu, it's a crossroad ahead. One path is life, one path is death. With my abilities, I really can't differentiate them. We only have a 50% chance." At this time, Zhao Yuyang was everyone's hope. If he was exterminated from taking a wrong step, then everybody only had the option to wait and die. When Wu Zhao heard this, he asked, "How should the two paths be taken?" Zhao Yuyang casually gave an explanation about the crossroad. Wu Zhao lifted a low-level crystal formation realm martial artist without a word and threw him over. Then, under everyone's eyes, that martial artist was burnt to ashes. Everybody sucked in a cold breath. This move from Wu Zhao caught them unawares. Everyone did not react to it. That disciple was only at the early stage crystal formation realm. He simply had no way of resisting under Wu Zhao's hands. "Wu Zhao, you! What right do you have to use my junior for pathfinding?" The dead person's senior was unbelievably furious. Wu Zhao looked at him coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Sacrificing him alone to exchange for a way out for so many of us. What inappropriate about it? If you feel unresigned about it, you can scout on your own. You can give it a shot how far out you can walk yourself." That senior involuntarily choked up. But he tried to argue through sophistry. "Then, what right do you have to grab my junior?" But Wu Zhao said something that made everyone's hearts chill. "From now onwards, if my junior apprentice brother Yuyang encounters such things again, your 6 great sects will take turns to send someone out to scout ahead. Hence, you guys best pray that you can pick the survival path." But right then, Yu Feng sneered coldly and said, "Why should our 6 sects all send people out except for your Heavenly Sky sect?" Wu Zhao looked at him indifferently and said, "A junior apprentice brother Yuyang came from our sect, isn't that enough? If there was no him, would you guys dare to take a single step forward? There is never a free lunch in this world. Of course, you people can also not send anyone out. But please don't follow us. Otherwise, don't blame me for being discourteous." The great sects did not speak again this time. It was very clear that this was their only way out. They had no other alternatives. But Wu Zhao's unyieldingness made the 6 great sects produce a mentality of being bound by a common hatred for the same enemy. Wu Zhao obviously knew this too. But he did not care. Now, there was only the Tranquil Cloud sect that could threaten him. He did not mind what the other sects' opinions were. A light flashed. The party of 8 finally walked out from the Absolute Blaze Barrier Grand Array. Upon exiting, all the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Inside this high Tier 4 Grand Array, that sort of majestic pressure crushed them until they felt asphyxiated. Yi Yuan lifted his head and looked at Eternal Splendor Palace, these 3 words. An inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. This sect was surely a very powerful sect in the endless world in the past. But with the passing of time, the people were gone and the chambers empty. It was just like his father's Medicine King Hall. Be careful, seniors. This eternal splendor palace is most likely not so easy to enter. This place is filled with dangers everywhere. I'm also unaware of what there is, Yi Yuan reminded. Finished talking, he took the lead and stepped up, plussing open the palace's main gates. Chapter 318, Sword Puppets. Chapter 318, Sword Puppets. A desolate main hall, dim lighting, serene emptiness, and pressing cold air. SSS. This grim place makes my hair stand on its end. Tian Yu spoke. A gust of icy wind blew over, making him shudder. This main hall has array formations surrounding it. Although it's deserted for a long time, it's untouched by any specks of dust. I think that this sect had extraordinary foundations back then in the array formations path. From the inside to the outside of the entire mystic realm, there were virtually large formations guarding. Especially that Heavenly Thunder Gold Lock formation. It was also an extremely powerful existence among Tier 5 grand arrays. The southern domain is withered and decayed in terms of array formations path. Only a large sect like the Heavenly Sky sect can nurture Tier 4 formation masters. But their Tier 4 formation masters are seriously too weak when compared to this sect. Mai Zhen sighed with admiration. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Everyone, be more careful. Maybe some kind of danger also exists in this main hall." Actually, without needing Yi Yuan's reminder, how could the others dare to lower their guard after experiencing so much in the mystic realm? "Yi Yuan, look over there. There's a painting," Tian Yu suddenly shouted. Yi Yuan nodded. He saw the painting too. On the outside, he was expressionless, but on the inside, a myriad of profanities coursed through his mind. He was all too familiar with the person in the painting. The person in the painting had a sage-like demeanor and was elegant and suave. It was just that the young man's face had some discrepancies with the person Yi Yuan knew. However, Yi Yuan recognized him at a single glance. The person in the painting was precisely the younger version of the Tier 9 Formations Emperor, Lu Linfeng, and Lu Linfeng also had another title, which was one of the Divine Realm's 10 Great Divine Kings, Grand Yang Divine King. The 10 Great Divine Kings were people who all developed their respective domains to the limits. Although each of their developmental directions was different, they had a common point, which was transcendent strength. Lu Linfeng could rely on the formations path to occupy a position in the 10 Great Divine Kings. One could see just how high his attainments in Array Dao was. F***ck his grandmother. No wonder I had a familiar feeling when I entered the mystic realm. After SCREWNG around for so long, this sect is actually the Dao teachings that Lu Linfeng that loser left behind. It's just that he probably never imagined that his Dao teachings had already been eradicated for God knows how many years. Unexpected, oh, how unexpected. That loser actually came from the endless world, while I reincarnated in his native land. For a moment, Yi Yuan was filled with endless emotions in his heart. After causing a disturbance in this mystic realm for quite some time, turned out that this was the Dao teachings left behind by an old acquaintance. Such a pity. Your disciples and followers are no longer around. Otherwise, I'll definitely discipline them properly on your behalf to vent this frustration in my chest. Yi Yuan thought to himself gloomily. The martial arts world never used age to determine seniority but used strength to rank seniority. Back then, Ji Qingyun was the youngest among the Divine Realm's Divine King powerhouses. But his alchemy Dao strength reigned supreme in that era. Only his father Ji Zhengyang and one or two of those old fellows from the Alchemist Association could suppress him by a head. Hence, Yi Yuan had always interacted with the 10 Great Divine Kings as the same generation. But this Grand Yang Divine King, Lu Linfeng, was an old demon that had already lived for several thousand years. Speaking of it, Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng even had a not too minor grudge. That old punk used his Formations Path 9 scripts as a bet back then to goad Yi Yuan into competing in the Formations Path with him. The result was that Yi Yuan suffered a cruise. Plussing defeat and obediently refined 3 Tier 9 medicinal pills for him, 3 high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan refined until he was on the verge of vomiting blood back then before he managed to refine 3 high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills. In the end, that fellow sent over a sentence, "Haha, let's bet again next time if we have the opportunity." At that time, Ji Qingyun nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Although Ji Qingyun was also a Tier 9 formation master, compared to the Grand Yang Divine King, the gap was naturally not an ordinary kind of big. But Yi Yuan remembered this unprecedented shame until now. Now, he actually accidentally stumbled into Lu Linfeng's old nest but had no way of bullying his disciples and followers. This made Yi Yuan very depressed. Yi Yuan, what's with you? Is it possible that you recognize the person in that painting? Pang Wanyan's words interrupted Yi Yuan's thoughts. Yi Yuan came around and coughed dryly, saying, "That fellow looks so ugly. Why would I know him?" Pang Wanyan looked at the painting and was somewhat puzzled. The person in the painting looked elegant and suave. How was this ugly? But he looked at Yi Yuan again. Seems like his looks was indeed slightly worse compared to Yi Yuan's. Pretty boys all had such confidence. This old punk, wait until I storm back to the divine realm, I'll definitely find you to avenge my previous disgrace, Yi Yuan said hatefully in his heart. But before he finished venting in his heart, he heard a creak. Du Cheng actually stepped on a stone board. That stone board sunk slightly. Everyone's heart also sunk down. No one had yet to react when the 18 statues originally in the corners of the main hall actually moved at the same time. This time, the basket was really poked hard. Every person all saw these 18 statues right after entering the gate. They even thought that they were only stone sculptures. But currently, the outer appearances of those 18 statues actually all fell off, revealing brown skin. Apart from the skin being different from humans, these 18 statues were actually indistinguishable from humans. Yi Yuan initially also thought that these were ordinary statues. But at this present moment, another myriad of profanities coursed through his mind again. Sword puppets. 18 sword puppets. Lu Linfeng, that old punk, loved to fiddle with such toys. When he saw these sword puppets, Yi Yuan knew that this was definitely left behind before that old punk ascended. The so-called sword puppets were actually doll puppets that used essence crystals to activate. Fortunately, these sword puppets should be the works from Lu Linfeng's early years, only having Tier 3 strength. If it were the toys from after he had ascended, then it would be the end today. Everyone would have to die here. Yi Yuan had seen before some Tier 9 sword puppets at Lu Linfeng's place. They were powerful. Furthermore, what Lu Linfeng was strongest in array formations. He could match Divine King powerhouses by using sword puppets to set up a sword formation. Yi Yuan even wanted to ask for a few to play with back then. But that old punk was stingy as hell and was unwilling to give even one. Lu Linfeng, our grudge is growing bigger and bigger. You wait for me to head back to the divine realm to take care of you. Yi Yuan was so furious that his face was contorted. The 18 sword puppets were swift in action and surrounded Yi Yuan's group of 8 together very quickly. Though these sword puppets only had Tier 3 strength, Yi Yuan knew that these 18 sword puppets definitely would not fight separately. Wanting to break them one by one was impossible. Want to destroy these sword puppets? The only way was to crack the formation. Elder Mai, seniors, don't move randomly. In a while when we fight, you all listen to my command. Please do not make your own decisions, Yi Yuan said. Hearing Yi Yuan being so solemn, everyone also felt secretly alarmed. They originally thought that with Mai Zhan and Mo Yuntian around, these Tier 3 puppets were not much of a threat. But looking at it now, it seemed like that was not the case. Chapter 319. Lesser 9 Revolutions Interlocking Formation. Chapter 319. Lesser 9 Revolutions Interlocking Formation. The 18 sword puppets bodies SHI plus FTED. Mai Zhan and the rest immediately felt a powerful pressure, but when Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression changed. Yi Yuan, is this sword formation? Why do I feel like each one of these guys suddenly became much stronger? But looking at their auras, it's merely late-stage crystal formation realm, Tian Yu asked with a baffled look. Yi Yuan's expression had a rarely seen somberness as he said solemnly, Tier 3 sword formation, Lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. Tian Yu did not notice Yi Yuan's face and only heard Tier 3 formation. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Turns out that it's only a Tier 3 formation. That's good, that's good. Good my asterisk SS." Yi Yuan could not resist throwing out a curse word. He said, "Although these 18 sword puppets only have late-stage crystal formation realm strength, under the augmentation of the sword formation, their combat strength definitely do not lose out to the full-powered Elder Mai." "What did you say? You meant that these 18 sword puppet strength is comparable to 3rd level C transformation realm? This. How is this possible?" Tian Yu had a look of disbelief. C transformation realm martial artists versus crystal formation realm martial artists was complete cruise. HI plus ing. It simply could not be made up for using numbers. Forget about 18 9th level crystal formation realms, even 28 or 38 could not possibly win a 1st level C transformation realm martial artist. But now, Yi Yuan said that the formation formed by these 18 sword puppets could clash head-on with a 3rd level C transformation realm martial artist. Wasn't such an increment a little too terrifying? But Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Heh, to a grandmaster of array Dao, this is nothing impossible." Yi Yuan still had half a sentence he did not say out. If the present Lu Linfeng were called to set up the Lesser 9 Revolutions interlocking formation, there would be nothing impressive about these 18 sword puppets directly crossing a major realm to face off with a 9th level C transformation realm. These sword puppets before their eyes were at most equivalent to Lu Linfeng's standards several thousand years ago, weak to the maximum. Although Yi Yuan disliked Lu Linfeng in every way, Yi Yuan was still secretly convinced even though he would not agree verbally in terms of array Dao. This person's comprehension abilities in array Dao was the absolute number one in the divine realm. His self-created formations Path 9 scripts was absolutely the dream treasure book of the array masters in the divine realm. Even Yi Yuan was unbelievably covetous. If not for this, why would he bet with Lu Linfeng? Yi Yuan was not a fool. He also knew that he was not Lu Linfeng's match. But the formation's Path 9 scripts was still tremendously alluring to Yi Yuan. In his previous life, Yi Yuan's attainments in the formation's path were second only to his alchemy path. If he could advance another step in the formation's path, perhaps he could go further along the alchemy path. But Yi Yuan, a Tier 3 formation should not stump you, right? After all, you even walked out of a high Tier 4 grand array easily, Mo Yuntian spoke. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't have full confidence." Everyone felt stifled when they heard this. Yi Yuan was like in his own home inside such a horrifying grand array like the absolute blaze barrier. He actually said that he was not confident facing a Tier 3 array formation. This was seriously something inconceivable. Seemingly detecting everyone's bewilderment, Yi Yuan said, "The comprehension of formation's path is similarly divided into high and low. The same array formation can unleash completely different power in different people's hands. Although this Lesser 9 Revolutions interlocking formation is not high rank, wanting to crack it is extremely difficult." They all only came to a realization now that turns out this was the same logic as comprehending concepts. Except, even Yi Yuan was not confident in cracking the formation. Wouldn't everybody be in danger? Coming. Everyone's hearts tightened, only to see the long swords in those sword puppets' hands tremble. Piercingly cold sword chi stung until everyone felt very uncomfortable. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus the movements of these sword puppets were highly erratic, instantly destroying the tranquil cloud sect 8 people's formation into pieces. Yi Yuan's figure moved, das. HI plussing towards Pang Wanyan's side, pus. HI plussing aside the long sword that came close to stabbing his back. But he yelled out, "Elder Mai, this place's essence energy restriction is already gone. You can deal with these sword puppets without any shackles." Mai Jun was overjoyed when he heard that. His aura immediately skyrocketed, rising to 3rd level C transformation realm strength. Indeed, in this main hall, the Heavenly Thunder essence locking grand array was actually block. With Mai Jun's formidable strength keeping things in check, the pressure on the other disciples suddenly reduced by a great deal. But even so, Dangers were constantly appearing everywhere around the others, including Mo Yun-tian. Now, they finally know what Yi Yuan's words meant. The might of this Lesser Nine Revolutions interlocking formation was seriously too terrifying. Even Mo Yun-tian, this late-stage crystal formation realm, also felt that he was struggling hard when facing one sword puppet. After a few rounds, they were immediately unable to withstand it. These 18 sword puppets formed pairs. Each series of attack was interlinked, simply not giving their opponents any time to catch their breath. Moreover, the attacks of these 9 teams of sword puppets actually had compounding effects. One blow was as strong as the other. Even Mai Zhan, this third-level sea transformation realm, did not dare to fight head-on too. This Lesser Nine Revolutions interlocking formation was simply infallible. Just like an integrated Ma.SS attack machine, from the start, Yi Yuan was running his legs off to help support his seniors. If not for Yi Yuan, most likely, there would already be quite a few people who lost their lives under the swords of the sword puppets. Currently, in Yi Yuan's heart, he had already extended his greetings to Lu Linfeng's ancestors countless times. However, this Lesser Nine Revolutions interlocking formation is incomparably profound. With Yi Yuan's array Dao attainments, he could also just protect himself inside the array formation. A sword puppet appeared behind Tian Yu expressionlessly, its long sword stabbing towards his back without any hesitation. Yi Yuan's gaze grew intent. He arrived by his side with a flash and pulled hard, barely avoiding this fatal blow. Even so, Tian Yu was still stabbed in the shoulder by the sword puppet. Suffering this wound, Tian Yu's strength would surely be heavily discounted. Yi Yuan was incredibly worried in his heart. At this rate, there would definitely be casualties. Yi Yuan's mind spun like a drill and knew that being par-s civ like this was not the way. He suddenly hollered at Mai Zhan, "Elder Mai, you defend the other seniors." Although Mai Zhan's combat strength was already full-blown at this time, he completely could not gain any advantage inside the array formation. Instead, he became more alarmed as he fought. He could sense that if he faced this array formation alone, the outcome would ultimately still be being defeated and killed. 18 late-stage crystal formation realm puppets could kill a third-level sea transformation realm expert. This was simply mind-boggling. Hearing Yi Yuan's howl, Mai Zhan immediately took Yi Yuan's place without any word. While he did not know much about array formations, his realm was right there after all. Stepping in for others briefly was still feasible. "Yi Yuan, hurry up. I'm afraid that I can't hold on for too long," Mai Zhan said anxiously. The attacks of the 18 sword puppets made people's eyes go blurry. Mai Zhan could still withstand for others temporarily, but it would be hard to avoid oversight as time par-s said. Yi Yuan dodged a sword puppet's attack with a squat and said gravely, "Give me 10 breaths of time." Mai Zhan gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. 10 breaths, that was also the time needed to breath 10 times. Wanting to find the flaw in this array formation was truly too challenging. But Yi Yuan had no other alternatives either. He could only burn his boats. Taking in a deep breath, Yi Yuan actually shut his eyes and instantly entered the heart-like still water state,